The House will come to order. Messages from the Senate.
Message from the Senate. Madam Speaker, I hereby announce that the Senate has concurred in and adopted the report of the Conference Committee on Senate File Number 2677, an act relating to unemployment insurance. The Senate has repassed said bill in accordance with the recommendation report of the Conference Committee. The message is signed Cal R. Ludeman, Secretary of the Senate. Winkler moves that Joint Rule 2.06 relating to conference committees be suspended as it relates to Senate File Number 2677.
Representative Winkler.
Madam Speaker, members, we have a 12-hour rule for taking up conference reports. This motion is to suspend the rules and waive that restriction. I understand that this is a bipartisan motion, but I'm not sure which bipartisan member is going to talk to it.
The member from Stearns, Representative Damon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I would recommend a green vote.
All those in favor of the Winkler motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails.
Conference can report on Senate File Number 2677, an act relating to unemployment insurance. The report is addressed to the Honorable David J. Osmick, President of the Senate, the Honorable Melissa Hortman, Speaker of the House of Representatives. We, the undersigned conferees for Senate File Number 2677, report that we've agreed upon the items in dispute and recommend as follows. The report is signed by 5 of the 5 senators and 3 of the 5 House members on the Conference Committee. Pelowski moves that the report of the Conference Committee on Senate File Number 2677 be adopted and that the bill be repassed as amended by the Conference Committee.
I recognize the member from Winona who will explain the Conference Committee report.
Madam Speaker, I move that we adopt the Conference Committee report, or would you like me to go directly to the explanation?
As you wish, sir.
Why don't we adopt the Conference Committee report, and then I'll go to the explanation.
All those in favor of the Pelowski motion to adopt the Conference Committee report, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The report is adopted. The clerk will give the bill its third reading as amended by conference.
Third reading, Senate File Number 2677, as amended by conference.
Third reading as amended by conference. Representative Pelowski to the bill.
Madam Speaker, 3 days ago you charged 5 members of the House to form a conference committee with the Senate and return to the House with the provisions that had been passed from the House. I am pleased to report to you today that we have been successful. We have returned with a conference committee report that is primarily the provisions that were passed by this body. We have $2.7 billion, the fully funded unemployment insurance account. We have $500 million for the frontline workers. This is $250 million more than was discussed last year and in January before session. We have $190 million for the governor for ongoing COVID response. And in the discussions of the bill and in the conference committee, we have very strict guidelines on how the governor can spend that money and that the House and Senate have the ability to override it. Madam Speaker, I do have to thank you for your negotiating skills, particularly with a former student of mine in the Senate, and then with the governor. You spent about most of the last 2 days negotiating with both of them, and we would not be here today unless you had won out in those negotiations. Madam Speaker, we're at a point in this session where this is going to be the first significant conference committee passed by the body. Passing this, I think, will clear the way for other conference committee reports to come before us. This is essential. We need to replenish that account. We don't need to have a tax on businesses, particularly after a pandemic. We also have the, I think, obligation to make sure that we take care of the people who were on the front lines during the pandemic and supporting ourselves and our families and risking their own lives when we had a 100-year pandemic before us. Madam Speaker, this is a unique conference committee report. I would suggest we might not see another one like it for another 100 years. We have other individuals who are going to speak today. I want to make sure that if you would recognize Chairman Knorr next. It was his committee that also worked on this, and he was an integral part last night. And then we have 3 other members from the conference committee who I think should be up before we have a general discussion. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Noor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me begin by saying thank you, Madam Speaker, for your leadership, for your foresight and fortitude and your focus. We're here today because of the work that you have paved the way to support businesses and to support workers. Madam Speaker, on behalf of my colleagues, I want to say thank you. I also want to thank the Senate conferees, Chair Pratt, Rarick, Kiffmeyer, Kent, and Putnam. I also wanted to thank my colleagues in the House, Chair Pelowski, Fraser, Emma, myself, and Representative Baker. We were tasked to do one thing: to do the right thing for the workers and to do the right thing for the employers. Members, unemployment insurance benefits are part of safety net in Minnesota and are intended to help eligible workers pay their rent and utilities, food and nutrition, childcare and healthcare, and monthly needs. It provides economic security for individuals and families. This is meant to support employers or workers who are laid off on no fault of their own. It's also meant to stabilize the economy, especially when we had the pandemic. So at the beginning of the pandemic, the balance on the UI Trust Fund was about $1.6 billion. We had a healthy balance at that time. As I've explained previously, when the economy is expanding, the balance is high. When we deal with the pandemic or recession, when the economy is contracting, the balance goes low. So the system for the UI is set to go up and down what we call self-correcting system. And there's mechanism within the law so that the balance can be adjusted. Members, as you recall, at the beginning of last year, we passed Senate File 192. We provided direct relief to the employers so they don't see an increase on their UI payments or tax rates. The first thing we did was to remove any increase on their experience rating, which will have been more than double, triple for many employers. At the same time, we held the taxable wage to $35,000. That meant a significant saving at the upfront, but also it led to an increase on the negative balance that we have today. As of today, we have a little bit over $1.4 billion debt. And we have almost $13 million interest that is accruing at $60,000 a day, almost $60,000 a day. Members, as we look through this process, we wanted to make sure that we replenish the UI Trust Fund. So what we did, we took the amount from the state fiscal federal recovery funds, and we also added $400 million from the general fund. The reason being that paying the $1.4 billion and the requirement for the UI Trust Fund balance to be more than or equal to 0.75% of the total covered wages. This is about $1.3 billion. This will ensure that the base tax rate remains at the lowest level at 0.1%. Members, also, this will ensure that there is any additional assessment. It will ensure that there is any special assessment going forward, not only for this fiscal year, but also for next year as employers are paying their trust fund. While we're looking at that, we also avoided the future tax credit reduction, which will have automatically kicked in next year. This is a big win not only for the employers, but also for the workers. This bill, Madam Speaker and members, is to set us on the right path, to make sure that we value not only the employers, but also the workers. The small amount that we're providing for the frontline workers is something that is a starting point. I want to assure you that this is not the end, especially for the UI, for the hourly school workers, which is no longer in this bill. We will continue to have that conversation, and I look forward for your support because we have had from them for a long time. We can't leave anyone behind, as we have done in many times. So this is a moment for us when we come back, and a promise from the Senate to look into that legislation so that we can once and for all take care of the hourly school workers. But we also want to make sure that if we have a pandemic ongoing while we're in the endemic stage, that we do not have to come back to a special session and allocated the $190 million for the administration so that they can address and manage COVID-19 pandemic. So, Madam Speaker, this is a good day. It's a big win for the workers. It's a big win for the businesses. And I urge everyone in this chamber to vote green. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to echo what my colleague said about this team, about where the House has been and where the House leadership has been since we started session. And frankly, this bill is now over a year of getting here. Last year, when we came out of session, we made a commitment to frontline workers that we would ensure that we recognized what they did to protect the health and the safety and keep our state going. We made a commitment that we would distribute that $250 million, and it is now over a year late. And what I am glad we're doing in this bill is we are coming back and we are honoring that commitment. When this bill went to conference, it reflected our position. It reflected the majority position that we will not pick and choose, that in Minnesota, especially with a $10 billion surplus, we can take care of workers and we can take care of businesses, and we can do both. Just to remind you, and it wasn't that long ago, but it feels like forever ago, on Monday, we passed a bill that had, for the folks who said the urgent priority was refilling the UI trust fund, it had $2.7 billion, the full request. For the folks who have over a year, and particularly those frontline workers who've been in our capital and the folks who've been fighting, it had $1 billion so that all of those 660,000 Minnesotans would get a $1,500 check. That's now a year late. And it took care of those hourly school workers who have been waiting for 80 years to have access to the unemployment insurance program that has provided the security for most of our workers, and particularly in the last 2 years, a lifeline. That was our position, and that's what we went in to fight for. And the Senate majority's refusal to take care of those workers is how we ended up with this bill. It's lopsided. Just look at the numbers. It's $2.7 billion for our businesses and particularly focused on our biggest businesses. Millions of dollars to Target, to Amazon, to Walmart, probably not enough to our small businesses. $500 million for frontline workers. That's a 5-to-1 ratio. And what I think is most important is looking at how it reflects our lopsided economy. The priorities of our biggest businesses are fully taken care of. That's who we're taking care of. But who are we leaving behind? In this bill, we entirely leave behind those hourly school workers. Those folks who are driving your kids, who are taking care of and making sure that all Minnesota kids have nutritious lunches, the folks who are providing one-to-one care to students with disabilities, those workers who are the lowest paid workers in many cases in our schools and still don't have access to this system. It's just not right, and it's really unfair. But it is really important that those workers, those frontline workers, get what we have promised them. And also, session is not over. And so I hope, and what I hope coming out of conference, is that we vote for this bill today, but we remember who we took care of and who we are leaving behind. Because I hope when session is over, those 62,000 workers are in our package, and we finally end that unfairness. I hope you'll join me, and I know that it'll take the Senate, it'll take the governor, and it'll take our caucus continuing to fight the way we have fought for this. So, members, I'm going to vote for this bill today, but I know we have unfinished business in this bill and in this chamber, and I look forward to doing that work.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chair Pelowski, thank you for your work on this bill. Chair Noor, thank you for your work on this soon-to-be bill that we're going to pass out of here. And Representative Greenman, thank you for your fight for those school workers that are not included in this. Much of what has been said is what I would repeat here, but I'm not going to repeat it. This bill is uneven, and Representative Greenman spoke to the folks that have been left out. We know that UI can be a lifeline for families. And there are thousands of Minnesotans that are not able to access UI like every other worker in this state. And that's unfortunate. It's unfortunate because I think as legislators, we should always have the mind frame that we're not going to leave anybody behind, that we're not going to exclude anyone. And currently we have done that. But Representative Greenman was right. This session is not over yet. We still have time to make sure that we make those workers eligible to access UI, to have access to something that could be sustaining for them and their families. The $750 average check that workers are likely to get from the $500 million we have, that's real money. And it's real money because I grew up in a family of essential workers, many low-wage workers. $750 would be a big deal. Sometimes it'd be larger than a take-home check. It could buy gifts, groceries, have a birthday party that a kid may not be used to, pay a doctor bill. It's a big deal. It's going to be impactful. So I'm happy about that. I'm not happy about the unevenness of this bill. I'm not happy about who's left out of this bill. But I am happy that we're going to be able to deliver for workers, even though it's taken us some time to do it. We're going to be one of the leaders in the country. We're going to be one of the states that's leading on giving our essential workers pay in this country. We could have been one of the top leaders on this if we'd have taken care of this a year ago. With that said, I will be voting yes for this, and I urge the members in my caucus to vote yes as well. And I'm glad we've done this for workers. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to just ask Representative Noor a question if he would yield.
He will yield. Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Noor, and all the colleagues who worked on this. I'm really pleased to see it get to this point, but I do have a question. I was under the impression that as you've stated, that these additional assessments will not be assessed on businesses. But this morning when I was driving in, I heard Commissioner Grove on the radio state that he advises businesses to pay what they were assessed now and expect that they will be made whole. So my businesses, some of them already paid the tax and they know to expect a refund, but some of them have been wondering if we're going to get this done by tomorrow, and would they still need to pay that? So I'm just looking for clarification on the record. I did reach out to DEED and I have not had a response from them since I emailed them this morning. So if businesses have been waiting for us to get this done and they are now knowing this is coming, do they still need to pay those additional assessments that they received and then wait for the refund, or can they not pay that and go with what it would be without the special assessments and wait for maybe DEED will recalculate it? The bill language, which I've read, is just not clear on this point. It says the department will either credit or refund each employer, but it doesn't really give guidance how to handle it if you haven't paid yet. Thank you.
Representative Noor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Robbins, I think if you look at subdivision 5, that's much clearer for the employers by waiving penalties and interest if they haven't paid. So that section clearly is a guidance for those who may not have paid on time. And for those who have already paid because the the payment were required prior to that. So I just wanted to confirm that's the question that you're asking, because we have included the language for credit, refund, and also waiver of any penalties and interest. So any employer who is going to see this bill passed, hopefully we can pass the bill first. This is not the law yet, and then once the governor has signed, it becomes the law and the employers can take advantage of that. Since I already have the mic, I forgot to thank all the staff members who really worked on this issue, because they were working day and night to take care of this bill. So thank you.
Representative Robbins.
Thank you for that clarification, Representative Noor. And just to clarify then, if people don't receive a recalculation from DEED of their assessment, they still need to pay the original assessment by May 31st, and penalties will be waived.
If he will yield, he will yield. Representative Noor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That's right. I think the fees and penalties that are, we have already waived under subdivision 5, and that applies for anyone who has not paid. But if they pay, they get a credit, meaning that it's going to be applied for the next quarter, or they may get a refund if they've paid beyond the required amount, because someone may have reached the maximum required of the $38,000 taxable wage in the first quarter, meaning that they'll pay the entire amount based on the rate increases. So that individual will be able to receive a refund, and based on my conversation, I think it may take 2 to 3 months for the department to do the recalculations and do that work. So let's make it easy for them. Let's send this bill to the governor's desk today, and we can take care of all businesses.
Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate that clarification, and I do hope DEED will put out a statement that makes this crystal clear for business owners, because I know some people are sitting on tens of thousands of dollars that they weren't sure they would still have to pay by tomorrow, and now it looks like they will have to pay it by May 31st. Granting that the penalties will be waived, but it's still a cash flow issue, and I'm just looking to DEED to please clarify this very soon. Thank you.
The member from Goodhue, Representative Haley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members. I also, as a leader of this caucus, want to thank Chair Noor. I serve on the Jobs Committee with you. Thanks for your work on this. Thank you, Representative Greenman. Thank you, Representative Frazier. Thank you to the people on our team that work on conferees, Representative Baker, and the folks on our Job Committee, and our lead, Representative Hamilton. And to our leadership on both sides of the aisle, Leader Stoughton, New Brindley, and Leader Hortman. And to the governor and our Senate colleagues. This is tough work, but we landed the plane. When we came into this, we left last session, we made a promise to healthcare workers and long-term care workers and any of those folks that stood up in the early days of the pandemic without appropriate PPE and stood up to help Minnesotans who were ill from COVID-19. And we came into this session also with a promise to businesses that we would hold them harmless when they were forced to shut down and keep their employees at home. And fundamentally, it's been those two promises from government to our constituencies that we have been trying to work out these past 5 months. This is what Minnesotans expect of us. And I'm proud to stand up in this chamber and say that we got it done. This is problem solving. This is working across our political differences. This is doing the right thing, and this is leadership. So thank you to all my colleagues for doing the tough work. We landed the plane today. This is a good bill for all of the job creators across Minnesota and for all of their employees, all of those families who are hardworking and show up every day. We are a phenomenal state of people and job creators and families. And I believe this is a good bill for all of them. Please vote green.
The member from Candy Ojai, Representative Baker.
Thank you, members. Again, as I was honored to sit on the conference committee as well, thank you, Speaker, for placing me on that with your trust, and Leader Dowd for having me kind of step in. As a small business owner, this is a good day for our huge concern about the unemployment insurance premiums that we pay every quarter to make sure that our employees have that fund when the economy could possibly take a turn like we saw in March of 2020. Today, we're fulfilling a promise that we made to those folks. We're not holding them we're holding them harmless for something that was completely out of their control. And I'm really, really proud that today we finally have a bill that we can all get behind and support to refill to that level the unemployment insurance trust fund needed to be at to make sure we could hit the restart button and now let our natural work and the natural economy work its way through. When they go up, it goes up the right way, and it comes down when the economy is expanding or contracting, as it has done. It has been a great program for many, many years. Again, the frontline worker pay, it's double what it was. It is long overdue. Our employees needed this. The list of industries here are expansive and well covered. I think our DFL colleagues did a good job trying to find out what are those industries. The biggest problem I think we're going to have is, did we get that right? That is going to be tricky. And we asked a lot of questions last night when we were working through the details, is who is going to be clearing this up when it comes to what about me and what about this industry? And I want to make sure that we hold our agencies accountable. The Department of Labor and Department of Economic Development had assured us last night it is a huge project ahead of them. And I am cautiously optimistic that they can do this. But we need to make sure that we communicate in our own communities about how people need to, when the program is stood up, apply for this program to make sure that the vetting system can make sure that everybody that is deserving of this is not missed. And again, the third part of the bill that nobody really has talked about here is the LCRC changes that were made to keep $190 million in the fund for ongoing COVID issues that still may crop up. We still have testing issues, PPE things that come up. We have to keep our eye on this, and so we've left money here. And again, the agreement with leadership to make sure that one of our bodies could say, stop for a minute, we don't like this. This was a very important part of this bill that gave us the ability to put that control or our body's strength like it is today on every other bill that we do. When one of the bodies don't want to move forward on something, it doesn't happen. And that's important about this bill. I think that was a very important part of this negotiating process that worked out really, really well. So again, it was mentioned earlier, businesses, I hope that you get 36 different ways that the state of Minnesota will communicate to you to make sure you communicate to your employees if you fall under that industry zone for this bill, so that our employees get an easy way to make sure that they have a application form and put in front of them. They can apply for this. We want it to be an easy process. We hope and we trust our agencies are going to do this because we are spending $11 million for a vendor to make sure this happens. So whether it's going to be a debit card, a check refund, an automatic deposit into your checking account, they're still working those details out. But it's our responsibility as policymakers to take this information back to our communities to make sure our employers know what they need to do. And for the folks that are not working, some are not working today because they couldn't work in a location because of changes in policy. Everybody that worked in this industry during that period of time, March of 2020 through the end of June 2021, and they fall within those parameters, should apply for this if those industries are there, whether they're working for somebody or not. So I want to make sure that we cover as many people as we possibly can. But the bottom line today, members, is we got to a really important moment in this session. We can all take a deep breath. The several weeks leading up to today was getting more edgier and a little bit more heightened about the frustration that both of us were feeling. And again, I thank the leaders to help us get the overarching big numbers figured out, and we could work on the details into the late evening hours last night. But we got it today because today was a really important day that we promised we would get this done. It's not a perfect bill, and we've got to make sure that we do not let perfect get in the way of a really good thing. So this is a win for Minnesota. It's how we can get things across the finish line. Thank you for being a bipartisan body today. I sure hope we can get a lot of green votes on the board today, members. Let's take this win home, and then let's come back next week, and let's get the rest of our work done that we have to get done. So thank you so much for, again, hearing this out, and hope for a green vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any further discussion? The member from Wabasha, Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. I heard what Representative Baker said about not letting the imperfect get in the way of the not being imperfect getting in the way of a good thing, or however you said that. I understand that, Representative Baker. It's a big deal. It's a very big deal. I'm reading Article 3 of the bill, and I just have some more questions about it. I wonder, Representative Pelowski, if you would be willing to help us better understand the way that Article 3 functions. I was reading the article, I've read it over, I've read Session Law Chapters 71 and 81 and tried to understand exactly how those interface with the new language that's in the bill under Article 3. There's language in there that says a commission may approve or disapprove proposed expenditures without a public meeting. And I'm wondering, and it says, of course, somebody can send in their vote, if you will, is what it appears to me to be and to say. I struggle with the fact, members, that we even have done this in the past, and I would like to see us not do this in the future, and we're doing it here in this bill with $190 million of the people's money. $190 million. And that is the pause, Representative Baker, that it gives me, and your words are on target. I understand that. But as we're here, I need to ask these questions. So, Madam Speaker, if Representative Pelowski would yield.
He will yield. Representative Pelowski.
Madam Speaker, Representative Drazkowski, this section of the bill was discussed at some length last night, and if I can't answer your question appropriately, I'm going to defer to Chairman Knorr. The language that's in the bill is language that has been used primarily before, and I think it reestablishes a balance between the executive branch and the legislative branch on how this money can be spent. Over the course of the pandemic, we have had the executive branch primarily in charge of most of the spending of the money that has gone through the federal government and through the legislature. This procedure that's outlined here would be, for the first time, we would have the House and the Senate, one or the other, that could negate that. Beyond that detail, I will defer to Chairman Knorr, because I believe the language was discussed at length in his committee.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wonder if Chairman Knorr would be willing to share what he knows about that. Chair Knorr, one of the additional questions I didn't ask, as I prefaced Representative Pelowski yielding, was in Chapter 71 Session Law, or 81, I don't remember which, it did mention that after a certain date, the balance goes back to the general fund. I don't see that in this language in the bill, so I'm wondering what is operative in terms of that. If between the governor's desire to spend this $190 million and this commission's approval of that, if there is money left over, what is the disposition of that, and what would the date be of that?
Representative Knorr.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think if you look at Section 1, this funding is available from May 23, 2022 until February 15, 2023. So that aligns when we are in session, so that the funding that we're authorizing here will go back. This is only one-time appropriation, and if you look at line 13, page 9, it's available until March 31, 2023. Anything that is not spent beyond that, as the way that I understand this section, the money will revert back to the general funds. And quite frankly, the section that puts the guardrails is 3 members from the Senate can decide the expenditure is not authorized, or 3 members from the House have got the veto power to say any expenditure that is recommended by the administration can be stopped based on any conversation. And that's how this structure was negotiated by leadership, to make sure that there's accountability and there's also transparency.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Chair Knorr. And Representative Knorr, they did have that language. It was in the bill in 2020. If you look back at the session law language, it said specifically if the money isn't spent by this date, it goes to the general fund. Now, I don't see that in the bill. And so I don't know that that's clear at this point. I think it's likely a product of moving too fast, overrunning our headlights again, members. And I think that's what we have going on here. Members, Madam Speaker, I also struggle, I mean, let's be honest, what this appears to me to be is, this is the governor's piece of the people's money to spend in this bill. One article belongs largely to the Senate. One article largely belongs to the House, and this is a product of compromise. I understand that. I don't like it, Madam Speaker, but it is. And Representative Baker, I understand that. But we have $190 million in this bill that's dedicated towards COVID-19 costs that are incurred between May 31st of this year, which hasn't even gotten here yet, and February 15th of next year, which is even further away from having gotten here yet. And I think, as a matter of fact, last time I checked, the peacetime emergency was over. And as I read this language, I didn't get a chance to talk to staff about this, and thank you for your help trying to understand it, Representative Knorr, but they do mention the peacetime emergency, or we did in 2020 in Chapter 71 and 81. We talked then about, in the grounding for this was the peacetime emergency. And so we have session law here that's going to be written, that's going to be referencing what passed then, and it talks about a standing peacetime emergency at that point. We don't have that now. And members, I don't know what that means. I don't know if we're referring to something that is no longer in effect, it appears. And what does that mean for the process and decision-making of this super committee of the Minnesota House and Senate? I don't know what the best term is, but it's, it's 10 members of the House and Senate or something like that. Trying to remember, yeah, it's 5 in each house. these are super legislators that we are giving this veto power to do or to not to do, after the governor says that he wants to spend $2.5 million, and we actually say in the language, it's okay if you don't have a vote. You can send something in via mail if you want. You can mail it in if something is over $2.5 million. Those are my struggles with the bill, but Representative Baker, I'm with you on what you said. I understand. But it's $190 million. Think about this, members. I think we went too fast on this one. I think we're going to have regrets. I may end up voting for the bill. But I think we went too fast. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Dakota, Representative Koznick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I rise with a little bit of appreciation for the work that's been done here. Representative Pelowski has been, along with others, but him in particular, I'd like to point out, has been consistent in saying that we needed to replenish the unemployment trust fund for our Minnesota families. And about 5 months ago, before session started, there was kind of broad agreement that that was a priority of this legislature. And unfortunately, now, kind of at the 11th and a half hour, we finally are here. But there's a variety of other spending that's included and tagged onto this, and I think that should concern us. I know many of you that I've talked to have shared that concern. And we should support replenishing the UI account for the employers that contributed to that fund for their workers. But as we look at an uncertain economy, rising inflation, and even hints of an oncoming recession, we do need to have a secure unemployment trust account ready and available for Minnesota families that might need that. That trust account was drained through no fault of the employers that had to shut down their businesses and unfortunately lay people off. So it's a good thing that we had those benefits there, but it wasn't the workers or the employer's fault. So I'm glad we're doing that today. Replenishing the fund with federal dollars even makes sense, so I appreciate that. Using some general funds is unfortunate but necessary to get that trust fund back to where it was pre-pandemic. And so by passing this today, and I think it will pass, I'm glad that we're avoiding the long-term additional taxes on our job creators, allowing businesses to reinvest in their employees and their businesses, even in this uncertain economy that we're heading to. But friends, I'm concerned that adding $500 million in payments, what that will do to further add to inflationary pressure, how that will add to our economy and add more problems into our supply concerns. And we certainly are grateful and thankful for those that had to work differently and harder in the last couple years as laid out in this bill. But as I have talked to neighbors, friends, and every single family had to work harder and differently and under more stress, and we were all impacted. We are all in this together. At the beginning of the pandemic, that was kind of the rally call. We're all in this together. We're not sure what we're going to face, but we're going to stand together and figure our way through it. And it sounded good. But without rehashing the well-known policy controversies of shutdowns, mandates, fines, lockdowns, curfews, this bill is offering preferred sectors bonus pay, but not all. This is not, we're all in this together. I listened to the conference committee last night, and the logistics of $500 million in bonus pay needs more work. We can have differences on the policy and the amount, of course, but the logistics need to be sound and better. There's concerns with creating a new software system or purchasing a software system to administer these payouts, whether they're going to be sent out on a bank transfer, sent out on a check, or maybe even getting a little debit card. And who's to know if you're actually qualify for the bonus pay? And who's going to notify people? Those details are a little fuzzy right now, and it wasn't just because it was late at night. I think if you look at the bill and ask some honest questions, I'm not sure DEED has all the details figured out yet, and they should. And while there is an urgency to repay the trust fund for the unemployment benefits, this part needs more work, the bonus pay, and we don't have to do those together. I have been here in a short little 8 years, so I'm not naive on how things operate. And Madam Speaker, you're looking at me. I appreciate the efforts and your policy positions holding and getting this to where it is. But we don't need to do this together combined when it's not quite ready. And so I think a better and a preferred method of bonus pay, if you will, would be permanent tax reform. And I have not seen that yet this session. And I'm not optimistic that we will see that this session. And so, members, I have a variety concerned with the overall proposal, but I am grateful that the unemployment trust fund will be paid. I think this bill will pass, but it will pass without my support today.
The member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Koznick, I probably dovetail a lot on what you said. There's positives and negatives to this, obviously. But I'm wondering if Representative Knorr, Chair Knorr, would yield to a couple of questions, please.
He will yield. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Knorr, did the governor specify what sorts of things, specific things he might want to or need to spend the $190 million on?
Representative Knorr.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think, Representative Scott, if you look through the way that the LCRC was set up, which is the Legislative COVID Response Commission, there were specific parameters that were set up, and I think if you look back in how some of the funding was spent, were particularly based on the need that was rising up. For example, when there was a need in the nursing homes, the governor was able to spend some of the funding through the LCRC. And quite frankly, the way that this bill is set up, it's supposed to address COVID-19 management costs that will occur between the end of session until February 15, 2023. So that's much clearer. And with the two bodies, which is the Senate and the House, being involved in that process helps guide the governor and the administration in how to spend that funding.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Knorr, for that answer. I do have also some questions and some concerns about one of the things that Representative Koznick alluded to, and just how we're going to verify and qualify people for the frontline worker pay. And one of my biggest areas of consternation and question is, how will you verify the 120 hours of employment and whether or not a worker had the option of working from home or not? Now, for nurses and people in healthcare that have to have that direct patient contact, that's going to be easy to answer. But for others, it may not be as easy. And so are you pointing to someone else, Representative Knorr, of who'd ask that? Madam Speaker?
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I guess that question goes to Representative Frazier, if he would yield.
He will yield. Representative Frazier.
Representative Scott, we did have this discussion last night during the conference committee, and Department of Labor and Industry that will be working to verify these individuals that apply. They are working on a process to do that, to guardrails around fraud, but also definitely to make sure that the individuals that apply for these are actually eligible. They talked about their processes last night and how they do that, and I trust in our agencies to make sure that they prevent any type of fraud and make sure that folks are actually verified and eligible for the resources that they're going to receive.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Frazier. When the bill came through, your standalone bill, Representative Frazier, came through to the floor, I had some concerns, and one was that, I think I actually had amendments for these two things, but one was that the name and the amount that the person received would be public, and that there would be sunlight on this, so that it's easier to prevent fraud, or harder to prevent fraud when something like that is there. And also, I had an amendment that the Office of the Legislative Auditor would be doing an audit next February or March, and they said at that time that they would have the time to do it, but not until then. So, so I'm just wondering, Representative Frazier, what your thoughts are, particularly on an OLA audit of this program, post-program. Thank you.
Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Scott, we do have the language encouraging the OLA to do an audit on this, on the program, so that is in there. We did honor that. I said we would take care of that. We do have that language in there. In regards to this, you do the happy dance, I like that. In regards to the sunshine piece, again, I talked about, I thought it was important to make sure we have transparency. We do have the reports that have to be given to the legislator and provided within 90 days after the program has paid out the resources. So that is in there as well for the transparency pieces. And again, I'll go back to what the Department of Labor and Industry spoke to last night when they spoke to what their processes that they're putting in place to ensure that there's no fraud and transparency. And also there is language that allows for the Department of Labor and Industry or the Department of Revenue to go back and claw back money if they find that there has been anyone that's been given the money that is actually ineligible for those resources. So we tried as best we could to make sure that we were answering and addressing the things you and I were able to talk about a couple of times. So, yeah.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Frazier, for that. I appreciate that. And, well, members, those are my concerns. It's not a perfect bill, that's for darn sure, but I appreciate everyone being in, that was involved in making this come together. I appreciate everyone's efforts and the conference committee staying up till midnight and so forth to get the deal done. And I hope and pray everything runs smoothly on both ends of this deal. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Washington, Representative Frankie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I look at this bill and this compromise as us living up to our word to small businesses and our word to those who kept us safe and healthy, the ones who helped keep our businesses propped up. I just want to say that there are concerns with this bill, but I'm just happy that it's moving forward. And on the behalf of small businesses and the people who kept them going, thank you. Thank you to the leadership. Thank you to everybody who came together to do this compromise and take care of what we need to take care of. So got to get back to work here and listen to you guys. Let's get this moving forward, get it to the governor, and let's get this taken care of. Vote green. Thank you.
The other member from Washington, Representative Jurgens.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And actually, that's one of the things I was going to talk about. I'm glad that Representative Frankie chimed in, and especially doing it over video. We hear a lot about this, how it's benefiting the large businesses, but what we don't hear enough about is businesses like Keith Frankie's. He's not sitting in that chair today because he has his laptop set up next to his fryer and his griddle at the Park Cafe so that he can keep his business running and still participate in this process. Those are the types of businesses that we need to benefit, or we need to take care of. Representative Haley said that we're landing the plane, and we are. But that plane has been circling the state of Minnesota for 74 days, burning $50,000 worth of fuel every day. $50K a day is the interest we've been paying because we didn't address this UI trust fund problem earlier. There's no reason why we had to delay this. This should have been done in February. Better late than never, maybe, but there's no reason that the businesses were held hostage again this session by this body, wondering what are we going to do to help them or hurt them or not knowing what their cash flow situation is going to be like because their issue gets tied up in political games. That's not fair to them. So better late than never, but it shouldn't have been this long. And I do have a follow-up question if Representative Frazier would yield for a question on the frontline worker pay.
He will yield. Representative Jurgens.
Just a little clarification from Representative Scott's question. I heard from a constituent of mine who may or may not be my daughter, but regarding the 120 hours that a worker must work and the eligibility regarding whether or not they have the ability to telework or not. A lot of businesses required their employees to come in maybe a day or two a week, and they were alternating workers so that they would be safer. So some days we're in the office working with the customer, some days they were able to telecommute. Is it your understanding that if they worked a total of 120 hours in person, that they would then be eligible for the frontline worker pay?
Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Representative, for that question. The answer to that question is yes. If they can testify to or attest to or show that they worked 120 hours within the time frame of the eligibility requirements, they would then also qualify for the resources. It has to be 120 hours working in person outside your home in close proximity with someone other than your family members. Yes.
Representative Jurgens.
Okay, so even though that they had the ability to telecommute some days, the 120 hours total within that time frame would qualify them. That's all I have. Thank you.
Any further discussion to the bill? Representative Pelowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My final comments will continue in the vein of a thank you. I want to thank particularly Senator Pratt. Senator Pratt had invited me to be the co-author of the bill in February at a press conference, and since I tend to only hold a press conference once every decade, I violated that this session, but I think it was for a good cause. I also want to thank Representative Dowd, Representative Haley, who were also at the press conference. That started us on this path, and granted, it did take some time, but we finally did get here. And then to you, Madam Speaker, you negotiated with Senator Miller, who's from Winona. You put Representative Pelowski in charge of the conference committee. He's from Winona. So it was two Winona people against you and Governor Walz. And I think we all did a very good job. I hope everyone votes for the bill.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. Members, please vote.
Okay.
Will the clerk please call the names of the members who've not yet voted?
Ackland.
Ackland, yes.
Ackland, aye. Davids.
Davids, aye.
Davids, aye. Hamilton.
Hamilton, aye.
Hamilton, aye. Houseman.
Houseman, aye.
Houseman, aye. Hertos. Hertos. Keel.
Keel, aye.
Keel, aye. Katiza Watun.
Katiza Batun, aye.
Katiza Watun, aye. Mason.
Mason, aye.
Mason, aye. Mortensen.
Mortensen, no.
Mortensen, no. Murphy. Murphy. Nelson N.
Nelson, and aye.
Nelson N. I. Poston.
Poston, yes.
Poston, I. Sandsted.
Samstead, yes.
Sandsted, I. Stevenson.
Stevenson, aye.
Stevenson, I. Thompson.
Thompson, aye.
Thompson, I. Zhang Ti. Zhang Ti. Hertos. Excused. Murphy. Murphy. Zhang Ti.
Zhang Ti, aye.
Zhang Ti, aye. Murphy. Murphy votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 124 ayes and 5 nays, the bill is repassed as amended by conference and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is Senate File 2673. The clerk will report the bill.
Senate File number 2673, number 2 on the calendar for the day, an act relating to public safety, the third engrossment.
There is an amendment at the desk to insert the House language. Representative Mariani, or the clerk will report the amendment.
Mariani moves to amend Senate File number 2673, the third engrossment as follows, and the amendment is coded DEA 4608.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Mariani.
Madam Chair, I will make the appropriate motion to shape this bill in alignment with that Senate file number.
All those in favor of the member from Representative Johnson. Representative Johnson, we don't usually debate the author getting the bill in the shape they'd like. Representative Johnson.
Madam Speaker, I know it's usage and customs that we do not debate this at this point, but public safety is a serious issue. I just wanted the members to be aware that I sent out 5 letters about this bill earlier today to everybody's email. 2 of the letters were a letter of support for the Senate House file, which is what we are removing. The Minnesota Chiefs of Police and the Sheriff's Association and the Minnesota Peace and Police Officers Association, who represent all the vast majority of peace officers and corrections officers across this state, all supporting the Senate version of this bill, which is the language we're going to remove on this amendment. There's also 3 other letters, again from Minnesota Peace and Police Officers Association, Minnesota Sheriff's Association, and the Minnesota Chiefs Association, all opposing the language we're about to put on. And what's even more concerning is the other letter I sent out from the Commissioner of Public Safety, who does support a number of provisions of this bill, but he has also a lot of concerns on the language in this bill and a lot of the provisions. So members, I would suggest that we vote no on this. I'm not going to ask for a roll call. I'll let it be voice. But let you be aware that there is a lot of concern with this bill. Chair Mariani, I hope this goes well today, and we'll see how things go.
All those in favor of the Mariani motion, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. To your bill, the member from Ramsey, Representative Mariani.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I do look forward to the debate today. I think it should be a good conversation, and I certainly want a full airing of whatever concerns anyone has, because I think this bill is a wonderful bill. It's a strong bill. It's a powerful public safety, corrections, judiciary, civil law bill that serves the people of Minnesota well. And we do that, members, by doing the most important thing that we are called to do as legislators, which is to provide for the public safety of our people. This bill proudly does that, and I proudly stand with it. It is my privilege to present it to you, the Minnesota House Public Safety Criminal Justice Reform and Judiciary Civil Law Omnibus Bill for 2022. What I want to do is just do a broad description of what we're doing in this bill, why we're doing it, why this bill is structured the way it is. I'll be asking Representative Frazier, Madam Speaker, to follow my comments with focusing on the very specific pieces related to public safety in the bill, and then Chair Jamie Becker-Finn of the Judiciary Civil Law Committee will present her dynamic omnibus bill that's been put together with this bill. Members, because I don't want to forget later, and I will if I hold off, I do want to express my gratitude and acknowledgement to several professionals who played key roles in the construction of my committee's important bill that advances public safety for our state. I thank our hardworking nonpartisan staff, Mr. Jeff Diebel, Mr. Ben Johnson, and Mr. John Walls for their expert legal and fiscal analysis work. Our committee pages, we don't always acknowledge our committee pages, but boy, you need them. Our committee pages, Jorge Mendoza and Neoma Jacana, are brilliant, hardworking young people who expertly make sure our committee is always best prepared to conduct our work. Some may know that Jorge is a student and an expert boxer and trainer. And that discipline, no doubt, has conditioned him well to endure the grueling work of committee hearings. Neuma is a Metro State student majoring in public safety. Hopefully, our committee work has contributed to her knowledge as she prepares herself for a professional career serving our people. Our committee legislative aide, Abdul Abdullahi, is a newcomer this year and has already proven his mettle as a sharp, diligent, and engaged professional, helping to keep us all together as we move through the fast pace of committee hearings. Our DFL researcher, Ms. Beth Fraser, is brilliant and an accomplished policy thinker and expert in connecting the dots for us of the statutory laws that we are engaged with. Her position had been expertly staffed through February by Ms. Ellen McDaniel, who took leave early in session as she became a new mother. True joy. Their counterpart is GOP researcher Mr. John Holquist, a solid professional with true integrity who I've had the privilege to have served with for many years. And of course, our indomitable, that's a word I don't think I ever get to use, our indomitable committee legislative administrator, Mr. Jamal Lundy. There aren't words big and deep enough to describe all that he powerfully brings to our work in pursuit of good public policy. Thank you to all of you. Members, the Public Safety Criminal Justice Reform Committee for 4 years now has centered its work on the belief that public safety matters. Public safety matters. And because it matters, we must use every tool possible to keep ourselves safe and build community. Every tool. It's pretty clear that we must get better on delivering on public safety. And the many voices we heard in our committee, from law enforcement to community activists, convinces me that we can be better. With the state helping our local cities, towns, counties, and tribal governments, we can be effective at minimizing crime and building strong communities. Frankly, however, that means we can't just only do the old things, like over-depending on peace officers to do it all, like accepting low clearance rates from their work that comes from under-resourcing them with the things that matter, like labs and forensics work, like pretending that youth workers, youth themselves, victims of crime, mental health co-responders, community organizers, small businesses don't have something to offer to solve criminal activity, that somehow they can't work effectively with peace officers. And members, as shown in the recent several reports on the major harmful misconduct of the Minneapolis Police Department, pretending that mistreating citizens doesn't lead to corroding the trust needed to call on local law enforcement and share info with them. Public safety is too important, members, to have anyone destroy it. We could choose to follow old, effective ways of doing public safety and pretend that none of these real things matter, but it does matter. The old way doesn't work. Any professional law enforcement person will tell you that. As a matter of fact, they did tell us that throughout our hearings. The St. Cloud police chief shared that we must do many things at once, from effective policing to effective youth engagement. It's those many things that this bill does. Members, we have to modernize how we do public safety, not live in the past. That's the power that lies at the heart of this bill and Representative Fraser's Public Safety Innovation Act. There is a powerful role the state must play to help locals innovate their practices so they can do the many things that work. This bill provides both guidance and major resources to locals to that end. Innovation means broad collaboration, bringing everyone to the table to problem solve, bringing the right tools to match up with each particular challenge. That means, for example, when a person is suffering a mental health crisis, we use co-responders trained in mental health intervention to respond to safety calls. It means that when a shooting erupts on a public sidewalk, as it did in front of my wife's workplace a few months ago, we make sure we have trained, licensed peace officers able to respond immediately. And we make sure our local police departments have the investigatory capacity to identify and apprehend those offenders before they do it again. An effective public safety is one where each community, whether in the Twin Cities metro or anywhere in greater Minnesota, has all the tools to prevent crime, to solve crime, and correct the harm caused by the crime. That's what this bill does with nearly $150 million dedicated to public safety through targeted grants. The bill doesn't throw state money at the challenge. It targets those resources. It targets state funds to prevent and solve. Prevent crime because we can't simply arrest our way out of crime. Our Minnesota Department of Public Safety Commissioner John Harrington, a former police chief, told us that, as did other police chiefs who testified in our committee this year. So this bill makes important appropriations for local electeds, to use all the expertise in their community to work on prevention and intervention. It targets state funds to solve crime, because without apprehending harm doers, they can harm again. Law enforcement professionals shared with us the dire straits they face with not enough capacity for investigations and forensics work. So this bill provides big appropriations to help law enforcement build their capacity to clear cases, to both identify harm doers and arrest them and bring them to justice. It even fast tracks a good chunk of those appropriations in order to meet the perennial challenges that warmer weather brings in the coming months. It targets state funds to correct the harm, because restoring those who are victimized, helping them restore themselves, makes for a stronger community. And strong communities can break cycles of violence. This bill makes permanent appropriations to support victims of crime. And it continues our movement to better professional accountability. A meaningful and strong accountability system centered on licensing standards is needed to end abuse, and this bill strengthens the state's ability to do that by providing better professional capacity at our post board, our Peace Officers Standards and Training Board. Let's be clear. Wrongdoing by those we trust with a part of our public safety only destroys public safety. A free and safe people cannot have that. Rep. Frazier will share more on the Public Safety Innovation Act and its $140+ million investment. In addition to the act, this bill makes a major new step in resourcing local law enforcement with a hefty body camera grant program for local entities. This bill has the state assume permanent storage duties for body camera video, alleviating the big expense for locals that it entails. The bill resources the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension to expand its forensics and investigations capacity so it can assist local law, public safety across the state. The bill funds a use of force training program through our higher education system. But I also want to share that this bill makes big investments in juvenile justice for intervention, prevention, and mental health wellness. It makes permanent investments, as I mentioned, in supporting crime victims and survivors. And this is historical, historic. It makes big investments in putting into place a better way to have the probation and community supervision work that our state deserves. One that helps offenders get right with society, break the cycle of harm doing, and become productive citizens. The counties who deliver much of this work came together for a year to redesign how that could be done, what new effective practices they can do, and recommended how the state can match local funding in a way that drives new practices. New practices. This bill adds new funding for counties. It increases that over the next 2 years as counties phase in the implementation of those new practices. The bill also makes a $10 million appropriation to the state opiate epidemic response grant program and targets it to greater Minnesota. It's a scourge that is hurting people across the state, and there are large parts of the state that simply don't have the resources to intervene and prevent. There are a number of other outstanding things that we make happen with this bill as we capitalize on the state surplus that we are blessed with. The bill provides for the Office of Legislative Auditor's recommended data infrastructure for the Department of Corrections. The bill funds a dynamic post-secondary and employment pathway program for those working through and past their incarceration. It creates the Office for Missing and Murdered Black Women and Girls. The bill increases funding for combating sex trafficking. It makes a permanent appropriation for local emergency preparedness work of all our counties' emergency management departments. This bill takes first steps of helping to replace our aged armor emergency radio systems. These are the systems that our locals, particularly in greater Minnesota, depend on to be able to coordinate in a timely and effective way when big disasters occur in their communities. It provides for a body armor grant program for firefighters and other EMTs. It implements the Clean Slate Act for automatic expungement of certain misdemeanors. And as we did last year with sexual assault crimes, this bill also increases penalties in areas where we had neglected to do so in the past. It does this for labor trafficking, which is often connected to sex trafficking, to domestic abuse, and to surreptitious filming, which is the gross violation using video to capture the images of others unsuspecting as they're disrobing in certain locales. This is a bold and muscular and smart bill. It doesn't make the mistakes of the past of just throwing money out. It makes targeted, evidence-based appropriations to build up the capacity of local government where public safety is primarily done, to be better and be effective. It respects law enforcement and expects better from it. It arms communities with the different tools it needs to keep us all safe and strong. I now turn to our Vice Chair, Madam Speaker, if you would call on Representative Frazier to explain the Public Safety Innovation Act components of this bill. Thank you.
Members, please take your conversations off of the House floor into the retiring room, the alcoves, or the rotunda. The member from Hennepin, Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for that broad overview. I thought you did a very good job laying out the reasons that we have the bill the way we do and how, moving forward, we are not following the policies, the old policies of the past that did not set us in a situation where we can have the best public safety system that we need to keep communities safe and ensure that they stay safe. You all may remember last session when we passed our omnibus bill off the floor. I said I voted for that bill, but I wasn't happy. I thought we hadn't gone far enough. I thought we hadn't been as bold and as ambitious as we could be during the moment that we're in. Well, we're still in that moment, and I knew we would be. We started to work on this bill nearly right after session ended last year. So it's been months in the making, the bill that we are providing to you today, the policies and the provisions within this bill, with the eye on data-driven, proven, effective policies and strategies that will create the best public safety systems for the state of Minnesota in our communities. And we're doing that by giving resources to our local communities to let them decide how to design their programs. They will apply for these resources, and it will be based on what they believe is best for their communities. We're not telling them what to do. We're giving them resources so they can do what they know is best. And what I'll say, and I don't talk about it much, I am a former city council member. So whenever the state wants to give resources, for me, when I was a city council member, we wanted those resources, and we wanted to be able to plan how we could use those resources. And this is what we're doing. We're giving the resources to our local governments, our counties, our cities, our local tribes, our law enforcement agencies, and we're saying, here are the resources. Here's a bit of guidance, but we want you to figure out what works best for your communities because you know your communities. And that's an important piece that I wanted to add there for anyone that's listening, and particularly for the members of this House to know that this is about local control and local entities putting together programs that are going to work for their communities to create the best public safety program possible for them. The chair mentioned that we have emergency community safety grants. These will be available right away once we pass this bill. So these resources will be available at $15 million for entities to apply for these summer months that are coming up. And this will be local governments, federally recognized tribes, law enforcement agencies, including tribal agencies, and multi-jurisdictional collaborations will be eligible to apply for resources available this summer. And at least half of these funds must be awarded to local and tribal governments. These funds can be used for reentry programs, victim services programs, homelessness assistance programs, mobile crisis teams, and embedded social worker programs. They also can be used to add non-law enforcement staff to free up officers for patrols or service calls. And that's important because what we've heard from some of our law enforcement groups and some of our rank and file officers and our police chiefs is that if we can free up some of our officers from some of the administrative work that they're doing, we can put those officers out in the community to do the work that is needed to keep our communities safe and to partner with community and connect with community to build trust. That is important. As I mentioned, data-driven targeted grants. What that means is this funding will specifically go to the 80 communities with the highest crime rates or highest growth in crime rates. This is important because we want to get resources to where they're needed. We don't just want to put money out there. We want the money and the funds to go directly to where they need it so we can address the issue right away. For our local community innovation grants, $55 million for this fiscal year and $30 million annually. That's important because we need to have continued funding for these grants, for sustained programs, and for those programs to grow as well. And we also have built-in evaluation systems and programs to make sure we can determine what's working and what's not working, what needs to be tweaked, what's working well so we can lean into it more, or we can make sure we scale it up, show those models to the rest of communities around the state and grow those programs and implement them in other places. Very important. We have local community policing grants. This is $15 million a year. These can be used for co-responder programs, hiring non-law enforcement personnel, again, to free up our peace officers to perform patrols or other response to service calls, and also to hire officers when we need to hire more officers. We also have local investigation grants. The chair mentioned that one of the issues that we have is that when crimes happen, we're not always having the resources we need to solve those crimes. And one thing I know, coming from a community when I was growing up, where there was a lot of crime is, we wanted the crimes to be solved. We did call our police, but there wasn't always a high solving rate. Folks weren't always being caught. Evidence wasn't always being collected. So the individuals that were doing harm, sometimes community peers, those individuals were still in the community and allowed to continue doing harm. We want to make sure that we equip our communities and law enforcement with resources to do the investigation, collect the evidence, so that we can prosecute those cases, take those individuals out of the community, hold them accountable, and keep our communities safe. And I will say another piece of that. In the community I grew up in, not only did we want community members that committed harm among us to be held accountable, we also wanted them to be rehabilitated and been put on a positive path back into the community. That's what we wanted. And we also wanted anyone that did harm to community members to be held accountable. And that also means if it's someone with a badge that has a sworn duty to protect and serve. And I gotta tell you, I haven't met one single officer that I've talked to that does not agree with that premise. That if someone violates that sacred oath to protect and serve, they should be held accountable. If they are not, it is a blight on the profession and it makes their job tougher. And they don't want that. That leads into another vital piece of the Innovation Act, and that is to build community trust, create accountability, and have transparency. And what local law enforcement will tell us, rank and file folks will tell us, chiefs will tell us, is that the more trust that you have with your community, the deeper connections that you have with your community, their jobs are easier because when something happens, someone will say something. Someone will give them information that will lead to finding evidence to solve the crime that happened in the community. But when that trust is lacking, it makes their jobs harder. So of course, we have built-in policies in here that will deal with addressing accountability. We're providing resources to the post board to allow them to have the investigators that they need so they can investigate if there's claims or reports of misconduct. Of course we're providing that. That's what's needed. It's a vital component. You can't do the other pieces that I talked about without having that trust. So we're providing those resources. And these things are absolutely in consultation with law enforcement, especially from the communities I come from, and other communities that we've had conversations with from people around the state of Minnesota. And the reason I say that is because it's important. Those 80 jurisdictions that are gonna be eligible, that is based on crime data. So this is around our state, and we must address things around this state. It cannot be focused on just one particular area of our state. And I feel oftentimes we tend to get into this debate and we focus on one particular area within our state when we have communities in need around this state. This bill addresses that, and I think it addresses it well. That is a brief overview. I'll stop there, Madam Speaker, and I'm looking forward to this debate because I believe right now we're still in this moment. Not only is the country watching us, the world is watching us. And we still have an opportunity to be a leader and create a model that could be duplicated around this country. We still have the opportunity, we just have to have the will to do it. Thank you.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know the public safety provisions are kind of the main show today, but I'm going to talk about data.
Just kidding, I won't start with the data portion of the bill. We have a really good bill here in our Judiciary, Finance, and Civil Law bill. From day one, my focus has been on liberty and access to justice for all, and that's really what we do in this bill. A relatively brief overview. So what we do is there's some additional funding for our courts at every level. I always have to point out that we are the ones who fund an entire third branch of government here in the Judiciary Committee, and we do take that seriously from both parties, our duty to do that. In addition, there are large increases for civil legal services, and I'm going to tell you why that number is large. Civil legal services serve people in every single county in our state. Every single person here has a constituent who has benefited from civil legal services. And right now we're at a crisis point with civil legal services where of the people who call or come to the door asking for help, only 45% of the people who are eligible are getting access to those services because they are so underfunded that they're turning away people who need help. We're talking about domestic violence cases, housing discrimination, access to, if you are a person with a disability and your Social Security benefits are denied, you try to figure that system out without help. And that's something that our civil legal services attorneys and staff do for people throughout our state. In addition, we have some increased funding for the Department of Human Rights, increasing investigative capacity, hate incident tracking, as well as doing outreach to communities so that we can build that trust and make sure people are reporting the things that are happening. In addition, we have an important provision, I think there's maybe 5 or 6 versions of this bill introduced, to eliminate the fees on court documents. I actually looked up a court document today that in previous years I would not have been able to actually look up that criminal complaint, and I was able to pull it up on my computer. Because of COVID, our courts speeded things up with making sure we all have access to documents online. We were worried they're going to start charging fees for that. Well, now we're going to make sure that those public documents are actually public and that everyone can access them for free online and in person at the courthouse. This bill also includes, now I will talk about the data part. This bill includes several things we've already passed off this House floor, as well as the student data privacy bill that Representative Feist has championed for a couple years now. Others have worked on that throughout the years. The student data privacy, protecting data about our students in a world where they're accessing apps online. Kids have computers and phones, and this is a way to better protect kids' data. And I do want to thank the members of the Data Practices Commission, maybe the nerdiest commission that we have, but this is something that passed unanimously out of that commission, which for folks who are unfamiliar is equal for Democrats and for Republicans, and we had unanimous support for this provision. As well as other things that we address in this bill have to do with government efficiency. Specifically, we authorize notaries to perform marriages. I know some folks are excited about that. Permanently allow for electronic filing of marriage licenses, and streamline post-divorce name changes for folks who need to take care of that. Finally, I guess I talked long enough that my computer went to sleep. Finally, I want to highlight the part of the bill that I am the most proud of. From the first day I found out that I would be chairing the Judiciary Finance Committee, my top priority has been to address the decades of underfunding of our public defense system. Minnesota has never even come close to adequately funding public defense, despite it being constitutionally mandated. The 6th Amendment clearly states that you have a right to an attorney if you're charged with a crime. Further, the U.S. Supreme Court has held that it is the responsibility of the states to provide that attorney if the defendant cannot afford one. This is very well settled law. Funding for public defense in Minnesota has not even come close to being adequate to meet minimum national standards. Despite the clear constitutional requirement that we do better, year after year, funding for public defense has been treated as just another line item in the budget for us to fight for. This year, we have an opportunity to change that. Our bill funds public defense, so we at least meet minimum national standards. With this surplus, we have an incredible opportunity to finally provide a constitutionally mandated right to our citizens that impacts our most basic freedom, a person's physical liberty. And we have bipartisan support and nearly unanimous vote for that public defense funding in our committee, as well as support in the Senate. The foundation of criminal law in the U.S. is based on the principles that a person is presumed innocent until proven guilty, and that a person has a right to an attorney. And with this bill, we make sure that those foundational rights are guaranteed to all of our citizens. Access to justice is the right of every single person and should not depend on how much money you make or how much wealth you have access to. I want to thank the members of my committee for helping us move this important work forward. We do get a lot of work done. I always tell folks I keep track of stats, and we move a lot of bills. We've passed a lot of bills off this House floor already, and I really appreciate the diligence of all the members of our committee. Also do want to thank our staff, especially because all of my staff this year is new. So I think that this also speaks to their great work to be able to do this without the years of experience. They have done an incredible job. Our all-female team of Bryn Sias, Michaela Brunner, and Beth Fraser, who does double duty in the Public Safety Committee. So just thank you, members. These articles are very important, as I've covered, and I look forward to further debate of the bill. Thank you.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Mariani moves to amend Senate File Number 2673, the third engrossment, as amended. The amendment is coded A15.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Mariani.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This is a author's amendment. It's mostly technical changes, most of them identified in our Ways and Means Committee, addressing a diversity of issues, corrective language around the construction of the Substance Abuse Task Force in the bill, language around family connections to those who are incarcerated, some important language that preserves access for some of the grant programs identified in Representative Fraser's bill that preserves access for law enforcement to the local co-responder grants as well as to the emergency community grants. And then there's clarifying language for the compliance review officers called for in the bill to make sure that we're talking about not just any major event, but those of civil unrest, involving civil unrest or a protest event. In other words, where there are First Amendment issues, clearly at play. So members, I'd appreciate your support on this technical amendment.
Any discussion on the A15 amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Moeller moves to amend Senate File Number 2673, the third engrossment, as amended. The amendment is coded A14.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Moeller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So this amendment, members, is in response to a Minnesota Supreme Court decision that came out earlier this week. The name of that case is State v. McReynolds. And that case deals with the interference with privacy statute. A woman had gone on a date with a man. He took videos unbeknownst to her and without her consent, videos of her naked in bed, and then he shared those videos with himself. He took it with her phone, then shared it on his phone. So she found out about it. She reported it to law enforcement. He pled guilty. The Court of Appeals upheld the conviction, but the Supreme Court reversed it based on the language in our current interference with privacy statute. And that statute is one that the Public Safety Committee had been looking at this year because Representative Miller had a situation in his district involving several young women who were surreptitiously recorded, and there was some of them couldn't be, those cases couldn't be prosecuted because the statute of limitations had run already in that situation. And so he introduced a bill, it is in this omnibus bill, to expand the statute of limitations for interference with privacy. But what this bill is doing is addressing this Minnesota Supreme Court decision, and I just want to briefly read from that decision. The Supreme Court said, admittedly, the result of the statute's plain meaning compels is oddly narrow in that a person does not violate the statute merely by using a recording device inside the same room as their target. It may even, as the state suggests, embolden stalkers to gain access to their victims' homes to record their victims, particularly to the extent that there is no other Minnesota statute that expressly criminalizes such conduct. So that is shocking, but the Supreme Court was basing that decision on how our language in our current statute is worded. And so this amendment closes that loophole, and for that reason, I would request a yes vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Discussion to the Moeller Amendment. The member from Isanti, Representative Johnson.
Madam Chair, members, this is a good amendment, and I want to thank Representative Moeller for bringing this forward. She beat me to the punch.
The member from Wright, Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Mueller. This was super quick. I think it was like 3 days ago or something that the Minnesota Supreme Court ruled, and this might be the fastest we've ever reacted to something like this. And I know you and I had some conversations just now in the alcove, and then earlier, a couple days, yesterday, I believe it was, and we talked about maybe doing another rewrite of this section, these sections of statute as well, because they are just a little bit out of step and a little bit out of date. And a little bit strangely construed and constructed. So I look forward to this just being kind of the first step in that direction, and we'll definitely do that. And I would encourage my members also to vote for this and look for more, because I believe we'll be working at a new section of statute to fix and modernize. So thank you, members, and we'll look forward to a yes vote.
Any further discussion on the Mueller Amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Feist moves to amend Senate File Number 2673, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A6.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Feist.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Minnesota Fusion Center, housed within the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, was organized 17 years ago. The Fusion Center's purpose is allowing participating agencies to share information about suspected criminal and terrorist activity. Through Fusion Centers, stakeholders collaboratively gather information, analyze data, and share information with the goal of fighting crime and terrorism locally, regionally, and nationally. The goal of this amendment is to create an annual reporting requirement for the Fusion Center to understand a few things. First, what type of activities are monitored? Second, what scale of information is collected? Third, what quantifiable benefit is there to this type of data collection and sharing? And lastly, to provide more clarity on the data sharing between state and federal agencies. This transparency is particularly important when it comes to government agencies gathering data on private citizens who may not have violated any laws. I worked on this amendment directly with the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, and they have confirmed that they don't see any issues with these reporting requirements as drafted, and I would ask for your support. Thank you.
The member from Wright, Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to thank Representative Feist for this amendment. And I also speak in favor, and I encourage members to support. I believe that Superintendent Evans is a top-notch professional. And I don't have concerns necessarily with him, but I have concerns with who might come after him. And as one who works in the cybersecurity field, I relayed a conversation, or recounted, I should say, a story from years ago to Representative Feist that I'll briefly share now. So as one in the cybersecurity field, it is our task to monitor what's happening everywhere else in an organization technology-wise. We're monitoring the laptops, we're monitoring the servers, we're monitoring all kinds of activity. And it was a very fair question over a decade ago that a member of the server team asked me, well, Eric, if you're watching us, who's watching the watchers? And that was a very fair question. Every single one of us needs to be held accountable, and we need to make sure that our activities are indeed lawful. And so that's why this amendment helps to ensure transparency and accountability. At the same time, we well know that in the age in which we live, there are incredible threats out there. And intelligence gathering and monitoring is needed. But because we know that government can, if abused, create a chilling effect and directly infringe on the civil liberties of law-abiding citizens, we need to make sure that there, again, is transparency and accountability. So, Madam Speaker, Representative Feist, thank you for this, and I, again, encourage a green vote.
Any further discussion to the Feist amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Raleigh moves to amend Senate File number 2673, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A11.
The member from Anoka, Representative Raleigh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The A11 Amendment represents an opportunity for us to address an issue that we've been reading about and hearing about recently. It requires the mayor and the city administrator of cities of the first class to complete a certified course in incident command management underneath what's called the National Incident Command System, or NIMS. We saw during the riots that happened in Minneapolis and other situations that are going on, and we've read about it in a couple reports that are coming out, and exactly like we saw when we hear from the Supreme Court about a decision or we read about incidents that are going on, we have the opportunity to address it. And a number of years ago, I was leading a team of responders up on the Red River Valley. And we were doing sandbagging operations, trying to save homes and trying to keep the river from cresting its banks. And I was literally standing ankle deep in frozen water, having spent about 9 hours up on the line. And an emergency manager from one of the counties up there came up and he said, "How you doing?" And I said, "I'm a little bit cold." And he said, "You know, one of the things that I want to tell you is now is not the time for us to be planning this. We're executing on the plans that we've put together in the past." And that got me very curious, and it led me to ask a lot more questions. And I got involved in NIMS, got involved in emergency management, and it eventually led me to going back to college and receiving a degree in emergency and disaster management. And so as I took a look at the report that came into the Public Safety Committee, I started looking at it with a critical eye from the standpoint of what can we do to better prepare our elected officials at the city level to be able to understand how to respond to these emergencies. And what we're looking to do here is I'm going to suggest that we use ICS 700.b. That's going to be my personal suggestion on this one. And what it does is it's intended for a wide audience of personnel, which includes government executives, private sector and non-governmental leaders, and so forth, including governors, mayors, tribal leaders, city and county officials, and other individuals with emergency management responsibilities, including the prevention, protection, response, recovery, and investigation. That's what my amendment does. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
There's an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Mariani moves to amend the Raleigh amendment to Senate File 2673, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment to the amendment is coded A16.
Representative Mariani.
Madam Speaker, members, I'm actually going to ask Representative Pinto to walk through this, if that's okay.
The other member from Ramsey, Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Always glad to partner with my chair and fellow St. Paul member. And members, I'm glad to say that the bipartisan era of collaboration on public safety continues. This is a good underlying amendment. Appreciate Representative Raleigh bringing it forward. We had a nice conversation. The one twist on it is that A little bit concerned about the limited time that it gives mayors to complete this training. This has come up really quickly, and we'd like to get input from the cities as far as that length of time. So what the secondary amendment does is extends it out to a year for the mayors to receive this training. Would ask for your support of that, and then would expect to support the underlying amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any discussion on the amendment to the amendment? The member from Isanti, Representative Johnson.
Madam Chair, members, Representative Pinto, I don't care if it's 6 months or 1 year. The sooner the better. We never know when an incident's going to happen. I myself have taken some of those courses from my career in law enforcement. It is very valuable. Every EMS, every firefighter, every law enforcement officers take these courses. They understand the chain of command. Military personnel take these courses. They understand the chain of command and how everything works. When the people at the top don't understand it, that's when things break down. But 1 year is okay, but the sooner the better. It's about a one-day course for each of the courses, but the sooner they take it, the better it is, not only for them, their staff, their employees, but their citizens, for the safety of all.
The member from Carver, Representative Poe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a county manager and as an elected official, I've taken a lot of NIMS training myself as well. It's very, very valuable. It really gives a much better understanding of organizational structure and incident command and how it works. I also like the amendment to the amendment because I have found, especially with COVID, the opportunity for training is sometimes a little harder to come by. And giving a little more time to accomplish that, especially when a lot of the training might be online versus in person, I think that flexibility will help this be just a little more workable. So I would encourage a green vote on both. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion on the amendment to the amendment, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The amendment to the amendment is adopted. On the underlying Raleigh amendment discussion, the member from Ramsey, Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And so members appreciate the support for the secondary amendment, and I would urge support for the primary amendment. It will make sure that the folks leading our cities are prepared to deal with crises and incidents. So thanks again to Representative Raleigh, and urge your support.
Any further discussion? Representative Raleigh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And bipartisanship, we can work on this. Thank you very much. I appreciate that it's friendly.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
O'Neill moves to amend Senate File Number 2673, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A8.
Member from Wright, Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, members, when we had wonderful debate in the committee, we had the corrections officers that came in to testify specifically about a portion of the bill that had to do with body cameras. And they testified that they felt really compelled to come and say that they would prefer something else instead of body cameras. There are cameras all over each of our 11 corrections facilities. There was cameras all over, and they felt a better use of those funds would be for mail scanners, and so that would cut down on the amount of drugs coming in, which of course, if you've read it in the news or seen it on television in the news, there was a huge drug bust by one of the corrections officers themselves. Drugs coming into the prison is an immense problem, and this would actually get at that problem much simpler. It's just a simple scanner, and it would do a lot. So this amendment reappropriates the money that is in the bill right now for body cameras for corrections officers, and instead honors their wish and purchases these mail scanners for all of the 10. We have 11, but one, because it's a long story, but we need 10, and it covers all of the prisons. So with that, I'd ask for a roll call and your support. A nice green vote would be great. And
Representative O'Neill requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote. Anything further, Representative O'Neill?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's it.
Further discussion to the amendment. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Edelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I ask that you vote no on the A8 amendments. Representative O'Neill, you and I both sit on the Public Safety Committee together, as well as the Prison Security Audit Commission. At the last Public Safety Committee hearing where you're referencing where the correction officer came in, that was the very last committee hearing of where we voted on the Omnibus bill. And like you, I did have concerns about what the officer had told us. So right away, I did contact the Department of Corrections to see about what they were doing about this. I know the commissioner has also addressed this at our last security audit meeting, which I had unfortunately missed. The Department of Corrections is planning pilots to address the drugs that are coming in through the mail and is working on this issue. But the mail, as you had mentioned just now, is not the only way that drugs are coming into prisons. They are also instances, as you have mentioned, where they are coming in via correction officers. So with this, the advantages of the body-worn cameras in law enforcement is well documented. In the correctional setting, they have been a resource to correction officers performing their duties, increasing their safety on the job. One example is the Olmsted County Jail facility, where they have actually facilitated where they have body-worn cameras there. And the Deputy Chief, Brian Howard, actually has been quoted saying that it really did make a difference in making the facility not only safer for staff, but also for the detainees. With this, the body-worn cameras do help staff and they do help the facility in terms of safety, which is what we're looking at with the Prison Audit Commission. And with the OLA report, the Commissioner of Department of Corrections did mention that this is something that he was doing to address some of what we looked at when we looked at 1 in 3 that responded from the correction officers talking about harassment and not feeling safe within our prisons. The body cameras will go a long way to address the concerns in that 2020 OLA report. Members, it should not be body cameras versus mail scanners. Mail scanners are being worked on by the Department of Corrections with this pilot. We must take steps now to make sure that our prisons are safer for staff and for our facilities, and I ask that you vote no on this amendment.
Further discussion to the amendment. I recognize the author of the amendment. Oh, excuse me. I recognize the member. Where are you from, Representative Johnson? The member from Isanti, Representative Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, members, I stand in favor of this amendment. One of the biggest threats in our prison and causes a lot of conduct issues is the illegal narcotics that are brought in, and a lot of times through the mail. It's a safety issue for the inmates, and it's a huge safety issue for our corrections officers. When somebody's whacked out on the narcotics, they do things they normally don't do. Some of these narcotics can give them almost superhuman strength. I've fought somebody for 20 minutes by myself with somebody on PCP. It's one of the few times I actually thought I was going to die, because he felt no pain and had superhuman strength. And he was described as Jerry Blackwell's twin brother. But without this equipment to try to stop those narcotics, if they can stop 15% of the narcotics getting into our prison, it's a huge win. But besides stopping those narcotics, will also help catch the people trying to get them inside as well. So it's a win-win for the guards, it's a win for the staff, it's a win for the citizens of Minnesota getting some of these narcotics off the street and out of our prisons, because they are dangerous and they are killing people. So thank you, Representative O'Neill, for bringing this amendment forward. I think it's a good amendment, and I do ask everybody to vote green.
Further discussion to the amendment. I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Mariani.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And I do think there's an important innovation element here, both in the proposal that Representative O'Neill presents, but also, quite frankly, in the use of the body cameras that the Department of Corrections itself is asking for. This is a debate that we should be having. You know, how do we innovate and use new practices and new instruments in order to maintain safety in this case, inside our facilities, our incarceration facilities. Members, while it's certainly important, the issue that Representative O'Neill wishes to address, and I acknowledge the importance of that, and I thank her as well as Representative Edelson for working on the Department of Corrections work group to address this issue. So I have no doubt that as they learn more on a very complex issue, but certainly an important issue. While they do that, I want members to know and to be directed to the importance of the use of these body cameras by our correction officers in our facilities. The Office of Legislative Auditor, as Representative Edelson shared, did a major report of safety in our facilities. And quite frankly, members, they talked about a couple of things here, particularly the toxic work environment that often creeps up in our facilities. And probably no surprise to members, because inside a facility is no different than outside. A lot of that really based on sexual harassment. One of the challenges that our corrections system faces, we've been working awfully hard, both sides of the aisle, on making sure we address this, is how difficult it's been to attract and retain professionals in our facilities. Some of that we've been able to address with issues of salary and compensation. We're still wrestling, with time because there's a lot of overtime, challenges and issues. But frankly, the other issue has to do with this toxic environment. So think about it. You're particularly a woman, although anyone can be sexually harassed. You're attracted to this work, and now you're in a big facility where you're being harassed and nobody can see it. Nobody knows it. So what the Department of Corrections has told us is that these body cameras is an additional tool. It's not the only tool, but it's an additional tool to be able to address that issue so that we can see things, so that when we bring professionals in, we can keep them. Critically important that we keep good professionals inside these facilities doing very difficult work. So members, I don't think we need to choose between two really good things. I think we know that there's work happening on the issue that Representative O'Neill wishes to address. I think that will be addressed. In the meantime, there's no need to not address this issue of sexual harassment and toxic work environment that often happens, unfortunately, in our corrections facilities, and that we can get at through the body camera appropriation the department has asked for. So members, respectfully, I know the spirit in which it's offered, and I honor that, but I also respectfully would ask members to reject this amendment.
Further discussion to the amendment. I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Wright, Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker. So yes, I do serve on the Security Audit Working Group with Representative Edelson, and as she said, I think she had said, it's a little hard to hear on Zoom, that she wasn't at the last meeting, but we did discuss these scanners at great length. More things than I can even tell you here, but they are incredibly important, incredibly critical. My thought is if this is just a pilot, that's probably going to go out to one or two of the prisons, but it's really critical that it rolls out to all of them. And this money, if we just reappropriate it, would be enough to pay for 10, which would get to 10 of our facilities. One of them is set up completely differently, doesn't really need something like this. But the other thing I would say is there are so many cameras in prison. I don't know how many people in this room have actually toured a prison. I've toured, okay, my brother's toured one. There's a few. He and I actually toured Faribault together. There are a few in here that have actually been inside of a prison. And what I would say is that inside our state prisons, and I've been in all of them except Togo, and I've been told that I'm being taken to Togo this summer so I can stop saying that I've been to all of them except Togo. There are so many cameras in there already. Around every corner, in every room, there are a plethora of cameras. And that is what the corrections officers were speaking to, that there are cameras all over. Now, we have a different problem, and that is harassment within the prisons. And it's staff to staff, it's inmate to staff, back and forth. I mean, there's a lot of things going on. And I acknowledge what Chair Mariani was saying about that. I mean, maybe the body cameras could help a little bit, but there is a bigger problem. There is a cultural problem. There are things that have happened for a very long time that it's a bigger problem than just having some body cameras to solve. So as he acknowledged, that it's a complex problem. But the immediate problem right now is that drugs are getting in and they are harming people. You know, what drop or how much fentanyl is actually safe is probably none. It depends on if it's fentanyl or whatever. In the wrong hands, it is incredibly deadly. The other thing I would say is Representative Edelson referenced a jail. Okay, so this is my pet peeve among pet peeves. A jail is not a prison, and a prison is not a jail. Okay? A jail is run by a county. It is very, very different than our prison system. And I was a volunteer in the Wright County Jail for 12 years. I had been in the old jail, that was not a great facility. I've been a volunteer in their brand new facility, which is much more similar to our prisons. But even within our prison system, each prison is different. But what's the same is the amount of cameras. There are so many cameras in our prison system already. So I would really implore you to vote yes, vote green on this amendment. This is an immediate need, a today need. They need these scanners now. They don't need one or two. They need enough to cover all 10. I wish I could tell you more information about the why and the how and all that. I cannot because I've been sworn to secrecy. So another day maybe. Or just join the security audit and you can hear for yourself. But in any case, these scanners are absolutely critical to what they're trying to do and try to stop the flood of drugs coming in to the prison system. And again, even just a grain of carfentanil is deadly. So it's really important that we stop it and stop it now. And this is one way to get at it. And we can deal with the whole culture. We've been trying to deal with the culture of harassment and sexual harassment in the prisons for quite some time. I don't even know how long I've talked about it, a very long time. It's something that the commissioner has promised that he would try to change. The wardens have said the same thing. It is a very complex issue and a very deep cultural and systematic issue that I don't think body cameras are going to be the solution to. So let's solve what we can. Let's save the lives of those that are actually both working and residing in the prisons, because the drugs coming in absolutely are a deadly combination coming in. So I ask you for a green vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment.
Wait a second, it's that one.
Members, please vote.
Who's the Fastenal guy? Is he selling off a bunch of art? He's selling off.
Will the clerk please call the names of members who have not yet voted?
Ackland.
Ackland, aye.
Ackland. What? Ackland, aye. Davids.
David's aye.
Davids, aye. Davney. Davney. Hamilton.
Hamilton, aye.
Hamilton, aye. Hanson, J.
Hanson J, no.
Hanson, J, no. Hassan.
Hassan, no.
Hassan, no. Houseman.
Houseman, no.
Houseman, no. Keel.
Keel, aye.
Keel, aye. Mason.
Mason, no.
Mason, no. Mecklin. Mecklin. Mortensen.
Mortensen, no.
Mortensen, no. Murphy.
Murphy, no.
Murphy, no. Nelson, N.
Nelson, and aye.
Nelson, N, I. Pearson.
Pearson, aye.
Pearson, I. Sandsted.
Sandsted, no.
Sandsted, no. Thompson.
Thompson votes no.
Thompson, no. Zhang T.
Zhang T, no.
Zhang T, no. Davney.
Dabney, no.
Davney, no. Mecklin. Mecklin.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 61 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Backer moves to amend Senate File Number 2673, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A13.
I recognize the member from Traverse, Representative Backer.
Mr. Speaker, members, thank you. A13 amendment redirects money from nonprofits, violence interrupters, and more staff for state government. Here's what it does. It adds grants to local government for public safety radios. I'm going to share you just some of the things that I received since I've been working on this. I've been working on this before this year. But in your email about 5-6 hours ago, you received several letters of support for this bill. The Association of Minnesota Counties, Benton County, Bertha Fire and Ambulance, Big Stone County, City of Donley, City of Graceville, Graceville Fire, City of Long Prairie, City of Elbow Lake, Grant County Commissioners, Hancock Fire, Lock Power Commissioners, Mortensen County Sheriff, Murray County, City of Ortonville, Southwest Emergency Communications, Stearns County, Stevens County Commissioners, Todd County, and a whole lot more. What I just want to do is just point out some of the things that we've heard in these letters. This, first of all, comes from the Association of Minnesota Counties. Counties and other local jurisdictions struggle to fund maintenance and replacement of radios, a vital public safety infrastructure. Benton County Sheriff's Department. Radios are critical to deploy resources, protecting property and life, protecting our workers, and providing the safety that citizens are looking for. Now, one of the things with these handheld radios, their cost is anywhere from $2,500 to about $5,000. Bertha Fire Department. Out of the 25 radios they have right now, every single radio is prior to 2011. Big Stone County Sheriff's Department, Sheriff Mark Brown, which I have served many times on ambulance runs in the last 27 years with him and his deputies. Of the 253 radios in Big Stone County, 230 of them are before 2011. Mortensen County, of the 699 radios, 250 of them are prior to 2011. This came out before that, but last summer in the Big Stone County, the district I represent, they had a Clinton, the elevator caught on fire. Now, for those of you who've not had the opportunity, it's not really an opportunity, but been there when an elevator burns, this is a huge, huge scene. During the Clinton fire, there was 19 agencies that responded. I was on call that day for Browns Valley Ambulance. My partner, who actually is also a first responder for Beardsley, because in rural Minnesota, we work a lot with other individuals and services, so when someone dials 911, we can get the rigs out the door. But my partner went over there that day. I stayed back to cover our area, which our ambulance service right now covers 940 square miles. But just think about it, 19 agencies were able to communicate. When I started as a volunteer EMT 27 years ago, if I wanted to talk to an agency, I had to call dispatch. Dispatch had to call that agency. Highly, highly inefficient. And when time matters, minute matters, it's so important. Earlier today, I was talking to the majority leader, and he was talking to an individual that was on the I-35 bridge that collapsed several years ago. And it was so important. All those individuals involved in that scenario will tell you how time was so important. The challenges that we are having right now as EMS, fire, and police, we can't get parts for those prior 2011 radios. And those radios allow us to communicate with other agencies. You know, again, before, when I got started back in 1997 and so forth, we could not communicate with other agencies. Clinton, outside of the elevator, no other facilities were lost and so forth. So that's huge. As an EMT for the Browns Valley Ambulance, over the last 27 years, I have worked with the tribal police in Sisseton-Wahpeton, which I've needed on South Dakota. I've worked with Roberts County, South Dakota, Big Stone Sheriff's Department, Traverse County Sheriff's Department, Clinton First Responders, Graceville EMS, also, of course, Browns Valley Fire, Beardsley First Responders and EMS. So to have that type of communications when minute matters, and again, our area covers 940 square mile area. I mean, there are times when that pager goes off at 2 in the morning, or whatever time it goes off, and I respond. There are some times at the edge of the district, it can be 20 to 25 minutes running hot, and so forth, which means lights, sirens, you're going about 80, 90 miles per hour. Well, not 90, 85, okay? But you're going fast because, of course, we serve to save lives. We serve to help people in need. Members, that is why this is so important in regards with helping our local ambulances, EMS, and first responders. Our radios are outdated. Unfortunately, there's not been a fund to replace them. That's another conversation for a day. My initial bill, which I appreciate the chair hearing that bill, would put $250 million into it. This one puts around $100 million into it. We redirect money to our priorities. It is so important when folks dial 911 for police, fire, or ambulance, there's a response. And it's just, the need is not just in greater Minnesota, it's in suburban Minnesota, it's in the metro area, and so forth. So with that said, I would ask for your support and also a roll call vote, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Backer requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote. Further discussion to the amendment. I recognize the member from Isanti, Representative Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, members, Representative Backer, thank you for this amendment. Communications is important. Without communications, we don't have public safety. Because of that, it's the information that's passed along from our telecommunication dispatchers to the people on the scene and to the people that are working the scene and working with each other, getting the information. Before we had to go to the armor system, we had radios that, I actually had a radio in one of my fire trucks that was 40 years old and still worked. With these new radios, they're computers. You know how well your computers are after 5 years. They're outdated and they quit working. We now have radios that our law enforcement, our fire, our EMS are using that are 20 years old and can no longer be updated with the computer programs. They are obsolete. We also have the issue where the FBI has now mandated upgrades to the encryption programs in them. Most of these radios, not just the older ones, some of the ones that are 5 years old cannot get that encryption update. The updates is another issue because there's times that these radios have to be updated 3-4 times a year, and some departments are paying $50,000 per upgrade. So we need to update these radios, and this is just a start. It is very expensive. Portable radios can cost up to $5,000. Our trunk radios, which are in the trunk of our vehicles or the back of the vehicles, $7,500. A lot of police departments, especially in greater Minnesota, the officers, the paramedics, the fire departments have both because they have to have both. So I do ask for a green vote, and I again thank Representative Backer for this amendment.
I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Hewitt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Backer and Representative Johnson, for your years of service and your knowledge you bring to this subject. However, this is the wrong bill to pull it from. We got to do some more work on this. I'm bringing you both back to Katrina because you were both in public service at that time when Katrina happened, and I know it wasn't this state, but all communications ceased at Katrina. They had no radios, no telephone. The only things that did work were the texting on their private, what did they have them? Blackberries back then. That's how they communicated between hospitals. That's how they communicated from the scenes. That's how they did all the work. What we need to do is, the $1 million, I get it. I know that's what we gave you. What we need to do is put a brake on this and make sure we get this technology right. In the ambulance today, most of the communications is done through the cellular network, how they send the EKG off to the hospital, how they actually send lab tests off to the hospital. Most of it is done through the cellular network. It's private, they can encrypt it, it works great. What are we looking at even in the next 4 years for communications with EMS, with fire, with police? We want to make sure we get this right because, as you said, Representative Johnson and Representative Backer, it changes, and you end up with 40-year-old radios. We don't want your people to end up with 40-year-old radios. We want them to have the best and the greatest technology, and we got to do it right. So unfortunately, I don't think this is the time I would ask for a red vote. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Mauer, Representative Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I just wanted to put a little bit of a face onto this. I thank you, Representative Hewitt, for your service and all of this. And I know that you and I have talked several times about the need for how we can update ambulance services and those things. And so I respect you quite a big deal. But here's the deal. My little town of Lyle, 15 minutes away from the Iowa border. about 3 years ago, maybe 4 years ago. Oh gosh, how old are we now? We had a very unfortunate incident where a semi-truck actually went through the high school, crashed into the high school. During that time, the law enforcement and the ambulance services and all those things were trying to figure out what was happening. They physically could not use the radios in the high school. Physically couldn't use them. In order for them to talk to other people or other agencies, they had to step outside someplace to use their radios. Now imagine you find a high school student trapped someplace. Oh, hang on, I'm going to run outside and so I can communicate. Seems a little impractical to me, but that was what they had to do because they did not have the resources to update their radios. Representative Backer, I think this is a fantastic amendment, and I'd urge members a green vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Mariani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And I'm going to divide my thoughts here for you in two parts. In the first part, I do want to acknowledge the importance of paying attention to these radio systems. Yeah, I'm a city guy, you know, in the Twin Cities, but I'm also state legislator. I've served here for a while, and I've learned and heard and learned about these systems over the years. They are absolutely critically important. Representative Backer, you're absolutely correct. And that's why you and I had a good visit. We had a good conversation about your bill. Now, regardless of how we do this, and I think Representative Hewitt, you know, raises some very important issues for us before we start throwing money out, that we really wrap our minds around, you know, what is the best new existing, you know, ways to apply, use, acquire technology to respond to what is indeed a very important issue, no doubt about it. And that's why in the bill, we do an appropriation, although I think it was $1 million, Representative Hewitt, in the bill in recognition of the importance of that. I may be from St. Paul, although we're part of, you know, the radio systems as well, but I know how critically important this is for greater Minnesota. That's my responsibility. So I want to acknowledge the effort and the spirit of raising an important issue for us. Representative Backer, I think you would agree that we've had legislative sessions where we've ignored this issue, and we should not be doing that. Now, let me give you my other thought here, members. And frankly, in many ways, I'm really glad you asked for a roll call on this thing. Because where you're taking this money from is precisely the core of what this bill is about. Where you're taking this money from is a number of grant programs, two in particular, that aim to flow important resources to local law enforcement. The emergency community safety grants, in fact, are meant to do that as quickly as possible. And law enforcement is clearly named and identified in that grant. And the purposes for those grants involve things like using for police recruitment. You know, frankly, members, I'm tired of getting hammered under false information about our bill over the course of the last several weeks. That we, DFLers, I, don't really care about law enforcement. I don't care about recruitment. I don't care about the use of bonuses. I don't care about the use of retention monies. Well, members, we're about to take a vote on that right now. We're going to see who cares. The sad and tragic thing is that we're putting up something else that's really important for our state. But it doesn't take away from the fact that that's what this vote is going to be about. The other program is the local community, yes, policing grants. Local community policing grants that can be used to recruit officers, to increase officer community presence so that we have boots on the ground, out on the streets, out on our roads, interacting with their neighbors and their citizens. To increase the ability where you can't be boots on the ground, to at least have more patrols present where they're needed. You know, members, public safety should not be politicized. Never. Unfortunately, it has been, and the majority here has fought awfully hard to prevent that from happening. But it's really hard to do that when we're being accused of disinvesting in police, not caring about local police. Well, members, the vote's right here in front of us right now. Let's see. Let's dismiss this game playing, and let's see who's going to stand with law enforcement. Now, obviously, this bill does more than just invest in law enforcement, but it does that as well, and this amendment prevents us from doing that. So, Mr. Speaker and members, I'm really looking forward to this vote.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Traverse, Representative Backer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Again, Chair, I thank you for our conversation that we have. And the Chair is exactly right. It's about priority. 3 weeks ago, maybe it's 4 weeks ago, had two pages that night. One page, we had to assist Roberts County, South Dakota with an ambulance run. So we went into there, and it was a person who was thinking about committing suicide. It was a difficult run, but we were able to communicate. Later on that night, we had an ambulance run where we had, unfortunately, 2 individuals who tried to negotiate with each other with a 2x4. That's why we got called out. We had to bring in the city of Wheaton PD and, of course, the Traverse County Sheriff's Department. Those communications are important. This is not a political issue to me. This is about my fellow EMS, fire and police. When they need help, they can communicate to get the help. I am the senior EMT on my service. I do not have a portable radio. I do not have a portable radio at all. Last summer, we had a scenario where we had high winds come in, and we had a fire in a local, in one of our in one of our buildings in Browns Valley. And because of the lack of communication that I had, at that time, the sheriff, Sheriff Wright, who's still our sheriff, thought that I was not acting appropriately. Well, I could not call the deputy on that scene because I did not have a portable. I left my pager at home because I didn't want to lose the pager, because those pagers are extremely expensive. And for a small service, you don't want to be losing a pager. So when I got up to the ambulance garage, I called dispatch and said, a tree fell down a house, and a smaller house, it totally collapsed it. Later on, we found out. I said, how many people are in there? Because at that time it was Friday night, and there was only myself and a first responder on, and I have to figure this out. Well, I could not call fire, so what did I do? I pulled out my cell phone. I called Tony Miller, who serves on the fire. I said, Tony, who's with you? He said who he was. 3 of those people have helped drive in emergency situations when we don't have enough staff people. Then I had to call back to dispatch because I did not have a portable radio members. Those people all live. We are very thankful for that. But that lack of communication for me, a senior EMT for 27 years who have volunteered, took extra 5 minutes. And this scene was 16 miles out on the South Dakota side of Lake Traverse. So you are correct, Chair. This is not, to me, this is not political. It's about providing the communication, the resources. So when everyone in this room, family, friends, dial 911, doesn't matter if it's fire, doesn't matter if it's ambulance or police, you get help. Because just think about it. Us EMS, police, and fire, we run to the problem. You guys call my other colleagues to run to that problem. And guess what? You want us to get there as quickly as possible. That's why this is so important. We need this resources. This is basic public safety. And that's what the state is there for, is to protect its citizens. I do appreciate the $1 million. It's just not enough. We have a big need, and the need is now, not 5 years from now, where right now we can't even get parts for radios in rural Minnesota. So I would ask for your support. I do appreciate your time, and vote green. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll.
She's got a lot of stuff in there. You'd be surprised.
Dead body.
No.
Mostly, I've just had to deal with this guy.
Yeah.
She's...
Don't worry about it.
Oh, here it is.
Thank you very much. You're getting there.
Will the chief clerk please call the names of the members who've not yet voted?
Ackland.
Ackland, aye.
Ackland, aye. Davids.
David's aye.
Davids, aye. Hamilton.
Hamilton, aye.
Hamilton, aye. Houseman.
Houseman, no.
Houseman, no. Mecklin. Mecklin. Mortensen.
Mortensen, aye.
Mortensen, aye. Nelson N.
Nelson, and aye.
Nelson N. aye. Pearson. Pearson. Sandsted.
Sandsted, no.
Sandsted, no. Schumacher.
Pearson, aye.
Schumacher. Schumacher.
Schumacher, aye.
Schumacher, aye. Thompson.
Thompson, no.
Thompson, no. Zhang Ti. Zhang Ti. Mecklin.
No.
Mecklin, No. Pearson.
Pearson, aye.
Pearson, aye. Zhang Ti.
Zhang Ti, no.
Zhang Ti, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 69 noes, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Franzen moves to amend Senate File Number 2673, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A5.
The member from Douglas, Representative Franzen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Before I explain the amendment, as we go into context, I want you to think of this. Minneapolis, a couple hours ago, reported its 7th homicide in 7 days. This is the 30th homicide of the year. Before you, this amendment, this is called the Bail Abatement Nonprofit Exclusion Act, also otherwise known as the Bain Act. The skyrocketing crime in the Twin Cities has been exacerbated by the activities of organizations such as the Minnesota Freedom Fund, a Minnesota nonprofit corporation. The Minnesota Freedom Fund raises money nationally to pay bail set by Minneapolis judges. They raised this money while Minneapolis burned, using our suffering to fill their own accounts with donations from people outside Minnesota and outside the United States. They then prolonged our public safety nightmare by using these funds to bail out criminals who then continued to commit crimes against Minnesotans. This bill before you will stop organizations like the Minnesota Freedom Fund from providing bail for violent criminals, many of whom go on to reoffend following their release from jail. The definition of Bain is to cause great distress or pain, and that is exactly what Minnesota Freedom Fund has done. They have brought pain and distress to victims and all Minnesotans who no longer feel safe in their communities because of the rise in crime. Bail is an amount of money that is required to be deposited with the court to secure the release of accused defendants. The purpose of bail is to secure reappearance of the accused. The concept is that if an accused defendant stands to lose some money, if he does not reappear, he will be motivated to reappear. This is an undisputed purpose of bail. Depositing money that was raised by a nonprofit corporation to pay the bail of the accused runs directly counter to the public policy goal of bail, securing reappearance of the accused. A nonprofit corporation's purpose and activities must service the organization's mission to benefit the public. A nonprofit corporation with a mission that runs directly counter to a core of function of Minnesota's judicial system is a detriment to the public. It is not a benefit. The news media is replete with stories of defendants bailed out by the Minnesota Freedom Fund who go on to commit horrific crimes after they are released. The Bain Act forbids a Minnesota nonprofit from engaging in this activity. These types of organizations and activities that are afforded nonprofit statute is a pure policy question and must accord with the broader interests of the state. And these types of organizations undermine our public policies. This law, the Bain Act, does not prevent friends or family of an accused defendant from raising or paying bail. It merely forbids entities from availing themselves to the Minnesota nonprofit statutes for an activity that is decidedly not in the public's best interest. And with that, Madam Speaker, I request a roll call.
Representative Franzen requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The member from Ramsey, Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I will start with the question. Do you believe that poor folks are inherently more dangerous than those with more access to wealth? Do we think that whether you have more access to wealth should determine how long you stay in jail away from your family? Poor Americans often can't afford to come up with money for bail, leaving them incarcerated in jail, away from their families, away from their jobs, sometimes for months, and in some cases even years. Meanwhile, Madam Speaker, if we could.
Members, please take your conversations off the House floor into the alcoves or retiring rooms. Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Meanwhile, wealthy people accused of the very same crime can buy their freedom and return home. So to use an example, you could have 2 different people arrested. So they're arrested. They have not been found guilty yet for, let's say, theft. One of those people, I'm going to do this because Representative Adelson's not here today in person. One of those people is from Edina. And they get arrested and they have access to wealth and they pay their way out of jail. The other person lives in Cambridge and doesn't have access to wealth. And that person sits in jail for an unknown amount of time until their next trial date, until something is scheduled, for no other reason, having to do with nothing else other than the fact that they don't have access to wealth. Across the country, money bail is set at levels that are far too high for many people or their families to pay. Often defendants face an impossible choice: to remain locked up in jail as the case moves through the system, pay a non-refundable fee to a for-profit bail bond company, or plead guilty and give up the right to defend themselves as a way to get out of jail. For poor families, paying this fee can be a significant hardship affecting generations. They won't ever get the money back regardless of the outcome of the case. So even if the arrest was a case of mistaken identity or no charges were ever filed. As many of you know, I've previously worked as a prosecutor. I've worked on felony cases on affecting domestic violence cases, and it was not easy work. This job's not always fun, but it's easier than being a domestic violence prosecutor. And I would file those criminal complaints asking for cash bail. You know, how many of you have made that decision? Decided what that number should be? You know, ostensibly the purpose of bail is to ensure that people show up for the next hearing. It has nothing to do with dangerousness. Courts, not community bail funds, determine the conditions under which a person may be released, including the assignment of cash bail. Community bail funds do not and cannot pay bail for anyone who was not first made eligible by the court for pretrial release by a judge, at which point it is only guilt, or it is only the wealth of that person and not their guilt or dangerousness that determines whether a person remains incarcerated. This amendment is opposed by the Minnesota Council of Nonprofits, Jewish Community Action, the Legal Rights Center, and other organizations. This is just bad policy, members. Please vote no.
Any further discussion on the motion? Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When setting bail, one of the factors a judge must consider is the defendant's ability to pay that bail, all right? Minnesota Freedom Fund affords no accountability to those that they are releasing. I wasn't going to go through the names of the criminals, but had you gone to my press conference, you would have seen the poster board of criminals. But it seems now that I need to educate the body on the poster board of criminals. So we have George H. George was featured on the poster board of criminals. He had been in jail on domestic assault charge. Minnesota Freedom Fund bailed him out. 18 days later, he shot and killed Luis Martinez Ortez during a road rage incident in Minneapolis. George was previously barred from having a firearm because of prior convictions. He is now charged with second-degree murder intent and second-degree murder without intent in the road rage shooting of Mr. Luis Martinez Ortez. Minnesota Freedom Fund bailed him out. Then next up, we got Venny. Anybody interested in hearing Venny's story? He was also featured on the poster board of criminals. Venny was charged with assaulting KSTP anchor Matt Bellinger. You remember that story. Venny is accused of throwing a rock at Bellinger, hitting him in the eye. The complaint states that Venny assaulted Bellinger because he perceived Bellinger was a homosexual. Venny was not charged with a hate crime. Venny also has a lengthy criminal history with nearly 40 cases that stretch back to 1998 when he was 18 years old. Past reports include arrests for serial felony thefts across the metro in 2012. He was found incompetent to stand trial by the court, but yet is not in a mental health facility. Minnesota Freedom Fund bailed that guy out. And then next up on the criminal poster board of shame, we have Gregory J. Gregory was in custody for attacking a woman in a downtown Minneapolis bar bathroom. Minnesota Freedom Fund paid $20,000 for his bail. 3 days after being bailed out, he committed lewd acts in front of children near the entrance to a downtown Minneapolis school. Gregory also has a long rap sheet that includes burglary, assault, theft, robbery, and transit crimes. Bailed out by Minnesota Freedom Fund, using our nonprofit status to do that. We've got Bell T up, poster board poster board of criminals. Bell was charged with first-degree damage to property when he damaged numerous items at the Terminal 1 Transit Center at the MSP Airport. He was actively discharging a fire extinguisher when he was approached by law enforcement. When Bell was arrested, he made multiple statements about raping children. The first line of the criminal complaint states, due to the behavior alleged herein, bail is recommended. And Minnesota Freedom Fund obliged and posted Bell's bail. And we got Timothy. Timothy C., poster board of criminals. Minnesota Freedom Fund bailed out Timothy, a convicted predatory offender who was charged with raping an 8-year-old child. Bailed out. So there's no accountability here. We're not disputing the fact that bail is a constitutional right. Defendants have a right to bail under the Minnesota Constitution. We are not disputing that. But nonprofits are subject to regulation by the state. Nonprofits need to serve a public purpose. Minnesota Freedom Fund subverts our system of pretrial release. They do not serve a public purpose. So members, that is the amendment. Once again, I ask for a yes vote.
The member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Franson, for bringing forward this amendment. And I just want to dispel this idea and this misinformation that this amendment is about poor people versus those with means. That is not what this is about. And in fact, setting bail is a tool at the discretion of judges. And they use this tool based on risk. And if they have someone who comes before them in court who they believe is a serious flight risk or at serious risk of reoffending and hurting someone else in the community, they will set that bail very high as a tool to keep that person and, more importantly, the community safe. We saw an example just this past week of an absolutely heinous, hideous crime committed by a 14-year-old in our neighboring state of Wisconsin. Horrific. And a 14-year-old has been charged with the murder of a 10-year-old. And I won't go into the details of that, but it is horrific. And bail was set at $1 million. Bail was set at $1 million in this case. And it was set at $1 million because there is an enormous risk that this kid would reoffend. Our judicial system, our judges believe that there is significant risk of this kid reoffending. Now, I understand that this particular case is in Wisconsin, but Representative Franson just went through a litany of examples from right here in Minnesota of people who absolutely should not have been bailed out. Now, this kid in Wisconsin, I guarantee his family is not a family of means. They can't pay that $1 million bail on their own. That tool being used by that judge would be effective, save for groups like the Minnesota Freedom Fund, who's going to swoop in. I understand that they're not swooping in this case necessarily, but in similar instances in Minnesota here, where they swoop in and they basically take away the tool of that judge and the discretion that they have to set a bail commensurate to the crime or the criminal. With the Freedom Fund stepping in to bail these people out, they are effectively taking away that tool of our judges and the judicial system to hold people accountable, which frankly is the biggest problem with the bill we have before us today. There is nothing in this bill to hold people accountable. And Representative Franson is trying to do just a little something to hold people accountable. It is absurd. This is not about poverty or people of means. There are very few people in the state of Minnesota with the means to handle a bail of $1 million. Now, I understand that you don't actually pay $1 million, whatever. We don't have the means to do that. But this is a tool that our judges have to keep our communities safe, and we should uphold that. We should vote yes on this amendment.
The member from Wright, Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm just wondering if the amendment author would yield for a question.
She will yield. Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Franson, I am proud to be a co-author on the bill upon which this amendment is based. And in your opening remarks, I may have missed it. But as I've been listening to the conversation, the last few minutes anyway have been focused on the second half of the equation, where the money is going and the types of people this is being used to bail out and put back onto the streets of Minnesota. But could you answer me, where's the money coming from? And I apologize if you already answered this in your opening remarks, but if you did, I didn't catch it. Could you, my question is, let us know where the funds are coming from that are coming into the organizations such as the Minnesota Freedom Fund, which are being used.
Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Lucero. They're coming from anybody that feels like donating, especially Hollywood. Kamala Harris sent out a tweet in support of donating to the Minnesota Freedom Fund. So a bunch of fancy people with no ties to Minnesota that don't have to deal with the aftermath of well, for example, the 5 examples that Minnesota Freedom Fund bailed out, and then those individuals went on to create more crime.
Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for that clarity, Representative Franson. So the funds are coming from outside of Minnesota, from Hollywood as one of the examples. And we're getting tweets from the Vice President of the United States that are influencing people to make contributions. Well, friends, California and those where the funds are coming from, Hollywood, are not reaping the consequences of where they're spending the money or where they're making the contributions. We are. The good people of Minnesota are. That's why this amendment is absolutely needed. We need to protect Minnesotans from the terrible crimes, the skyrocketing crime that is happening. We cannot allow Hollywood, from their gated communities, movie stars with their armed security who themselves are protected, to make contributions that are making Minnesota streets more dangerous. Madam Speaker, members, please vote green in favor of this amendment so Minnesotans can sleep safer and better at night. Thank you.
The member from Isanti, Representative Johnson.
Madam Chair, Representative Franson, thanks for bringing this amendment forward. I'm not sure if anybody else in here has bailed anybody out of jail. I've done it twice. A friend and a nephew. And when I bailed them out, I had to do a promise to make sure they would appear, provide a certain percentage of cash for the bond, going through a bond company, and to make sure they followed the rules. My nephew, he followed all the rules, although he wasn't happy with the extra rule I made where he had to tell Grandpa on his 50th, and my father's 50th anniversary why he was in jail. But he had to follow the rules, showed up for court, took responsibility for his actions. Another person that was a friend. He was a friend at the time. When this was over, he was no longer a friend. He didn't follow the rules. And I had to turn him in because I wasn't going to lose the collateral I put up for his bail. Now, the different thing about the Minnesota Freedom Fund, they don't care. They don't sign any paperwork. They don't have any collateral responsibilities. They just provide the cash, which was donated to them. They donate it to the person who's in jail, who then bails ourselves out with cash, so there's no rules. If they show up for court, their cash is returned to them, not to the Minnesota Freedom Fund, but to the person they bailed out. If they don't show up, they lose the cash, but it wasn't theirs anyway. It doesn't matter to them. Now, when you go through a bail company, which is actually licensed in the state of Minnesota and has rules they have to follow, they make sure the person shows up in court, or they have to pay the full amount of the bail to the county and forfeit it. There's a huge difference between the Minnesota Freedom Club Fund and an actual bail company. One is regulated, one is not. One does things by the law. One skirts around the law. This body makes the laws. We have companies that follow the laws we make and doing the bonding correctly, following the rules and regulations, following the decisions of the courts. And we have another organization, American Freedom Fund, that skirts around the laws that this body makes and it actually makes things less safe for the citizens of this state. It didn't happen just down here in the metro. It's been happening all over the state. Wherever there's protesting going on, they're there. And now they are bailing out criminals doing serious offenses so they can go out and do more serious offenses. Please vote green on this amendment.
Member from Ramsey, Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So members, there's yet another problem with this proposal, which is that it is unconstitutional. So what makes it unconstitutional? You have a right to bail and also freedom of association, a right to association. Please look at the letter that Chair Becker-Finn distributed from the Minnesota Council of Nonprofits that points out that this is unconstitutional. What does this proposal do? It would prohibit nonprofit corporations from organizing to do a thing that is perfectly legal for people to do. So if a group of people can get together, do this, and they can, this says that nonprofits could not do that, could not register under that, and that is a violation of our constitutional rights. And the funny thing is, what this leaves is it leaves the ability of wealthy people to pay their way out, as Chair Becker-Finn referenced, and it leaves for-profit corporations. So this passes, and if it actually did become law, which again, unconstitutional, then you've got the situation where in fact it only carves out nonprofit corporations to be able to do this. Members, this is something that cannot pass, should not pass, and if it does, it will not be a valid law. Please vote against it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Further discussion on the Franson Amendment. Representative Novotny.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I happen to have the Constitution right here, the Constitution of the State of Minnesota. Would Representative Pinto yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Novotny.
Representative Pinto, Article 1, Section 5, no excessive bail or unusual punishment. Excessive bail should not be required, nor excessive fines imposed, no cruel or unusual punishments inflicted. Could you point to the line in Representative Franson's amendment that prohibits someone or blocks someone from having bail? Or is this simply, or does Representative Franson's amendment prohibit a nonprofit organization from posting a bail that is otherwise regulated by bail restrictions?
Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Novotny, you've referenced the wrong Constitution, I'm afraid. If you look at the letter, it references the United States Constitution and the First Amendment, which allows for freedom of assembly, the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition their government in a redress of grievances. A group of people can get together and can do a legal thing together, and we're allowed to do that under our United States constitutional rights. If one of the things that a group of us wants to do is to pay bail for somebody else, we're allowed to do that. This would say that we are not allowed to do that, in fact, preventing us from do that, preventing us from registering as a nonprofit. So it's a violation of our First Amendment rights under the U.S. Constitution.
Further discussion on the Franson motion. Representative Novotny.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Representative Pinto. We'll just have to agree to disagree.
Any further discussion? Seeing, the representative from Isanti, Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And for those watching at home, you'll see this theme throughout the day, but pay close attention to what Democrats in the Minnesota House are fighting for. They're not fighting for you. They're not fighting for law enforcement. They're not fighting for safer communities. They're fighting for criminals. And this is the best example of it.
Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just one final point. I'll note that the folks who will be able to bail people out and have the right under this are going to be people who are wealthy and corporations. And so we can keep an eye out as to see who's friends with whom. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The clerk will take the roll on the amendment.
Good luck. They're going to call you. I'm working on it.
Will the clerk please call the names of the members who've not yet voted?
Ackland.
Ackland, aye.
Ackland, aye. Davids.
David's aye.
Davids, aye. Gomez.
Gomez, no.
Gomez, no. Hamilton.
Hamilton, aye.
Hamilton, aye. Houseman.
Houseman, no.
Houseman, no. Nelson, N.
Nelson and I.
Nelson, N, aye. Noor.
No.
Noor, no. Sandsted.
Sandsted, no.
Sandsted, no. Schumacher. Schumacher, aye. Stevenson. Stevenson. Thompson.
No.
Thompson, no. Zhang Ti. Who's humming? Zhang Ti.
No.
Zhang Ti, no. Stevenson. Stevenson.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 63 ayes and 66 noes, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Novotny moves to amend Senate File Number 2673, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A12.
The member from Sherburne, Representative Novotny.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My amendment A12 is from the language from my House File 3424. It was originally a bill. It was a request for action from the Minnesota County Attorney Association. The basic premise of the bill is to provide the same weight thresholds in controlled substances as the other Schedule I substances like heroin, cocaine, and methamphetamine. Now, to me, it just seems like common sense. Most of you know, but for those of you watching at home, fentanyl is 50 times stronger than heroin. 50 times. The drug is used to spike the other drugs like methamphetamine and heroin and cocaine. And what does that mean? It means a dealer could have, say, a pound of methamphetamine. You could cut it in half, get a 50% purity, put a little fentanyl in that, and it'll bring back up the reaction that the user will have, so they think they're getting a better product. And when they're all said and done, you know, if they mix a couple of pounds of cocaine and they spike it with a little bit of fentanyl, they'll still have some fentanyl left over. And what can they do with that? Well, if it's a powder form, they can press it into a pill. And if you press it into a pill, everybody thinks it's better, right? Because it's not like you're dealing with a powder. And it wasn't safer for Tyler Hayen. And I've got a letter from his mom, Michelle, and she sent me this letter on April 8th. The fentanyl crisis has become very serious scourge of our community. It became painfully apparent to me when my son Tyler died on July 18th, 2020 of an accidental fentanyl overdose. He was just over 23 and a half years old. I hope none of you ever have to experience the pain I live with daily and will for the rest of my life. It has become clear to me in the last 21 months, that very little is being done to eradicate this poison from our streets. What began as a legal medicine has quickly turned into a synthetic drug that is killing young Americans at a higher rate than COVID-19, and it is the leading cause of death in young adults 18 to 35. My son was a United States Marine. He was an accomplished musician. He was everyone's friend and had a heart of gold. He was true and pure love. He was preyed upon by a dealer while he was working his recovery by insistent texting, asking him if he wanted any pills. Tyler told him no on dozens of occasions until that final day when he finally said yes. The dealers know if there were harsher penalties for dealing fentanyl, they might think twice. We need to start something because I haven't seen substantial action being taken to combat this rampant epidemic. Does it start with you, our elected officials who are supposed to protect us from harm and take action when communities are plagued with an epidemic? Our son, who should have been there to carry on the family name, is dead. Not doing anything to curb the manufacturing and distribution of fentanyl is a crime in itself. That's why the day Tyler was found dead in the basement of our home, we vowed to do whatever we can to battle this in honor of those still fighting and to honor those who can't anymore because the drug killed them. It pains me to think about any other mother laying her son to rest because of fentanyl when it can really be avoided. My daughter no longer has a sibling. My granddaughter will never meet her funny, loving Uncle Tyler. My mom, Tyler's grandma, has aged 10 years in a year and a half. Fentanyl doesn't only kill the person who took it, but forever changes the lives who love them. It killed our hopes and dreams of what could have been for Tyler. Fentanyl doesn't discriminate. Age, gender, ethnicity, economic status, it doesn't matter. Prevention is the key in battling this monster issue. If we can prevent people from dealing fentanyl, we can start by healing our communities and save people from unnecessarily dying. Fentanyl is 50 times more powerful than heroin. If law enforcement had the means to find the perpetrators and charge them at the same level as heroin, we could start making progress to get this extremely dangerous drug out of our lives. I forever will ask myself how I could have changed my son's outcome. I beg you to ask yourself, how can you change the outcome? There was a recent study by the UCLA that found that for the first time since 1999, the rate of drug overdose deaths among Black Americans, driven largely by synthetic opioids like fentanyl, has surpassed that of whites. I received information from the Teen Challenge coordinator today that told me that in their estimates, you are 5 times more likely in the state of Minnesota to die from a fentanyl overdose if you are a person of African American descent. And if you are a person of Native American descent, you are 12 times more likely to die of a fentanyl overdose. Just this month, a West St. Paul mother was arrested for the death of her 3-year-old son. That 3-year-old son died of contact with fentanyl. That's how dangerous the drug is. Simply touching the powder on a table was enough to kill a 3-year-old. Many of you were here last Sunday when Governor Walz said it's important of getting a handle on this fentanyl epidemic. I was here, I heard it. Governor Walz knows how important it is. Last Wednesday, Alpha News reporter Liz Collum did a heart-wrenching story, and I sent that link to everyone in the chamber today, and I hope you saw that. If you didn't, St. Louis County Attorney Kim Mackey said she thinks the threshold for charges should be at least equal to heroin because of how dangerous and addictive fentanyl is. And that's a quote. Now, the Senate amended this bill into the Public Safety Omnibus after it was offered by a DFL state senator. Last year, this same bill was passed with overwhelming bipartisan support. It was not heard in the House. This time it went into the state Senate, also with overwhelming bipartisan support. Finally, I am fully aware of the talking points that will be brought forward, that the effect of raising the penalty has not been shown to decrease the use or the sale of fentanyl. And I think back to the times in my short time here in this House where I've heard things like, we need to double the penalty for cleaning the muck out of your pond. And if you make your pond a little nicer, we should double the penalty. That might keep you from cleaning your pond out. But when we're talking about something like saving lives, we don't know that increasing penalties will make a difference. The frustrating part for me from my time in law enforcement is knowing that in many cases, if it's DUI, if it's drugs, it is the arrest that stops the terrible tumble that these people are in. They're in a dive. You've got to pull out of the dive. So many times law enforcement is the life ring that gets thrown to them. Think about opioid addiction and fentanyl, which is such much a stronger addiction. We're talking about a drug that people are willing to give up their careers, their marriages. They're willing to, I'm sure Representative Pinto, who's an expert on the tactics of human traffickers, will tell us that it's often the opioids and now the stronger opioid of fentanyl that is going to be used to get control of those people and make it easier for them to be trafficked. We're talking about a drug that people will knowingly give up their life for. If you think they're going to go into treatment because somebody's going to sprinkle, good wishes and a happy tweet, that is not what happens. They go to treatment because their life has come apart, mostly because they've been arrested. I don't believe that people should be locked up and thrown away, but it is the thing that makes them get the help that they desperately need. And if you're a dealer, and if you're using this fentanyl to spike your drugs, or make pills that no one knows what the concentration is of these drugs, I think there should be as strong of penalties as there is currently for heroin and cocaine and methamphetamine. It just seemed common sense to me. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
There's an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Mariani moves to amend the Novotny Amendment to Senate File 2673. The amendment to the amendment is coded A18.
Representative Mariani.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And thank you, Representative Novotny, for bringing this issue forward. I have grave concerns about your amendment. And before I explain my amendment, I just want to share a couple very quick thoughts. I think there aren't very many members in this body who doesn't know someone or have someone close to them who has been impacted by this substance. I have in my family. We lost a young one, a son of my wife's first cousin. I remember when he was born, 20-something years ago. And so I share that to share that our difference of opinion here isn't based on whether or not I or anyone else values or devalues those who have been, and family members who have been harmed by this substance. And in some cases where they've lost loved ones. So it is important. It is important that we address the issue, and because it's important that we address it correctly. And my concern is the concern that many folks feel, not just about this particular substance, but about our failed drug enforcement policies that go back 40, 50 years in our nation, that we are slowly learning from and slowly, too slowly, moving to a different approach. Now, let me just say, that different approach does not involve not being tough, not being harsh on people who would benefit from, profit from, peddle a dangerous substance to others. Not at all. I think there's incredible unanimity in society and on this floor. But I think where there is grave concern, and this is what I'm talking about with the drug on the failed drug on war, or war on drugs, is the criminalization of lost souls who have stumbled into, one way or the other, walked into addiction. Harsh penalties means a lot in terms of their ability to be able to get out from underneath that. And once they get out, as difficult as that is, the collateral consequences of having harsh felony convictions on your record means it's going to get harder for you to walk away from your addiction. There are certain jobs you won't get, access to certain housing, access to certain services, all which pile on to the very conditions that have driven many folks to become users. So criminalizing users is, I would submit to you, the great lesson that we've painfully learned. Representative Odney, the words of the Blessed Mother that you quote in her letter, I think says it pretty concisely. Prevention is the key. Preventing from dealing is what should be happening. Preventing from dealing in terms of the harshness that's being called for here. And I agree with that. What I don't agree with is making high-level criminals of folks who really, truly, their offense, quote unquote, is to be an addicted person. And so my amendment focuses precisely on the wisdom that was offered here by her and by others and by our lessons over time, so that it focuses that harshness level that you're calling for on the sale of this substance, and the sale of the substance in the first degree. That's about going after the dealers. That's about going after those who would profit from this horrible substance. I believe that that's where we should focus our energy and our resources, while we simultaneously focus on identifying, intervening, and working with prevention efforts for those who are addicted. The Omnibus bill contributes to that in another section where we're making yet another, because we did it last year, $10 million appropriation to the opiate epidemic fund in a state of Minnesota. There's also a task force that Representative Pinto has offered in a bill that's part of the Omnibus bill that will look at and struggle with appropriately the difficult issues of our substance abuse laws in our state, so that we can stop doing the things that clearly are not working, stop re-victimizing those who are addicted, and preferably, hopefully, I can't predict what that task force is going to come out with, but preferably, hopefully, apply the appropriate harshness for those who are dealing and selling dangerous substances like this one. So it's a tough issue, members. I get it. I've had several conversations respectfully with members on your side of the aisle, with members on my side of the aisle. But frankly, members, there is no evidence, none, compiled in decades. I asked the county attorneys when we had this conversation over a year ago, listening carefully, openly, and I said, where is the evidence that tells us that raising these penalties of harshness are effective with those who are addicts, with those who are addicted to this substance? There is none. I think we should focus our efforts on the wrongdoers and not on those who are victims themselves, who are engaged in unhealthy behaviors that tragically often creates death. And so, members, I urge your support of my amendment. I just wanted you to know, or I want you to know, where I'm coming from. I'm okay wrestling and struggling with this. It's painful. It should be painful for all of us, but we shouldn't extend that pain to those who are addicted to these substances. Members, I humbly ask for your support of my amendment.
The member for from Sherburne, Representative Meckland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Actually, I wanted to speak to the previous amendment. Unfortunately, a little bit of technical issues here. So, but nevertheless, I'm going to bring up a few points here since I'm here now. Within that, in the last, this week currently, I was made aware of by a local school district that's within my district that a young individual in high school was expelled from school for dealing fentanyl. This is very concerning because there is no one size of fentanyl that could not be an overdose from everything I've learned within this issue. And then on top of that, on April 20th of last year, there was a apprehension in northern Minnesota up in Representative Sandsted's district to where they ended up finding almost 3,600 pounds of methamphetamine and 13.5 grams of heroin. This is clearly a very big issue. And at some point, we got to take this very seriously. All of our kids go to schools. Some of these kids can easily overdose at the blink of an eye. And while I'm just going to leave it there. Thank you.
The member from Washington, Representative Jurgens.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Make no mistake, if the Mariani Amendment goes on Novotny Amendment, it weakens it. And a weaker amendment will cause the deaths of Minnesotans. In my district, in your district, and across the state. Too many young people, primarily young people in this state, are dying from fentanyl poisoning. Notice I said poisoning, not overdose. Such a small amount of fentanyl is fatal that many of these victims don't even know that they're taking it. They think it's an Adderall or a Percocet or a Xanax. But there's enough fentanyl in there to kill multiple people. Here's what's happening. Here's how it's going down. Young people are going on social media, specifically Snapchat. And I don't know how Snapchat works. I finally got an account, but I don't know how to work it. But what they're doing is they're meeting up with people to buy, again, what they think is an over-the-counter pill. One pill can kill. They meet up, so this drug dealer, and these drug dealers aren't what you see on TV in Hollywood, on movies and on TV. These are other young people, kids that you see walking around here probably. You see them in your district, you see them in stores. They get this meetup that they arrange on Snapchat. They might have one pill that they're going to deliver to somebody, just one. And that pill is fatal. The chief clerk's office is nice enough to supply a lot of candy for us here. And we walk by and grab a piece of candy. What if I told you that in that bowl of candy, they're all just fine except one? One piece has poison in it and it'll kill you. You don't know which one it is. You could take 10 and you'll be fine. The 11th one could kill you. That's what's happening with fentanyl. The users that Representative Mariani was talking about, those that are addicted, they've built up a tolerance. They need more and more fentanyl. They need the stronger fentanyl in order to get that desired high. So these fentanyl pills, these pills that are laced with fentanyl, are stronger and stronger because that's what they're looking for. But then when the kid who thinks it's a Percocet takes that pill, has no tolerance, he's dead. Representative Baker is going to talk a little bit about the Noring family in my district. But I just want to mention that's exactly what happened to Devin Noring. He was 19 years old. It was during COVID. He was having tooth problems, wasn't able to get into the dentist, went on Snapchat to get a Percocet. He's dead. His sister's going to have a baby in a couple of days. That baby will never know her Uncle Devin. In Hastings this past week, there was a community event called One Pill Can Kill. Representative Baker, Representative Frankie attended with me. One thing that I got out of that is when I first started talking to people about this problem, about Devin Noring and other young people in my district that have died from fentanyl poisoning, I saw some finger pointing. Law enforcement's not doing enough. The courts aren't doing enough. Teachers aren't doing enough. Parents aren't doing enough. You know what I saw on Tuesday? All of those groups coming together, not pointing fingers, but realizing we all have a role in solving this problem. On that panel in Hastings on Tuesday night, several law enforcement members, school counselors, addiction professionals from local hospital, and two parents. Bridget Noring, who I talked about her son Devin, and Amy Neville, whose son, Alexander, died from fentanyl poisoning at age 14. Earlier today, I sent out a link to a video called Dead on Arrival. I hope every single one of you watches it. I know some of you already have. Amy Neville is in that video. She's the first mother that speaks. She came from California to be part of that panel on Tuesday night. There's 2 more events in this series. And Chair Mariani, I've already invited you for Tuesday night. Consider this a personal invitation from me to every single one of you. Let's get out of here at a decent time on Tuesday, and please come to Hastings and join me. If you need a ride, I'll drive you. Several of you were just in Hastings to see the Hastings Veterans Home a week or so ago. You know it's not too far. Members, we have to do something about this. We're not going after those that are suffering from an addiction, because many of the victims are not addicted. It's that one time. Law enforcement needs our help. All we're trying to do with the Novotny Amendment is to make illegal fentanyl the same as heroin. We're not targeting people with addictions. We're trying to target those that are selling it. And that dealer might only have 1 pill in his or her pocket when they're going to sell it. And that's enough to kill. We've all lost young people in our districts. Every one of, whether you know it or not, you have. Talk to your law enforcement. Talk to your teachers. Talk to the parents. I'm asking you to vote no on the Mariani Amendment. This weakens it, and what we need now is strength. We need to do our part. We need to come together and do our part, just like those that were at the event in Hastings the other day, where they're coming together and not pointing fingers. They're coming together to realize that they all play a role in solving this problem, this statewide problem, nationwide problem. So let's do our part. Let's come together. This should not be partisan. Why is it partisan? This isn't targeting just Republican kids or just Democrat kids. It doesn't care. It's targeting all of them. Please vote no on the Mariani Amendment, and then let's support the Novotny Amendment as it is. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Isanti, Representative Johnson.
Madam Speaker, members, I'm going to ask you to vote against the Mariani Amendment. It literally strips what we need to do out of this bill. Fentanyl is so deadly that just touching, a 3-year-old boy just touching it was killed. I've heard story after story of law enforcement officers after they've been to a scene of something dealing with it, with another event, not even knowing fentanyl was present, while driving away, have to use the Narcan on themselves before they crash their squad car, just because they happen to touch it. Now, I don't know how many of you have seen those little packets of Sweet and Low that they're in the retiring room with the coffee. There's not very much in there. But if that was fentanyl, that's enough to kill 15 of us. That's how deadly this stuff is. I actually believe it should be in a class all by itself in our list, and not with LSD or meth or heroin, because they're putting the fentanyl in those substances and making them even more deadly. Representative Mariani talked about not wanting to put the user in jail. My church works with an organization that deals with those in treatment and rehab. I've talked to them about this. They are scared to death of fentanyl. And that's not a pun. But they also know that if they hadn't been caught and arrested and forced to go into the treatment programs, they never would have. Many of them believe they'd have been dead by now. And they're a huge, huge asset to my church. They're an asset to our communities. But without the tools for law enforcement to get them the help, it doesn't matter because they won't get it. I look at my brother, an alcoholic. My family worked for years to try to get him into treatment, and we couldn't force him into the treatment. What got him into treatment is DUI arrest with child endangerment. Because of that, he was required to go to treatment. Now, this amendment doesn't deal with possession. This deals with the sales. First degree and second degree sales. As a law enforcement officer, a lot of times we never charged the sales because they were hard to prove. A lot of times we end up with just the possession. But how did we catch them? Working the burglaries. They were doing burglaries, running around, entering homes, stealing items. It was hard to prove the burglary, but they plead guilty to the possession, even though they had all the stuff there to do sales. Because they plead guilty to the possession, it's a victimless crime. Even though they had many victims, including their families, from the abuse of the chemical abuse they were doing. Now, if this amendment goes on, it strips out most of those who can be charged with it. Because they don't have a lot of pills on them or a lot amount of weight. They know what the rules are and they stay under that weight. If it's a dollar value, they make sure they're under that dollar value. Do I want to get those that are selling the stuff and bringing it into the state? Absolutely. But it goes by those smaller charges that gets law enforcement the information to bring it back. When I was on a drug task force, I had a report of a junior in high school with 3 marijuana cigarettes. I worked that case at the local level, got BCA involved. We took it down into the metro area. They went with it from there with DEA. They ended up getting the cartel and methamphetamine down in Mexico. It's that small arrest that can do wonders and do a lot of things. When we never charged that kid. But we got the information we need to solve a larger issue. Now, the fentanyl is another issue. Most of the chemicals come from China, shipped to the cartel in Mexico. who then traffic a lot of people in one area, so all the Border Patrol go deal with them while they bring a mass amount of fentanyl across the border, along with other drugs. Then the mules drive them up here to Minneapolis, St. Paul. This is the hub for a five-state area. In fact, a few weeks ago, they got to over 2 pounds of fentanyl at the Minneapolis airport. But these people that are driving the fentanyl and the methamphetamine up here, they're getting $20,000 to $40,000 a carload. They don't care. They drive it up here, drop the car off wherever they were told to drop it off, get on a plane, head back home. They don't care. We need stiffer laws to protect the citizens of Minnesota, to protect our children, to make sure they don't touch, the fentanyl is not around that they can touch it and be killed. One day somebody could be just pushing a shopping cart, and because fentanyl is on it, they'll die. This is serious. We've had too many people die. I've been talking about and pushing some fentanyl stuff for a number of years, trying to get it figured out. I want to thank Representative Novotny because he finally got enough together to get something in a bill last year. Unfortunately, it didn't make it over the end zone. But if we put this bill without this amendment on it, we can get it over the end zone and get it passed. But it's up to your side of the aisle whether you want to actually do something to stop fentanyl and stop the deaths of our minorities. Representative Novotny talked about the percentages. It's shocking. It's your choice. Vote no on this amendment to the amendment.
The member from Clearwater, Representative Grossell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Mr. Chair, you got to take another look at this. When you talk about the war on drugs, you got to ask somebody who has actually been in that war, who's actually fought it. For 6 years, I worked on a federal gangs, guns, violent crimes, and narcotics task force. And we did a lot of hard work. We put a lot of dealers away, people who were infecting their communities. We worked in about 5 counties in northern Minnesota and all 3 reservations, Leech Lake, Red Lake, and White Earth. And everybody there was glad to see these people leave. They were glad to see these dealers gone. The ones that were bringing this garbage, this kind of garbage, into their communities, infecting their children, getting their children hooked on this crap. They were glad to see them gone. And in all my years working that stuff, I never once saw someone who was addicted go to prison. And now we've got drug courts. We've got stays. County attorneys, prosecutors, they have discretion on what to do with these people who they know aren't dealers. And never once in all my years of building cases against dealers did I try to make a user into a dealer. It takes some work to build a case for sales. Sometimes it takes months. Sometimes you stumble into somebody from the Mexican mafia in the area, and boy, you can make that case quick. Even somebody that looks like me. You go in there and you do that hard work, you put your life on the line to protect the communities that you serve. Don't try to stop something that's trying to help everybody. It's trying to help all of our communities. Because this stuff is not just here in the metro area. It's not just on the reservations. It's everywhere. And it's infecting everyone. And it's killing a lot of people. And what are we doing? What are we doing? It takes all of us to get this work done. We can't just sit on our hands. There are some things, adjustments that have been made on the in the narcotic statute, and some good adjustments. But there are things that need to be addressed, and people need to be held accountable for them. Because it does not take very much of this stuff to be lethal. And if they have any amount with them, and if it's mixed with something else, they're not doing that scientifically. They're taking that stuff with a razor blade or whatever, they're chopping it up, they're mixing it up, they're stomping on whatever they have so that they can stretch it. So it's not the user or the addicted person that they're going after. Although sometimes dealers are their best customers. I will say that. I've seen that as well. But it doesn't take very much to kill another human being with that stuff. If they put it into their little baggies, they don't know how much fentanyl went into whichever one, because they just mixed it up, just chopped it together, try to stretch it, try to make it go farther. And if somebody got just a little too much in one of those bags, one of those little quarter gram, half gram, they're going to die. They're going to die. And if we don't stop these people with some, right in their tracks, with some substantial penalties for dealing, for sales, then shame on us. Shame on us. We're the ones that make the legislation. We're the ones that make the laws and the statutes and put them in place. We've been trying to help. We've been trying to help for years, several years now, to try to help deal with this violent crime stuff, trying to help with all this other stuff. But you don't seem to want our help. Let's start today. Let's start with this. Don't stand in the way of something that is going to help you guys. It's going to help all of us. It's going to help our citizens. It's going to help our school kids. Everyone. Vote no on the amendment to the amendment.
The member from Candy, Ojai, Representative Baker.
So this is an area that I found myself a little embarrassed about this afternoon or this morning when we were talking about today's bills, and I was so, and again, super proud to serve with Chair Fisher on the Behavioral Health Committee. We did a lot of really cool stuff this year. That committee was blowing through bipartisan stuff like crazy. And I don't serve on this committee, Public Safety, and I do a lot of talking on stuff, like most of you know that, around the state, around the country, on this issue, and I'm really proud to do that in honor of all of us in Minnesota, and all of us and what we have done here. And this morning when we were talking about the bills and going through the amendments, I heard the word fentanyl, and it perked right up. And I hadn't followed this well enough. I had talked to some folks in the Senate. I had heard in a bipartisan manner that the Senate has a bill that's ready for the HHS Omnibus bill coming our way, and just sort of assumed we were kind of at least in step with this issue about fentanyl and what it's really doing to us. I think what is important for me to share is that you all know how deadly this is, you all understand the super minute amount it takes to kill somebody. You know there's a lot of pressed pills that are not healthy and they're only bad, and we are doing everything we can to tell our kids and our young people and everybody, never, ever, ever take a pill that is not from a doctor and a pharmaceutical that has your name on it. And this morning when I heard about this, I almost had to run over to Representative Novotny, who is obviously doing this, and I got the background. Well, what happened in the hearing? You know, you had the hearing on this. No, I didn't. You didn't have a hearing on it. Nod yes or no. You did not have a hearing on this bill. Okay. So it made me kind of realize we're missing something here. And I understand Chair Mariani's motives here to not criminalize people that have a substance use disorder. I get that. We are not looking at trying to put people who have a substance use disorder in jail or criminalize them. We are not trying to do that with this. What this bill, what this amendment is doing is just say, let's call it the same as heroin. Let's call it the same as cocaine. Because people in our society understand those drugs have a different meaning than the word fentanyl, which nobody can spell. It's kind of new to our dictionary. It's kind of new to our world. Fentanyl. And what the amendment is trying to do is just say, let's just put it to that. That's all it is. And my concern is that Chair Mariani is trying to use this one, fentanyl, and pushing it downward so that we don't criminalize people, because that is the next thing that's going to ruin people's lives if they get caught with this with 5-6 pills in their pocket because they're giving it out to people or they're selling it to people. But we have to let people know that fentanyl is 50 times more potent and deadly than heroin. Because when I hear the word heroin, that scares me more than the word fentanyl does. It's only because it's a stigma of those two words. So what we're doing here today with this fentanyl, 50 times more powerful than heroin, morphine, folks, we're talking about something different here. Novotny's just trying to get it to where it's even to something that's not as deadly. But what's going to happen here, I think, is you're going to ruin the amendment, you're going to ruin what he's trying to do, and you're going to try to make a message that, yeah, it's, as you said over there, Representative Mariani, it's painful to see this. You have no idea. You have no idea what it's like. And to Bridget Norling, who, again, Representative Jurgens had mentioned earlier, we did go to this, and she just sent me a letter saying, thanks for going last Tuesday night with Representative Jurgens and Representative Frankie to our Dead on Arrival night, One Pill Can Kill in Hastings at the middle school. I really appreciate your kind words. I did get up and say a few things about what we're doing here in Minnesota to let them know that lawmakers actually care about this. I didn't know this bill was coming up. I didn't know this amendment was coming up 2 nights ago. We're doing a lot about this stuff. Thanks for getting up and talking about this. I just wanted parents and families to have this information I have come to learn about. I wish I would have known 2 years ago that fentanyl kills with 1 pill. I want the kids in my city to live. I want them to have a fighting chance in order for them to have a chance at life. I'm just so grateful to have that message get out to so many people that night. The road of losing our children is not easy. It's a road no parent should ever find themselves in. Hopefully we can reach a time where we don't have to do this anymore. I have 25 of these letters, and I get them every few weeks, and I don't know what to tell people. But when parents especially, because we are all of a sudden overnight, we are triggered, some of us, not everybody, but we're triggered to make a difference in this because our children mattered. And when your kids get sick with this, or in her case, her son Devin died on April 4th, 2020. He was 19 years old. He took a pill. He thought it was a Percocet. It could have killed 10 people. That one pill had the potential to kill 10 people. And he wasn't an addict. He wasn't one of those that you think of. He was a 19-year-old kid who had a toothache. And so what we're trying to do is tell our communities this is really a big deal. So, Chair Mariani, this is a different thing. This is different. And you are right. We have to work on this decriminalization issue. We have to deal with that. But on this one, on fentanyl, we know it's killing people faster than heroin. It's killing people faster than anything else we've seen in this. We were making progress on prescribing opioids, folks. We were going in the right direction until fentanyl arrived. In 2010, we lost 229 Minnesotans here. If you go to the MDH website, you'll see it on the dashboard. In 2020, we lost 678 people in Minnesota to overdosing with opioids. And largely that is fentanyl. You all have heard this 100 times. So what we have the chance to do tonight was do something, get it out of this bill, put it into the amendment that Representative Novotny wants to do, take it to conference and make it better. Make it how you want to do it, but don't gut it out. Don't make it so it's almost worthless. Let's have a position in the House that is something that we can be proud of. Because everybody who votes against this today, who votes a red or a green on the Mariani amendment to ruin this Novotny amendment, is telling your community that you don't think fentanyl is a big deal because of the stigma of what it does to people that could get in trouble with this. It's the wrong one to deal with. It's the wrong drug to handle this issue on, folks. It is. And I'm just asking you that, I know we're not over, and when this leaves here, there's still a chance, Chair Mariani, to come back with something that I can be proud of, that I can be proud of our team to say, you made a difference on this. Again, it may not be perfect, but let's work together on doing something better. But please don't, members, you are going to touch your button tonight, not anyone else. So when you look up at the board, I'm just asking you, do the right thing on fentanyl. We have to treat this. The county attorneys are asking you, please give us the ability to deal with this in a better way. But we will absolutely and must deal with people that are not criminals, but if they touch heroin, they'll be as fearful as if they're touching fentanyl in a pocket with pills. That's the difference here. And I am begging you, for parents, for the Bridgets, for the Kristens, for the Michelles, for all those parents out there, they are looking at you right now. And they're going to hear you, they're going to hear from you about this. So I just urge you, please, do the right thing on this tonight. We've got to get out of this session with doing something about fentanyl, because it is, if it doesn't get dealt with, our folks that are trying to help us in the field and trying to stop it coming from the southern border and wherever it comes from, this is what they need from us. This is what we can do for them. So please, members, think about this before you push that button. Thank you.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Chair Mariani, we've talked a lot over the years, and I understand where you're coming from. It's often unfair that a black mark or some experience has been forced on someone that wasn't their fault or they were addict. And if the underlying amendment makes it through into law, every constituent, every parent that's upset with that, please have them send me a letter. And every year on that day, because that means that their loved one is alive. I would rather have a tough experience or a black mark and have a person get in the system and get help. You're right, addicts have trouble on their own getting help. But I don't want your constituents, your parents of someone to have the experience of holding the hand of a loved one when the life goes out of their eyes. Because that is what we're trying to prevent. And so everyone on that side of the aisle, have your constituents send me letters angry about what we put their child through. Because every time I get one, I will know that they're alive. And that's why we're trying to do this. Not to harm, but make it so people live. And we've all had bad experiences, but at least we had the experiences and could learn from it. And I just think that it's better to have someone go through an uncomfortable experience and learn from that. Maybe they go through treatment, whatever the outcome is. But learn and live and not die, because it's not a fun experience to hold the hand of a loved one and watch the life disappear in their eyes.
The member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. About a month ago, at the end of committee, our State Gov Finance Committee members may remember, I got an emergency phone call at the end of committee and quickly, in fact, we were in the middle of my amendment and I left before I was able to vote on my amendment. I had had a phone call that my brother was in the hospital. It was drug related. And 3 days later, he passed away. My brother was a remarkable human being. He was without a doubt the coolest person in the room anytime he was there. He was notorious for shenanigans and practical jokes, and oh my goodness, we laughed. He was an IT guy by trade, but he was this self-taught tinkerer, and he learned all of these skills on his own. He painted his own vehicles. He was a triple amputee. He only had his left arm and hand. His other limbs were just to his elbow and his knees, and he loved toys, and he had snowmobiles and four-wheelers, and he modified all these vehicles, and he welded components, and the night he passed away, he was in his garage working on, he had a relatively new Can-Am Spyder, and he had it all torn apart, adding LED lights and this kind of thing. That's who he was. He was an amazing human being, but he had demons. And Representative Mariani, I understand your intentions here, and your intentions are good, and they are based in compassion. But it is not compassionate to let this go. It is not merciful to not address this when we have an opportunity to do so. In fact, it is likely a death sentence. When we are dealing with fentanyl and we are not willing to deal with it appropriately, it is a death sentence. It is only a matter of time. It is not compassion. It's not. And I know that the issue is complicated, It's complicated. It's not easy, it's not tidy, but this issue, the issue of addiction is not tidy. It's not easy, but it is not compassionate. It is not merciful to be lenient when we have an opportunity for accountability. I beg of you to withdraw this amendment. I beg of you to withdraw this amendment. This is not compassion. Madam Speaker, can we have a roll call on this, please?
Representative New Brindley requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate Representative Baker sharing stories, and I know that he's been in touch with one of my constituents as well very recently, who I just met a couple of weeks ago, who lost her son as well. And I think, Representative Mariani, you started by saying that all of us are touched by this. Every single one of us in this room is touched by this. But we can't confuse leniency for compassion. In this instance, when we are talking about fentanyl, it is not compassion, it is a death sentence. Please withdraw this amendment.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, thank you for the discussion. I want to make sure that we're very clear about what the law currently is in this area. Possession of fentanyl is a felony, and increasing penalties in increasing amounts. Sale of fentanyl is a felony, increasing penalty, increasing amounts. Members, what I heard from Representative Jurgens early on and what I picked up from the comments of various members is that we are targeting the sale of this substance. That's exactly what the Mariani Amendment does. This has been a painful discussion to listen to, and I'm so sorry for all the folks have experienced, and I can say in my work as a prosecutor, I've seen really painful and challenging situations myself, and it's critical we remember that right now, these are felonies that we are going after with great seriousness. What we're trying to do is to balance going after the sellers and recognizing those who are addicted. This amendment absolutely strikes that balance. I urge members to support the amendment, focus on the sellers, and strike that necessary balance. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative, any further discussion on the Mariani amendment to the amendment? Seeing none, Representative Jurgens.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One pill. That dealer could have one pill. Is that for personal use or is that to sell? Because it's going to kill somebody. It only takes one. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The clerk, Representative Mariani.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, thank you for the debate, the discussion, and the sharing. You always know when we get to super real stuff when it gets awfully quiet in here. And so my respect to everyone, because it means that we're all listening carefully to one another. So thank you for that. Members, I'm not asking for leniency here. What I'm asking for is for us to properly target the harshness where it belongs, not to target where it doesn't belong. Further adding all sorts of collateral consequences to individuals who are trapped, who are poisoning themselves, who are being poisoned, isn't the answer. I think the answer partly lies in being harsh on those who would do that to others. And I think the answer lies in making sure that we're doing everything possible to reach out and bring all those beloveds into prevention work. We currently have the laws that can do that, as Representative Pinto already shared, there's no free walk for those in possession. There isn't. Representative Johnson himself shared his experiences of people in fentanyl, in custody, in treatment. Piling on those folks is not the answer. I am convinced by Representative Odney's proposal that we go harsh at those who would prey on others, who profit on others, who spread this poison. That's all this amendment does. It focuses us on the true deterrent. I ask for your support.
The clerk will take the roll on the amendment to the amendment. Members, please vote. Will the clerk please call the names of the members who've not yet voted?
Ackland.
Eklund, no.
Ackland, no. Davids.
Davids, no.
Davids, no. Damath.
Damath, no.
Damath, no. Edelson.
Edelson, aye.
Edelson, aye. Frankie.
Frankie, no.
Frankie, no. Hamilton.
Hamilton, no.
Hamilton, no. Houseman.
Houseman, aye.
Houseman, aye. Keel. Keel. Katiza Wattoon.
Katiza Wattoon, aye.
Katiza Wattoon, aye. Mason.
Mason, aye.
Mason, aye. Nelson N.
Nelson N, no.
Nelson N, no. Noor.
Noor, aye.
Noor, aye. O'Driscoll. O'Driscoll. Sandsted.
Sandsted, no.
Sandsted, no. Swazinski.
O'Driscoll, no. Swazinski, no.
Swazinski, no. Thompson.
Yes, Thompson, yes.
Thompson, aye. Keel. Keel, no. O'Driscoll.
O'Driscoll, no.
O'Driscoll, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 67 ayes and 63 nays, the motion prevails. The amendment to the amendment is adopted. Representative Novotny.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before we close out here, I'd like to announce that on July 18th, there's going to be a rally here on the Capitol grounds from 1:30 to 4:30. It's being organized by the loved ones that have lost family members to fentanyl and opioid addiction. It'll not only be about increasing awareness, but how to watch for signs and symptoms and how to deal with an overdose situations when they occur. Madam Speaker, I feel that this issue is much too important to deal with a watered-down bill. The bill, as I wrote it, went through the Senate. Hopefully the Senate will come through with their bill. I don't want to take a chance on something, and again, I will withdraw this amendment.
Representative Novotny withdraws his amendment. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Dow moves to amend Senate File Number 2673, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A4.
Member from Isanti, Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I think this is the last one, so I'll try to be more brief than I am at some points in in the session. But this is an important issue. I know this bill contains some new creative things that are meant to help curb crime and they're unfortunately untested, and some of them are really what would be an alternative to law enforcement instead of placing our trust and support behind our law enforcement. One of those is the use of violence interrupters. So this section of the bill creates some grants to pay for violence interrupters. And so what my amendment does, in essence, is it just changes the fiscal agent of those grants to our law enforcement officers. One of the problems with the model of violence interrupters across the country has been that they are separate from law enforcement and do not work with law enforcement. And the best way to ensure that those organizations are working with our law enforcement officers is to ensure that the law enforcement officers or agencies become the fiscal agents giving the grants to the violence interrupters. And it gives them a chance to vet those organizations and make sure that they are legitimate. There's been some extremely unfortunate circumstances with these violence interrupters who really are not licensed, are not well trained, not only across the country, but right here in the Twin Cities. We've had serious issues with this model already right here in Minnesota. So I would ask folks to really consider this as a way of tying law enforcement and this new model together, and forcing the two to work together, because one cannot be successful. Violence interrupters cannot be successful working without law enforcement. So there is a letter from MPPOA opposing this bill. I'll just quote part of that. Funding unaccountable, unproven violence interrupters instead of law enforcement and public safety officials is akin to defunding the police. With murders, carjackings, and crime on the rise, communities need evidence-based solutions to prevent potentially thousands more unnecessary deaths and victims, and they need it right now. I think we all know that the biggest problem facing our communities right now is particularly in the metro area, but that is obviously, very obviously, bleeding over into other communities across the state. So this is an issue that affects all of us, and it's really important that we take it seriously. It is the -- issue facing our communities right now. As of February, St. Paul was down nearly 100 officers. The city of Minneapolis, I believe, is down about 330 officers from their normal contingent that they have. We heard this morning that, or earlier today, I guess, that unfortunately Minneapolis recorded its 30th homicide of the year. 30th homicide of the year in the city of Minneapolis. That's an average of 1 every 4 days. And we're on track for this to be the highest record-setting year for highest number of murders in a year. The previous record was set in 1995. This is an alarming trend that we must stop. Minneapolis has been already using this violence interrupter model. In fact, recently the city of Minneapolis has increased the funding for violence interrupters from by $5 million to a total of $7.5 million. So just think about where we are, folks. The evidence is right in front of you. It's very clear. And this is something that is very heartfelt and emotional for people. And it very often manifests itself as fear. And people are afraid of this rising crime. And when I say the evidence is right in front of you, what I mean by that is the city of Minneapolis is down 330 licensed sworn peace officers. And they're using the violence interrupter model. And we are on track for this to be one of the most violent years in Minneapolis history. And it's not just murders, carjackings, this is the new thing. But these are violent, violent crimes where someone at gunpoint or at knife point is stealing your vehicle while you're in it. And in some cases, I think we've heard the stories, while a child is in a car seat in the back. Now it turns into a kidnapping. Some of these end in death and murder. Carjackings are up 400% and 500%, maybe more. I think last year we had 600 or 700 carjackings. I mean, that's astronomical. We're talking about 2 a day. Think about that. So this model is not working. It has not worked, and it will not work. There's an article that I looked up recently about this violence interrupter model. And in this article, I just want to read a few quotes. The Minneapolis rollout hit a few bumps. This is a quote from the story. During one operation, a member of the Agape movement, a group that includes former gang members, told this reporter that he will likely kill someone someday. These are untrained people on the streets who are being paid with tax dollars. And there is no reporting, there's no accountability. This is not the model we want, folks. And the article continues, and last year, a member of the nonprofit city contractor We Push for Peace was caught on video beating a homeless man outside a grocery store where the group was providing security. And these are unlicensed, untrained, and unaccountable people being paid with tax dollars. A woman who has studied this was quoted in this story by saying these groups are less accountable than the police, exactly for the reasons I just mentioned. And she says, at least with the police, citizens can take down a badge number and call a supervisor. They don't have that ability with a violence interrupter. Jeffrey Butts, the director of the Research and Evaluation Center at John Jay College of Criminal Justice, has studied violence interrupters, and he told the reporter that wrote this story last year that the groups needed more study, and he said, they are clever branding on an unproven product. The effectiveness of violence interrupters has been questioned by Chicago, Kansas City, and Louisville, where the program was paused after an interrupter was accused of rape. And I think you all know former Chicago Mayor Rahm Emanuel, who decided not to renew 2 neighborhood programs after police said the interrupters didn't work with them. So the problem in Chicago when Rahm Emanuel ended those programs was that those groups weren't working with police. And under the current model in the bill right now, they will not work with the police. They'll be funded completely separate. So that's what my amendment seeks to fix. And I would ask for your support on that. I would also say that it's really, my amendment also takes care of a problem in the bill. If you pull out your copy of the bill, on page 77, and this is the section of the bill that deals with these grants. I got to just go back a couple pages. It's the local community innovation grants. That starts on page 74, but on page 77, there's a line that I want to call to your attention. 77.21, grant funds may not be used to fund the activities of law enforcement agencies or offset the costs of counties or qualified local government entities. The target in this bill is $200 million. The language that I just read to you is for the section of the bill that totals $55 million. So this is a bill that is the public safety bill. And for $55 million of grants in that bill, these funds may not be used to fund the activities of law enforcement agencies, specific language. This is the sort of rhetoric that we in the legislature need to get away from. We need to build trust between our law enforcement officers and our communities. And when we perpetuate rhetoric or say things that erode the trust that the public would have in police officers or law enforcement officers, we actually put the lives of both parties at risk. And this is something that I'm deeply concerned about and I've talked a lot about, because it's easy to say, oh, all police officers are bad. But when you say that, or even imply that, what you're doing is you're eroding the trust that the public has in a police officer. And when there's an interaction between a police officer and a member of the community, now tensions can be escalated when the member of the community doesn't trust that police officer and does something erratic or evasive. And now they've put not only their own life at risk, but the life of that police officer. And in almost every one of the high-profile interactions in recent years that we all wish hadn't happened, I think almost all of them were because there was that level of distrust was heightened. So our job and the expectation of the public is that we support our police officers and that we build that relationship better. Is every police officer perfect? No. And I think we all know that. And I think we know that there are communities in the state of Minnesota where the leadership has not taken the actions necessary to fix some of the problems. But I think we can say very unequivocally that we need Minnesotans to trust our police officers, and we need our police officers to trust Minnesotans. And it's our actions and our words that can improve that. So my amendment actually, I think, takes a program. I don't eliminate the money for these community grants for the violence interrupters. They can still get all of this money. I only redirect the money to go to the law enforcement agencies for them to give it to the violence interrupters, because that will force a relationship between the two. And we can not relive the mistakes of cities like Chicago, where they eliminated these programs because they weren't working, and they very clearly are saying now they weren't working because these groups weren't working with law enforcement. And if you want this model to be successful, they need to work hand in glove with law enforcement. So this one should be a no-brainer. I expect that the author will probably take it. But just to make sure, I do want to request a roll call vote, Madam Speaker.
Representative Doubt requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
So thank you for your time and giving me some time to introduce this particular amendment. And you know, I think the model right now is not working in Minneapolis, right? So you've got violence interrupters already. The city of Minneapolis is already funding them with tax dollars. Crime is up. Those interrupters are not working with law enforcement. They're working completely separately on their own. They're not licensed, they're not trained, and they're not accountable. And this is an opportunity to formalize that, have them and force them to work with law enforcement hopefully reduce the crime in the city of Minneapolis. And if we can improve that relationship, it will also serve the purpose of restoring that trust between our community and law enforcement and help to build that relationship of trust, which I think is what we should all strive for here. So I really would appreciate a green vote on this, and I look forward to this being added to the bill. Thank you.
Representative Mariani.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and members. And I rise to oppose this amendment. And, you know, there's some clever rhetorical, tools have been used here. There's also some false information that's been shared here. You know, the $55 million that was identified is precisely the community part of the public safety provision. There's $55 million in the other sections where it's about law enforcement. Frankly, the author's amendment that I offered, we all voted for at the beginning of the bill, made it real clear that law enforcement had access to that. Members, I'm not going to get into a long rhetorical battle here around who's demeaning police or not. I've not heard a single member on my side of the aisle demean police. I don't know of a single member on my side of the aisle who's ever attacked a police officer. I don't know one on my side of the aisle. Let's not have that conversation because it's a false one. You can debate yourself, I suppose. You can construct something and have a debate with yourself, but what's in the bill does nothing but honor law enforcement, expects the highest from it, but more importantly, it expects higher from all of us. This amendment does all sorts of violence to the notion that what we should be doing is using our state resources to be able to have tight-knit coordination happening, decided by our locals, our local elected officials, our locals. We either trust our locals or we don't. This bill is constructed specifically to send all these resources, both the community side of it, those that are heavily focused on law enforcement, into local elected decision-making in our cities, our towns, our townships, our counties, our tribal governments. We're not telling people what to do. We're not saying, here's the money and you have to do exactly this. We're saying, here's the resources, here's the broad categories of evidence-based information. I'm glad that there was a reference to national research. We held 2 or 3 hearings involving national and local researchers who shared with us the best information of what works. It's not throwing any shade on law enforcement when those researchers say, look, if you're only doing work through law enforcement, you don't have the best public safety tools available to you. Therefore, you don't have the best public safety. So we were informed deeply by that objective research, both locally and nationally, to do the construct that exists in Representative Frazier's bill. This amendment does violence to that, and it goes back to the old approach of doing things only with one tool. I'll repeat what I said earlier, that we had police chiefs and sheriffs in hearing. You can look it up in our videos of our hearings, who told us things like we got to be able to collaborate with one another, with communities. We've got to be able to have these interventions, bring all these tools to bear. Oh, and by the way, spend money on us. And we said, you know what? That's not bad either, because there are capacity issues that we can help with as a state for law enforcement entities. So we're not entering into this space by picking one over the other, demeaning one over the other. This is about doing all of this together with our law enforcement professionals, with our community professionals, with our social science intervention professionals, all directed by our local electeds. So members, this amendment does incredible violence to that wise approach that exists at the core of the Public Safety Innovation Act that Representative Frazier worked almost a year since early last summer, and that we've embedded deeply into this overall bill. If you want to do if you want to do what works, if you want effective public safety, don't vote for this amendment. Vote for the infrastructure framework, rather, in the Omnibus bill.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll try to be quick with this. What this amendment actually does is it guts the premise of what the innovation grants will actually do. It actually takes away the ongoing funding that would go to these local government entities and our tribal entities, which this amendment doesn't include the tribal entities, so I'm not sure why that is the case. But it will take away millions of dollars from our local entities to decide how they want to address the public safety issues in their communities. And earlier when I opened up, I talked about the fact that we're dealing with data, we're dealing with proven solutions that work. We're living in a reality when we look at that data. When the author of this amendment spoke, he spoke about Minneapolis. That's only one city in our great state of Minnesota. We've got several cities in this state. It's a large state. It's a vast state. You've got several jurisdictions. Our data, our bill focuses on the 80 jurisdictions that have the highest crime rates or a rise in their crime rates. That's where the resources will go, where it's actually needed. And it allows them the ability to figure out what is best for their communities. This amendment would preclude them from doing that. It only focuses on violent crimes. We know that violent crimes aren't the only crimes that happen. Catalytic converter thefts, that's a big issue. Everyone's talking about that. This bill would preclude them from working on dealing with issues to stop that kind of theft. It would preclude those jurisdictions from putting together juvenile diversion programs. It will preclude those jurisdictions from putting together domestic and assault-related resources for victims. Why would we want to do that? Why would we want to take away resources that local jurisdictions would need and want to create and ensure that they have healthy, safe communities? I know that's not what we're about here. Maybe that's not what this amendment was meant to do. Maybe it was drafted poorly, but I know that's not what we want to do. I know we want to give our communities the resources that they need. And this bill does exactly what the author of the amendment says they are trying to do. It does encourage collaborations. The resources go directly through the local governments. It goes directly through those elected officials that know their communities and know the organizations within their communities that they have vetted, that they have relationships with, that they will be able to decide if they want to work with. Also, the applications that are sent up through the state, through DPS, will be vetted by law enforcement professionals, experts, criminologists, evaluation professionals. These will be vetted. And the last point is, violence interrupters are only one part of the strategies that can be used by our local governments, municipalities, and tribal entities to decide what strategies they want to put in place. Only one part. We should stop focusing on that. Let's focus on the entire picture. That's why this is a comprehensive bill. We don't want to tie the hands of our local jurisdictions. We want to give them exactly what they need so that they can be successful. So I'd urge a no vote on this amendment because it does not give our local jurisdictions what they need to be successful. Thank you.
The member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And frankly, Representative Mariani, I actually really like the language, and I like the concept of the local community innovation grants. I think we are fortunate that in Minnesota we have some really good examples of seeing. And in fact, I'm wondering if Representative Wolgamott would yield for a question.
He's not available. Representative New Brindley.
Oh shoot, I just saw him. Well, I wanted to hear a little bit about the Cop House in St. Cloud that I know he is really familiar with, because it is a great example of where a law enforcement agency has been really innovative and really creative and made strides to do things differently in that community. In fact, would Representative Tice yield for a question?
She will yield. Representative Tice.
Thank you, Madam
or
Speaker.
Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Tice, I'm wondering if you could just take a minute and tell us a little bit about what they've done in St. Cloud with the Cop House, because I know that they have been really innovative and done some interesting things up there.
The member from Stearns, Representative Tice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been sitting here for most of the day, so you're asking me about something I absolutely love, so keeping it to a minute is going to be brief. But I will tell you that since we've had the Cop House in St. Cloud since 2017, we have seen such a difference in the neighborhoods. And that was one of the reasons why it was brought to St. Cloud. And it was brought to us from an officer from Racine, Officer Dan McClure, who Racine right now has 7 cop houses, and they have seen such a difference in their communities. But to really experience what those differences are, you need to come to see the cop house. One of the last times I was there, it was right after Halloween, and we were there early in the morning, but there was a little guy that came to see us, and so he must have been probably 4 or 5, not in school yet. He was still in his jammies, and he was just bouncing around saying hi to all of us, wanting to know what we were up to, and telling us how much he loved the cop house, and we didn't even ask him a question. He was such an energetic little guy. But that's an example of what you see at the cop house. You see a lot of folks coming in to get some of the services that are offered there. It is absolutely amazing. But I'm going to share with you later some of the statistics about it. But what I want to tell you is that it's award-winning. In 2019, we had the United States Department of Justice gave St. Cloud Cop House a Civic Imagination Award. That's pretty big stuff, and it was pretty big in our community to have that there. It was a hot day, it was an amazing day, and we got to talk about how great it has been in St. Cloud. So thank you, Representative New Brindley. I could talk about this forever.
Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Tice. I think that's so fun. I actually did not know that they had won this Civic Imagination Award, but that certainly fits in perfectly with local community innovation. I think that's so interesting. I think I like this amendment to ensure that ensure collaboration between our law enforcement agencies and this community innovation. This is a good idea. This is a good way to do it. A lot of our law enforcement agencies would love to be doing stuff like this, but they don't have the resources, unfortunately. Many of us serve small communities. We don't have extra resources to put into these things. And it's just a problem that we have across the board, right? Our local communities, just, we've got a small tax base. We don't have a huge amount of dollars to work with. But we have seen that when law enforcement agencies are given the opportunity and have some resources, that they can do really interesting and innovative things. And we want them to do that. We want them to do that. And I just want to, again, dispel some misinformation that's been given here today. This amendment does not gut any of the things that the bill language does. It just changes the fiscal agent. It just changes the fiscal agent. So the things that Representative Frazier just mentioned, if those things are allowable in the bill language, they're allowable under the amendment. It just changes the fiscal agent. That's all it does. And it just ensures that collaboration between our law enforcement agencies, the folks who go to school and are trained and prepared for this, it ensures that they are engaged in this process of innovation. I certainly would recommend a yes vote on the amendment. And I just want to call attention to one other thing that is just, I think, concerning and just a point that we should be careful about our language and the language that we use here on the House floor. We heard multiple times that this amendment does violence. That this piece of paper right here does violence. Representative Mariani multiple times said that this does violence. And I just want to address that for a minute because I think that that language is dangerous. That language is dangerous because there is real violence happening in our communities. And when we say things publicly like this piece of paper does violence, we are minimizing the real violence that is happening in our communities. We are minimizing the fact that last week, a 14-year-old boy brutally raped and murdered a 10-year-old girl. That is violence. We are minimizing the fact that this year, 30 murders have occurred in the city of Minneapolis. That is violence. A piece of paper is not violence. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Further discussion on the doubt amendment. Representative Doubt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members, and thank you, Representative New Brindley, for that last comment about the words that were used in the debate. And Representative Mariani, you're very eloquent in your speeches and creative in your choice of words, but I will tell you that I was also offended by your choice of the word, the use of the word violent to describe an amendment here on the House floor. To say that one amendment does violence to the bill, it does diminish that word, and it diminishes the victims of real violence in this state. And just as we talked about with the fentanyl amendment earlier, each one of us knows someone, and in many cases very personally, who has been a victim of real violence in this state. So just an invitation that we all could be a little more mindful of the words that we use. Members, just to continually dispel a little more of what was said, my amendment does remove that language on page 77, it's line 7721, that says that grant funds may not be used to fund the activities of law enforcement agencies. So under my amendment, that language would be removed. So this money would go directly to law enforcement agencies to be used for all of the purposes that are otherwise outlined in this section of the bill. But at the discretion and very intentionally to work with law enforcement agencies. And if they don't feel, after vetting those untested, untrained, and unlicensed organizations that would provide this violence interrupter service, those law enforcement agencies can invest in something else creative, like the cop house. And that is something, and thank you, Representative Tice, for talking about that. I know that you're so passionate about that because, and I know why you're passionate about it, because it works, and it's been so successful. And to my point earlier, the cop house is something that builds trust between law enforcement officers and members of their community. And it has done a fantastic job of that. But specifically excluding money from law enforcement with language in the bill on line 7721 21, where it says grant funds may not be used to fund the activities of law enforcement agencies. Putting language like that in bills and specifically taking money that would normally be used for law enforcement purposes and giving it to untested, unlicensed, and untrained nonprofits, who, by the way, the font is too small in this story, who, by the way, have been described in their own words by saying things like, I will likely kill someone someday. And another one of those people was caught on video right here in Minneapolis, outside of a grocery store. He was there to provide security, and he was being paid with tax dollars. He was caught on video beating a homeless man. He was a violence interrupter. He was not licensed. He was likely not trained. And he is not, well, I assume maybe he's been arrested and he's being held accountable. I hope he is. Because my God, every person in this world deserves dignity to not be a victim of that. So we'll allow our law enforcement officers and agencies to actually vet these organizations. And if they are successful, and if that's a model that works, my model will force those two to work together. And if your model isn't the one that's going to work in a community, and if they won't work with law enforcement, then they can use the money for a cop house, which has been proven to work. Not proven not to work. Other cities around the country are moving away from this model because it hasn't worked. And some of them made that decision 10 years ago, or almost 10 years ago. And those are Democrat cities. But they quit those programs because they weren't working. So just to be clear on what my amendment does, and I'm going to spell it out really clear for you, my amendment will fund law enforcement. If you vote against my amendment, you will be voting literally to put language in the bill or leave language in the bill that says that these dollars cannot be used to fund law enforcement. I cannot make that more clear for what you will be voting on shortly. But I assure you, to dispel the misinformation that was spoken, my bill does not limit these dollars from being used for any of the things that are in the underlying grant program. But it does force those things and those organizations to work with law enforcement. So here's your opportunity to fund law enforcement or send a message that puts language into a bill that says these dollars cannot be used for law enforcement, and it's $55 million. More than 25% of this bill is restricted by language that says these dollars cannot be used to fund law enforcement. Let's fix that, because that's the message that creates distrust. That's the message that puts people, both that wear a uniform and people who are protected by people that wear a uniform, at risk and in danger. So this is your opportunity to fix that, and this is a good amendment. Please vote in favor of it.
The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Members, please vote. Will the clerk please call the names of the members who've not yet voted?
Ackland.
Ackland, aye.
Ackland, aye. Baker.
Baker, aye.
Baker, aye. Damath.
Damath, aye.
Damath, aye. Edelson.
Edelson, no.
Edelson, no. Frankie.
Frankie, aye.
Frankie, aye. Gomez.
Gomez, no.
Gomez, no. Hamilton.
Hamilton, aye.
Hamilton, aye. Houseman.
Houseman, no.
Houseman, no. Keel.
Keel, aye.
Keel, aye. Mason.
Mason, no.
Mason, no. Nelson, N.
Nelson, N, aye.
Nelson, N, aye. O'Driscoll.
O'Driscoll, aye.
O'Driscoll, aye. Pryor.
Pryor, no.
Pryor, no. Swazinski.
Swazinski, aye.
Swazinski, aye. Thompson.
Thompson, no. No.
Thompson, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 66 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File Number 2673, as amended.
Third reading as amended. Discussion to the bill. The member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to start by just thanking Chair Mariani, Chair Becker-Finn, and Vice Chair Fraser and Moeller for putting together a really excellent bill. In the Judiciary bill, we make historic and urgently needed investments in public defenders and in civil legal aid. And I want to thank Chair Becker-Finn in particular for her really dogged advocacy on both of these important priorities. In the public safety bill, we respond to the public safety needs of our state in a smart and balanced way. We take a multifaceted approach from funding additional detectives and forensics to help solve crimes to making critical investments upstream in our youth to help prevent crime before it happens. We expand criminal enforcement in Greater Minnesota by the Attorney General's Office, which is a top priority for the County Attorneys Association. We also contain important measures to help rebuild community trust, and I heard Representative Dowd talk a lot about trust tonight. The Minnesota Department of Human Rights report that came out earlier this week shows just how far we have to go to rebuild trust in the city that I represent and to end racialized policing and repair community relationships. This bill takes really important steps in that direction, restoring authority to cities to implement robust civilian review and strengthening the post board's authority to hold officers accountable consistently across the state. I'd also like to highlight two provisions that I authored in this bill that focus on the simple premise that we should give those who have paid their debt to society an opportunity for redemption. The first is the creation of the Clemency Review Commission. Last year, the Pardon Board received 161 petitions reviewed by three of the busiest people in our state, the governor, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, and the Attorney General. This is just not a sustainable way to review pardons, and it is out of step with states across the country that have a much more effective and efficient process. We mirror in this bill the process that South Dakota uses in creating this review commission to help screen petitions and make recommendations to the full board. This could mean second chances for many more deserving Minnesotans. And the second bill I'd like to highlight is the Clean Slate Act. Too often, having a criminal record severely limits an individual's opportunity to find jobs, housing, or education. 1 in 4 Minnesotans have some type of criminal record, and 90% of employers conduct background checks. This adds up to a significant barrier to employment for tens of thousands of Minnesotans in a time of workforce shortage in our state. The Clean Slate Act would automatically expunge records for certain carefully targeted misdemeanors after a crime-free waiting period. And I want to thank the broad organizational support we've received from the Minnesota County Attorneys Association, to victims organizations like Violence Free Minnesota and MNCASA, to business organizations, to organizations across the political spectrum, from the Catholic Conference to Americans for Prosperity. I think it is this broad coalition of support that helped the bill pass unanimously out of the Judiciary Committee. I am grateful for the bipartisan support the Clean Slate Act has received, and very much hope this will come back to us in the final bill. And I just want to thank, again, all the members of the committee and the chairs for their very hard work on this excellent bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The member from Sherburne, Representative Novotny.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to start out by saying thank you, Chair Mariani, for always keeping the committees passionate and focused. We might disagree on how we want to get to where we want to go, but I think we all agree what we would like it to be. So, unfortunately, on this bill, I don't see how it'll make our community safer. It leaves out so many of the bills that would have actually helped bring down the dramatic increase of crime, and a dramatic increase, not an uptick. We didn't do anything to specifically criminalize carjacking and come up with a separate code for that. There's a separate federal code for that offense, but not in state statutes. And we know that the carjackings have exploded in the city of Minneapolis. In 2019, 104 reported carjackings. 2020, 388. 2021, 640 carjackings. It's over, I almost did the math wrong. It's a lot, nearly 2 a day. Other bills not included in the Omnibus bill that I think really would have made a difference. Representative Stevenson's bill on organized theft, that wasn't in there. Bills to increase the penalties for fleeing in a stolen car or in a reckless manner from Representative Edelson's bill, that wasn't in there. Representative Edelson also had a bill that would require the use of electronic monitors on juvenile offenders caught in a stolen car that had bipartisan support. That wasn't in there. There was a bill for enhancing the penalty of use of a stolen vehicle when committing a violent crime. That wasn't in there. I heard Representative Frazier talk about the old ways not working, and I want to know, what does he mean, old? As in, like the last 50 years? I'm old enough to remember when Minneapolis was called Murderapolis. And Murderapolis, that was up in about 100 murders that year. And what changed? What changed is there was enforcement, people were held accountable, there was a fear of arrest, there was a fear of actual consequences, and in a short amount of time, it was back to Minneapolis. The murders were down in the 30s. And as I've said before, there's no acceptable amount of murders, but after seeing the peaks of the Murderapolis years, the 30s, I'll take 30 over 100 murders any year. We didn't hear my bill that would have kept repeat offenders in prison longer and off the street. Those who commit violent crimes have 2 or more prior convictions for violent crimes. Now, I also heard the quote today that you can't jail your way out of a crime wave. Now, that is the same thought process for people that don't want to build highways. Will say we can't build highways out of road congestion. And I'm here to tell you, when I go home after a long day, I'd much rather be sitting in 4 lanes of 35 rolling along slow than sitting in one lane, not being able to leave the Senate office building because 30 years ago somebody went with you can't build your way out of congestion theory. At some point, there's got to be some consequences. I know all the public safety members out there received an email today from the group Safe Streets Now for a Better Tomorrow. A couple of those ladies that are involved in that group have testified in public safety. And I think they would like to see the end of violent offenders. You know, they disagree with the thought that you can't jail your way out of violence because those ladies can tell you about how they were assaulted by someone who was caught and released. Someone that didn't have any consequences and went right back to doing it. And because in the state of Minnesota, it's a state where you serve your sentences concurrently, it doesn't matter. Once you get that first carjacking, once you get that first assault, as long as you do something else at the same degree, you're going to get the same amount of time, whether you do 1 or 5. Because no one's held accountable. Do you realize that Minnesota has a 3 strikes law for all intents and purposes? We have a 3 strikes law. And what that means is that sometime in the past, someone sat in this chamber and they said, you know what, we need, and I'm paraphrasing because I wasn't here, we need to hold the people we are scared of accountable. And someone said, you know what we can do? Let's make it a law so that if someone does multiple violent crimes, we're going to say that they have to serve their time consecutively. But then someone else said, let's give judges an option. And instead of saying judges shall, they went judges may. Judges may serve or may sentence people to consecutive. Well, how's that working out? Every time the judges get a chance, you know where they're going to go. They go with may, and they don't. And we have multiple repeat violent offenders back on the street. I've said before, we need to have our presence for the people we're scared of, and we need to help those we're mad at. I want to continue our focus. If I'm reelected, I want to keep doing that. I want to work with people that want to work to help the people that we're mad at or the people that need our help. You know what else we didn't get any help with? We didn't get any help with shot spotters. There were shot spotter bills. That wasn't in there. Young lady died probably 3 miles from this Capitol, shot in her car, bled out in the car because nobody knew. And the city of St. Paul refuses to take shot spotters. I don't understand it. The Senate is serious about trying to reverse the crime trends. And they have included these measures and other measures that I believe will help on these issues. I encourage you to work with the Senate in the conference bills, and hopefully some of these things that I think will make a difference and try to turn this ship around will be included in the final bill that comes through. Thank you.
The member from Anoka, Representative Heinrich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, please, you got to vote red on this bill. This bill fuels and supports the anti-police rhetoric that we've heard. It misplaces priorities. If you're thinking about pushing green to my friends on the DFL side, please rethink that. There's still time. The right vote here is red. We talk a lot about good intentions on this House floor, and sometimes we have good intentions that don't work out the way we want them to. Because we have good intentions, but sometimes things just don't work out. But this bill, if you have good intentions, you'll vote red on this bill. This bill will not prevent violent crime. It reduces sentences instead of holding criminals accountable. I'm asking the members with those good intentions to vote no on this bill. Chair Mariani, I got to address some comments regarding the Backer Amendment that you made earlier today. You talked about the violence interrupters and the community organizations as if they were the same as law enforcement, how somehow our side is anti-police or not funding law enforcement if we voted for the Backer Amendment. Members, we're all familiar with destructive rhetoric that we've heard from some of these so-called community organizers. Unfortunately, I think the correct term far too often should be community agitator. Chair Mariani accused us of politicizing. Our support hasn't wavered for law enforcement. Long before this day, it's been clear to, I think, the law enforcement community and many others that our support for law enforcement has not wavered. But what I have seen tonight is some DFLers voting like Republicans for the first time in a long time, so I thank you for that, Mr. Chair. I don't know how you did it. I'm not going to talk about motives. I'm just saying I see some green votes lighting up on the board, and I'm looking at it, and it's kind of shocking to me. So I don't think that we've politicized an issue, but maybe it is political. No increased penalties for carjackings or stolen vehicles or drug dealers. We're not the ones that have rhetoric that has disdain for America or disdain for law enforcement. We're not politicizing the issue. Members, vote red. If you have good intentions and you try to vote with good intentions and you want to make the right decision when you press your button because Minnesotans are watching and they care about this issue, this is one that you vote red on. Thank you for the time, Madam Speaker.
The member from Wright, Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I've been listening to the very important conversation this evening, I've been thinking to myself, I know that I had the thoughts when I was younger, and if I were to ask for a show of hands, how many themselves had a thought when they were younger or know of somebody who's had a thought of, when I grow up, I want to be a police officer? Yeah, I know probably every one of us. Unfortunately, this bill before us, this public safety bill, Democrat majority bill, continues to drive police officers out of the profession. That is the consequence of this bill. It'll continue that trend. Following the riots in Minneapolis and the Democrat efforts to defund and abolish the police, nearly 200 Minneapolis police officers sought disability retirement. But Democrats' anti-police rhetoric hasn't just impacted Minneapolis. It's had a negative impact across the entire state. There is currently a 10% vacancy rate statewide in the profession. Law enforcement agencies are unable to get the number of recruits they needed. I know during committee, I told the story back when I had applied for numerous departments. I can recall
going through the exam for the Bloomington Police Department back when I applied, mid-2000s. I applied for the Minneapolis Police Department. I applied for the St. Paul Police Department. And the story I told in committee, by the way, that I could never get past was the physical agility. But in every one of these, when there was 1, 2, or 3 openings, there were hundreds of applicants. Hundreds of applicants. Now, Representative O'Neill, Representative McDonald, we have the privilege of living in a county that has the best sheriff in the county, Sheriff Sean Derringer. And at a recent conversation, he was telling us how he is directly experiencing this consequence of the steep dive in the applications for law enforcement officers. That is the consequence of the anti-police rhetoric that we've been experiencing coming out of Minneapolis and surrounding communities. I have an email here I received, let's see, this was Monday of this week from a constituent. I won't read the whole thing, but just a portion of it. I'm tired of these legislators creating more divide between policing and our communities. I am a police officer / paramedic here in this state, and I feel there is little support with some of these legislators, and it needs to stop. We need support. The culture and morale of policing is a sinking ship. No one wants to become a police officer. A recruitment ad is not going to fix the issue. There is so much to talk about, and I know you support us. I appreciate living in your district. Well, members, we know that morale is directly affected by the support that's behind us in anything we do. Anything we do. The greatest example I could think of that we've all experienced is sports. Why do we have our parents in the bleachers? Why are there cheerleaders? When you're down by a handful of points, we know the reality. When there's somebody cheering us on, or if you're running that marathon or the 400-yard sprint, or in my case, I was a swimmer, the 500-yard freestyle. You get winded, but you need the motivation, and when there's cheerleaders pushing you, that gives you energy, it gives you support, it gives you the desire to keep pushing on. And the same is true in every profession, including law enforcement. And the courageous men and women in law enforcement who risk their lives each and every day to protect ours are impacted by the anti-police rhetoric. And that has devastated morale. That is why you're seeing the drop in police applications. That is why you're seeing police officers go on disability. And I even asked the question in a number of committees on different bills we heard this year. Why are we seeing the decline? What is happening? And in one case, I got the answer, well, there's population shifts. The population changes are what's impacting the drop in applications. And a whole host of answers, completely beating around the bush of the fact that our law enforcement professionals are under attack. Here's a recent article. I'll just read portions of this, and I'm sure we're all familiar with this. This is a recent article. When Corey Slivko died in 2019, Katie Slivko lost her husband and the father of their 2 children, and instantly became a member of the dreaded group, widow of a fallen officer. Except not quite. South St. Paul officer Corey Slivko's death wasn't recognized as in the line of duty. So many of the honors and benefits afforded surviving spouses don't go to Katie or their 2 children. That's because Corey Slivko died by suicide. Trauma officers and first responders face, whether from grappling against a riotous mob or performing the day in, day out duties that include frequent threats of violence and exposure to some gruesome scenes, not easily forgotten when the shift ends. An ambitious officer, Slivko moved up in his assignments with the South St. Paul Police Department, from working night patrols to heading up investigations. Over the course of a 20-year career, he worked as the county SWAT unit, as an assistant commander, and as a domestic abuse response team, eventually reaching the rank of sergeant overseeing other officers. This job was his life, Katie said. He loved it, and he wanted to be the best. But over the years, it took a toll on him between chronic pain and other events. They said cops see things in one day the rest of us might see in a lifetime. But you're meant to shake it off and go on to the next call. You know, when I was going, so while I've gone through law enforcement education and I've gone through skills training, I never actually became a sworn officer like some of the very courageous in our body have here. But I know that the adrenaline rush when responding to a call or seeing the gruesome scenes can't just be shaken off. And I would love to read the rest of this, but the fact is, the emotional toll that is taken on our law enforcement professionals is incredible, and we need to have their backs, and they don't feel that. This Democrat bill is so bad that all 3 of the major law enforcement associations here in Minnesota have not just said they have concerns with this bill, they are saying they outright oppose it. And those 3 associations are the Minnesota Chiefs Association, the Minnesota Sheriff's Association, and the Minnesota Peace and Police Officers Association. Madam Speaker and members, I truly do wish that I could vote green on this bill. But unfortunately, this bill will continue the trend of anti-law enforcement rather than supporting them as we should. So I encourage a no vote. Thank you.
The member from Anoka, Representative Raleigh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So last year, we used some song lyrics to highlight some of our points, and I'd like to continue on that very relatable idea. This is the working hour. We are paid by those who learn by our mistakes. In the Public Safety Committee, we were given very little time to actually dialogue and go back and forth, and here on the floor, a lot of the times, we've been ruled not germane or sometimes out of order. When we arrived here in the House in 2021, we each brought our talents, our thoughts, our ideas, and our passions, but in many cases we were shut down. We had very few abilities or very few times to have conversations with one another. We didn't have the ability to seek advice, to shape legislation in a contemplative manner, looking at both sides of the issue. And part of this is because it was due to our inability to actually get together in person, and I found that to be troubling. We want to share our passions and present our ideas to dig deep into the meaning of language and intent and to ask the hard questions around what a particular bill will do or not do or unintentionally do. Just not today, but long into the future. And we need to think about those things. But that did not happen. We weren't afforded this critical time, the space and the environment, and the people of Minnesota expect us to work together to bring our best ideas, our most critical thinking, our experience and our insight. In 2021, I joined the Council of State Governments and attended one of their conventions. In the application, they asked for legislators to submit ideas for what are called roundtable discussions. These are forms of meetings where a chair will bring a topic, explain the topic, and then the attendees will discuss it. This is the type of discussion we should be having. But I had to go to South Dakota to attend this and go to that conference to be able to participate. And I brought an idea to South Dakota, to CSG, to the Public Safety Roundtable. My topic was an overview of the unrest that gripped Minneapolis and Minnesota, and then eventually the whole world. It was a critical meeting on a topic that still needs to be discussed in a meaningful manner. And I want to have those discussions. And that's why I wanted to serve on public safety. Members of the Minnesota DFL attended, but instead of engaging in a dialogue, I was told that I was, quote, out of order for discussing public safety and the issues that are going on in Minneapolis. And I was the chair of this committee, and I was out of order. My question, here's what I said. Hearing what happened in Minneapolis, what ideas have been brought up in your state that you have considered and tried? My second question, what ideas and actions are working in your state? The idea is to be collaborative, to understand each other, to work towards a common goal. That was the subject of the roundtable. That was why I was called out of order. Now afterwards, a senator from Illinois walked up to me and asked me if being shut down like that in an open meeting was normal here in Minnesota. I had to share with him that it was my first experience. So unfortunately, it's the only experience I had in an in-person meeting with my fellow legislators. But this is the working hour. I did not fully appreciate why so many of us, me included, will stand here on the floor and say that I was on the school board for X number of years, or I'm a member of this group, or I'll describe my background or my lived experiences. And I did that yesterday on this very floor. I did it because I'm following the examples of my fellow legislators, and I'm learning from this. I promise you I'm learning. I told the body yesterday that I was an expert in a subject. I mentioned my credentials, my awards, my decades of hands-on experience. And then I said I had studied the amendment and that it was a good idea, it was well thought out, it was practical, it was something our state would benefit from. That, I was told, is the job here. But the amendment was vetoed down after another member spoke to the amendment and said that kids might go out and kill herds of cattle. This is the working hour. I cannot speak for my dialogue or for my colleagues, but I, for one, have gained a deep understanding of how this process works, and I reject it. This session, we've been forced to continue to abide by the rules that we all agreed to, because not conforming is out of order. We've been forced to accept debate not on the merits of a single subject bill, but rather on the obnoxious, bloated omnibus bills that I interpret to be in violation of Article 4, Section 17 of our Constitution. We have had nearly 5,000 bills that have been introduced this session, and yet we're going to be passing very few of them. In fact, we may be passing the fewest in the last number of years. But this number is deceiving. Those few bills will contain mostly one-sided conversations with the people of Minnesota. But they're used by both sides for political gain so that one side can crow about what they did. That they were able to stuff something into an omnibus bill, into these bloated monstrosities, while bemoaning the opposition and lamenting to their district that the members of the other side are dangerous and out of touch because they did not vote for the Frankenstein monster that it is an omnibus bill. And this is the working hour, and we are paid by those who learn by our mistakes. I'll not be voting for this bill. I'll not be voting on it because of the merits. I'm going to not vote on it based on what it does not contain. I'm going to vote no based on what it does contain. And it's going to be based on my degrees and my certifications and my experiences and my advice from other subject matter experts and my own personal compass. But I pledge to each of you and to the people of Minnesota, I have been paid richly during this working hour, a gift beyond price. I have learned by our mistakes, and I will help to lead this House, this legislature, and our state to do better going forward. We must break the insidious cycle of lazy legislation. We must bring single subject bills to debate here on the floor of our great institution, and we must show the courage that it takes to vigorously defend or to defeat each of these individual bills based on its merits, not based on accepting a policy to gain some small modicum of support for something else. Thank you, Chair Mariani and Vice Chair Frazier, and all the members of Public Safety. It's been an honor to learn from you, to work with you during this hour. And I pledge to you that your good work will be invested back into our great state of Minnesota. I have learned, and I'll share these lessons so that as we work together in a bipartisan manner in the future, I will not repeat these same mistakes. And I renew my pledge to the United States and to our republic and to our great nation under God and to our liberty. I stand here resolved to renewing our commitment to public safety and justice for all. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, fellow representatives.
The member from Stearns, Representative Tice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I've been sitting here, over 10 hours, and I've got a lot to say about the Cop House. I want to share with you the good things that have been happening in our community. I'm really saddened that this bill does not contain any funding for a community Cop House outpost. Governor Walz requested $2 million to expand this innovative approach to community safety, but the bill doesn't include it, nor does it contain any funding for Cop Houses. The first of its kind in the state of Minnesota, the St. Cloud Community Outpost, was modeled after a similar program in Racine, Wisconsin. In Racine, they experienced a 70% reduction in violent crime in the area surrounding their first house. They now have 7 houses in their program and an ongoing 20-year endowment. Officer Dan McClure was instrumental in getting the project started in St. Cloud after experiencing the changes Racine had seen. As the number of non-emergency calls decrease, benefits to citizens increase. Officers are able to spend more time working with citizens to solve crime and disorder problems. With better police-citizen communication, officers can more effectively use and share crime information with the public. Officers know both a community's problems and its residents and can link people with other public and private agencies that can help solve community concerns. No single agency can solve complex social problems alone. A combined community police effort restores the safety of neighborhoods and business districts. Officer McClure brought the ideas to Chief Anderson, and with that, the Cop House had legs in St. Cloud. The Community Outpost team collaborates with residents, community groups, businesses, and St. Cloud State University to assess community needs, build and maintain relationships, and improve access to needed health, wellness, and other services. Mayo Ambulance, Central Care Health, and Stearns County Social Services have designated spaces in the new facility. The outpost was built in 2017. My husband actually did the home inspection on the original house before any of this really got started. And it was quite a lift for a lot of folks. It took Congressman Emmer to do some lifting to get the permit so that they could finally demo the house and start building. It was the first of its kind in the state. A survey showed Southside residents of all ages have felt safer and healthier since its inception. This cop house had a positive impact, said Huda Ibrahim, president of Filson Talent Partners, which conducted the study. Residents reiterated the need for this cop house because of the services they provide. One of the first impressions that Huda talked about was the outpost's inception. It brought a host of suspicion. According to the study last year, or the study in 2018, Ibrahim said a majority of the residents from refugee backgrounds showed unfavorable perceptions toward community policing concepts. People have this fear of police, she said. Ibrahim said she grew up in Kenya, and when people saw the police, they would run away. The fact that police have come to trust the cop house is a positive. According to Filson Talent Partners study, 94% of those who responded tend to have a more favorable attitude towards the police. About 81% of respondents say police officers have an excellent relationship with the community, the study found, but 92% said there was a need for police to reflect the demographics of the South Side neighborhood. Well, what better way to have those demographics change than to create something like this, where you have the community involved with the police department. Survey respondents suggested hiring Somali-speaking liaison officers or interns, according to the study. And while the House helped improve communications between police and residents, Ibrahim said the respondents said there were areas that could improve. Despite mistrust and other impediments, the cop house staff has made gradual progress in building relationships with the communities they serve and protect, according to the study. Nearly 90% of the respondents say the outpost made their family and community healthier with access to social services nearby, and 60% of Somali families living in the apartments near the outpost used the mobile dental clinic that was provided there. In addition, 77% of respondents were impressed by services provided by the outpost. According to St. Cloud Assistant Police Chief Jeff Oxton, those services, or the way the outpost is used, takes the identity of the neighborhood it is in. Oxton said the department tries to identify who the neighbors are and what their needs may be, and they hear directly from people who are visiting about it. What we really found is that the ability to serve, as the Finson report says, in all those capacities, that's what the community or that neighborhood needs, Oxton said. The cop house has a community garden. That was something they recently incorporated, and they incorporate programming from the Boys and Girls Club, which is directly across the street. Last summer, I had the opportunity to speak with participants in the soccer camp, and the soccer camp was put on by another, I just love the Sene Foundation, but it was put on by them, and it was a hot week. So I showed up on Monday. I was so excited. It was so great to see the children and talk to them. And I just asked if Tony was going to be coming to visit the camp during the week, and they said yes, on Friday. So I showed up again, and of course Tony is there, and he's playing soccer with the kids, and it was such a treat to see this kind of collaboration. I talked with Sergeant Ryan Sayer, who was facilitating the program, and he just couldn't say enough of how much fun it was for not only the officers, but for all the kids there. It was so full of energy, and you don't usually see that kind of energy when you're talking about police departments and folks. I just saw smiles. It was so much fun. I've spoken on the House floor several times on what an asset the cop house has been to St. Cloud. St. Cloud is looking to add another cop house, as well as Wade Park. And Way Park is not only looking to add another cop house, but they're looking at working with the Boys and Girls Club to do programming for the kids. And they hope to have some areas there as well for senior citizens, so they can take part of that and have that collaboration going on. This is a collaboration between all law enforcement in my area. We've got St. Cloud Police Department, Wade Park Police Department, we have the Stearns County Sheriff's Office, the Minnesota State Patrol, and DNR offices. What a wonderful way to show the community that we care enough to work this hard to make sure we have opportunities like the cop house. So I'm very disappointed that the $200 million budget target the committee received, that they couldn't even find the courage to allocate 1% of the budget to Governor Walz's request for cop houses. Minnesota has the opportunity to do better once it knows better. And I don't think we are. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Clearwater, Representative Grossell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. You know, where do I start? Where do I start? This bill represents misplaced priorities. It does nothing to fund our police, recruit our police, retain our police. It does nothing to build trust in the communities between the citizens and your law enforcement. It does nothing. When I look at the enormous rise in violent crime across the state, but primarily, and this is said by the Commissioner of Public Safety, primarily in the metro area, you had 84 homicides last year in Minneapolis, 97 this year. 30 already, 97 last year in 2021, and 84 in 2020. You have 30 already this year, so you're on pace to eclipse even 97. That's not a good scenario. And for these past 2 years, I haven't heard a whole heck of a lot from the left on what they're going to do. When I look around, it's not hard to see what DFL policies and programs and everything are doing. Because for the past 4 decades, of failed DFL policies, programs, and leadership, this is where you're at now, folks. This is what you brought upon yourselves. You don't have to go very far to see the results of it. Burned out buildings in Minneapolis. And like I mentioned earlier, the homicide rates continuing to climb. Violent crime in 2019 was 8,536 cases. 2020, 10,313. Still climbing. That's from the Minnesota BCA. So if you want to shake your head, make sure you know it's where the information is coming from. Folks, there's a saying and a quote that I look at and I read from time to time to remind myself, to ground myself. Silence in the face of evil is itself evil. God will not hold us guiltless. Not to speak is to speak, not to act is to act. That is from Dietrich Bonhoeffer. Look it up. You have been silent for far too long. You have been stationary for far too long. And as I sat in committee one time, not too long ago, everybody's going, how did we get here? So as I reminded folks how we got here, I was cut off. But now I can talk tonight. It's my turn. You all remember I sent you a video because this is another thing. This is another thing I've heard our members over here saying, what don't we see in this bill? This is another thing we're not seeing in this bill. I sent you a video, a documentary called Shattered. It's about an evil scourge that is here and is preying on our children. This bill does nothing to help the victims of child pornography or hold those who would prey on our children accountable. I spent a career in law enforcement and work closely with professionals who investigate these sex and child pornography crimes. These offenders are not just casual viewers of child pornography. And folks, child pornography doesn't even describe what this stuff is. This is child rape and torture videos and imagery of infants, toddlers, prepubescent and teenage children, boys and girls. That's what this stuff is. That's what these people are possessing. That's what these predators are sharing, selling, producing. But nobody wants to do anything about it. We have some of the worst child pornography laws in the nation. And it wasn't only until a couple years ago where we finally took some steps forward, but they're just little teeny ones. Because nobody wants us to take a step forward to do something about this crime, to protect these children. I put together a bill that our agents, our law enforcement officers, could use immediately. And I got the stakeholders on board. I got the support of the public. I got the support of all the law enforcement community. And I got the support of victims groups. I addressed the issues that the County Attorneys Association brought forward to the point to where they were going to stand silent. They would not speak against this bill. And it had the potential to remove up to 80 of these predators from the streets immediately. Our agents, our law enforcement, have to try to get these cases heard in federal court. That's not easy to do. Because like I said, our statute gives them just barely a slap on the wrist. Turns them back out in the community. You know what, these victims of child pornography, they have scars that never go away. And in a study that was shared with me by the Minnesota BCA, it is very difficult for them to heal because they're always looking over their shoulder, wondering who's going to recognize them. Because those videos, those images of their sexual assault, their torture, their abuse is in circulation forever for these predators, entertainment, gratification, what have you. But you know what? I wasn't even given a hearing on this bill. I wasn't even given a hearing on this bill. I know in my heart that had there been a hearing on this bill, it would be moving forward. Because the scaled down version that I had about 3 years ago, when that investigator was done giving a testimony of what they see day to day to day in these investigations, the horrific crimes that's being committed against these children, damn near everybody in that room was crying because they didn't know. They didn't know what's been happening. You may recall last year, a legislator gave a higher ranking to child pornography, possession, and distribution presumptive sentences on the sex offender sentencing grid. That was after the Guidelines Commission failed to do so. Like I said, They're just taking baby steps on this, folks. Then last year, Governor Walz's appointees to the Sentencing Guidelines Commission brought up a proposal to repeal custody status points on offenders still serving sentences who commit another felony crime. It would mean that dangerous sex offenders would be released to the streets earlier. Sex offenders are some of the most dangerous group of offenders. They're currently assigned custody points. Folks, I told you before, over the 6 years I've been here, I brought variations to try to deal with this crime. I don't know if people are scared to deal with it. I don't know if people don't want to deal with it, but it's got to be dealt with. So many of these children are identified as missing. So many of these children are identified and they know who they are. Some of them are being subjected to this stuff by family members, by friends of family, so on. And they're asking for our help. And like I said, I brought variations of this bill over the years. We'll put these purveyors of child pornography away for longer periods of time. And on this round, I set mandatory minimum sentences. And like I said, I got the stakeholders on board. Some of the groups that are in support of it: Minnesota Family Council, Minnesota Catholic Conference, Empower Survivors, multiple parents groups from across the state. And this is not a partisan issue. And that's why I brought it forward, because I figured this is something we could all get on board on, we could all do some work on, and we could all win on. But again, it was silenced. It was not given a hearing. I just have to say I'm very disappointed with this omnibus, as it does nothing to protect the most vulnerable members of our society, children, from the sexual deviance predators who prey on them through child pornography. Folks, just to give you an idea how prevalent this is and how rapidly it's spreading and growing. In 2020, the BCA, the ICAC unit, had 3,500 tips. In 2021, that increased to 10,000 tips. In 2022, that increased to 12,000 tips. That increased to 12,000. Now, not all of these are actionable cases, but you can see the increase is already there. They have to go through all these cases, all these tips, to see what is in there that is child exploitation, child pornography. It's not good out there. So as this bill stands, folks, I'll just be blunt. If you say you support law enforcement, if you say you want to protect children and do what's right, then you got to vote no on this bill right now, the way it is. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Mauer, Representative Mueller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'll be brief since we've heard so many comments already. You know, I had the privilege of going to Riverland Community College and experiencing what it was like to be in a situation where police officers have to make decisions very quickly. I was all geared up with these things on me and walk into a simulation where the instructor then gets to kind of play a scenario for you. I've been a teacher for almost 20 years, and so my initial instinct is to help, peacemaker, right? How do I get, how can I help you? Let's go, let's do something together. And my scenario was a domestic dispute, and a woman, this is all simulated, a woman came out and said, oh, please don't hurt him, please don't hurt him. And I'm trying to just say, help, talk to me, ma'am, how can I help you? What are we doing? And I keep walking closer and closer and closer. Suddenly, out of the corner of the garage, a man comes and apparently is this person's partner. And sir, stay back. You need to stay back. Ma'am, go inside. Sir, let's go to the thing. I get closer and closer because that's my nature and that's who I am. Every police officer in here or former police officer knows my number one mistake right now. Next thing I know, I'm dead. I've just been stabbed to death. And the simulation is very real. There's blood everywhere, and I just instantly react. Now, in case you didn't know from my speech last Wednesday, I'm a pretty emotional person. And so I reacted, as most normal people react. And I looked at my sheriff who was with me and I said, gosh, that was really scary. And in 1 second, I was on the floor, sobbing. And ladies, you know, it's not the sniffle, it's the everything's coming out of you sobbing. Just took a moment. And it was in those brief seconds that I understood our police officers have to make some pretty awful decisions. Very quickly, and they're almost always life or death. I got done with my tour, kind of moved on the rest of my day. My sheriff called me later and wanted to know if I was okay. How are you doing? Have you recovered from this? Because I was, it was traumatic. And I said, I'm fine. It was just a reaction, and that's just, who I am, and I just needed to process it, and that's what it is. And he said, I'm really glad you allowed yourself to experience this fully, because those are things that our police officers aren't allowed to do. They're not allowed to fall apart like I did, fall on the ground crying. Even though I guarantee if you talk to Novotny, Grossel, Johnson, Hewitt, Backer, they've all wanted to. And in private, they probably have. I worked with Representative Long, and I'm sad that he's not on the floor right now. I know it's been a really long day. But I worked with Representative Long to address PTSD in our police officers, knowing that they need very desperately to get some help. The number of first responders battling with PTSD is at an all-time high. According to KSDP on March 4th, 79% of our Minnesota responders say they cannot do their jobs because of the stress and the amount of traumatic experiences that they have experienced. Think about that. Their jobs are life and death every day. And you heard the statistics from Lucero earlier. This is an issue that needs to be addressed, and it's not being addressed here. I know Representative Mariani, and I so appreciate being on committee with you because I've learned so much, and you were allowed us to be in person, and I so thank you for that. And as a first-time legislator, I know that while we had disagreements, I know that to me, you listened and often took some of my bills. But this is a glaring absence for me. Healthy police officers are able to make healthy decisions. And they're not able to do that at the rate that's happening right now. Overworked. There's not enough police officers out in the field. They need help. I met with someone from the Invisible Wound Project that has a program that allows police officers to get counseling from other police officers, which I think is so vital because they know the experiences they've gone through. I was disappointed that Representative Long and I couldn't get this bill across the finish line to really help our police officers get paid for struggling with their PTSD and getting treatment. I know there was a lot of frustrations on both sides, but I know this for sure cannot remain the same. Status quo isn't good enough when it comes to police officers' mental health. And for some of the other reasons that you've heard tonight, but mostly for this, for me. You know, I get a call from my sheriff almost every other week telling me of the things that they have to deal with. Not only the rising mental health issues in our community, but just the struggle that the police officers are going through right now. And if you think it's just in a place like Austin or a place like St. Paul or a place like Minneapolis, my little town of Brownsdale, one police officer there asked how he was doing. He said mental health calls have increased 800%. How does a police officer absorb that? I don't know. So because of that, I think that it's really important for us to reevaluate what our priorities are and to make sure that we show support to our police officers in every way that we can. So for that, Madam Speaker and members, I will be voting no. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hassan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, Lord have mercy. So much has been said tonight. So many inaccurate statements that it hurts my heart. If I want to try to do a fact check, I think we'll be here all night. And I know everyone's tired. It's been a long day. So I have no intention of keeping us here all night. I just would like to ask a question to members in the chamber and members who are joining us virtually. Do you feel safe? Do you feel safe in your community? Does your police officers in your community keep you safe? I'm guessing many of you guys answered yes in your head or so. I shared my family story during our stay at the refugee camp on Wednesday when I spoke on the education bill. I would gladly like to share the reason why we were staying at the refugee camp for 2 years. It was because we fled from war, a civil war in my home country. My mother had to make a decision in a split second to leave her homeland and everything that she knew behind because she had to keep her family safe. 10 of her children and 1 grandson. So when I hear some of the rhetoric that Democrats don't want to, keep our community safe, Democrats, don't want to support law enforcement, I found it insulting. I want to keep my community safe, and every single family in my district, in the city of Minneapolis, in the state of Minnesota, every single person wants to keep their loved ones safe. So let's put that on the record. Every single person wants to keep their loved ones safe. Whether they're police officers, whether they're young kids, whether they're senior citizens, whether they're elected officials, whether they're average citizens, every person wants to keep their loved ones safe. The conversation that we should be having is, how do we keep every single Minnesotan safe? Because every single Minnesotan deserves to be safe. Every single Minnesotan deserves to feel safe in their community. Every single Minnesotan deserves to pick up the phone and call the police and not worry whether the police is going to shoot their loved one or not. When someone in my family is having mental health crisis, I shouldn't question whether I should dial 911 and call the police or not. My first thought shouldn't be, if I call the police, what if my loved one is shot by the police? Those are the questions that some of us have to ask themselves before they dial 911. What we're talking about here is not criminals and hooligans and people causing trouble. What we're talking about is, how do we keep every Minnesotan safe? How do we keep our families safe? How do we keep our community safe? I'm kind of new here. This is only my second term, and I'm sure I don't know a whole lot. But one thing I know for sure is that when our communities alert us a problem that impacts their lives negatively, we, as the leaders who were elected by the people, are bound to respond with a solution. Our residents in Minneapolis asked us that to keep them safe. And one of the asks that came from our community was that we ban no-knock warrants. We can deliver that one thing that keeps them safe. Let's ponder over this fact, this sad fact. Since George Floyd's murder, we have had 4 Black men murdered by police in Minnesota. I had no intention of speaking tonight because I don't serve in public safety, as you guys know, nor do I keep up with them. However, there's something that's burning my heart. I listened patiently tonight as every single person spoke, and people just talk about some stuff that's true about Minneapolis, some that isn't true, some that's propaganda about Democrats. What I fail to hear is my friends from the other side bring up the human rights report that just came up this week. I support the bill, and I'm going to vote for it. And I thank the chairs, both chairs, Chair Richardson. That's how much I love Chair Richardson. Chair Mariani and Chair Beckerfin, both of them and their vice chairs and their wonderful team. Thank you for putting together this bill. Nonetheless, I want to emphasize how ugly and heartbreaking and how much ugly, heartbreaking and mistreatments of our community is filled in this report. Here are several highlights I would like to share with you. Minneapolis police engaged in a pattern of illegal racial discrimination. A high-level Minneapolis Police Department leader explained that officers often arrest and cite individuals with obstruction or disorderly conduct for things that could fall under the category, arguably, of pissing off the officer. So if you piss off an officer in Minneapolis, you would get arrested. MPD officers were 12% more likely to stop a vehicle occupied by a person of color or indigenous person when it was light outside, and officers were more likely to see the race of the people in the car compared when it was dark outside. Current and former high-level city Minneapolis police officials elected acknowledged that MPD stops vehicles with people of color, either no genuine reason or low-level violations in an effort to find guns and drugs. So all these Black and brown folks and indigenous folks driving in Minneapolis must have guns and drugs. One patrol officer claimed that they did not engage in racial profiling, yet later in the interview provided an example of how they may solve a crime based on racial stereotypes. The officer did not appear to understand that searching for someone based solely on racial stereotypes was in fact a racial profiling. One Black man reported that MPD officers pulled him over at least 7 times in the last 5 years for allegedly minor traffic violations. During 4 of those stops, the officer told him that they smelled marijuana in his vehicle and conducted a search while they handcuffed him, sometimes with their guns drawn, and pointed at them. Officers never found any drugs in his vehicle. The first precinct, which serves downtown Minneapolis, officers were 6 times more likely to use some type of force against the occupant if they were Black than during a traffic stop of vehicles occupied by white people who were stopped in a similar circumstance. I can go on and on and on and on. Here's my favorite part. Minneapolis police officers used covert or fake social media accounts to surveil and engage Black individuals, Black organizations, and elected officials without a public safety objective. As of December of 2020, when the MPD did not use its covert social media account to track white supremacist or white nationalist groups. There are more vile and disgusting language in the report that neither my faith nor my decency would allow me to utter. So I'll leave it to you to read it. I'm sure some folks are thinking, this is Minneapolis report, it has nothing to do with us. Well, here is a fun fact for you. Over 94% of Minneapolis police officers live outside of the city of Minneapolis. 48 of the city's 807 full-time sworn officers call Minneapolis home. 48 out of 807. How does Minneapolis compare to St. Paul or the nation? St. Paul has at least 22% of its officers residing in the city of St. Paul. And the national average is 40%, where we have only 6%. Here is the data of where our officers live and commute from to abuse and over-police and traffic and surveil our community. Mostly Twin Cities suburbs, Anoka, Andover, Elk River, St. Paul, Hudson, Wisconsin, St. Cloud, and even 63 miles away, Polk County in Wisconsin. While these findings are not shocking to me or to anyone in my community, as we have seen this happen in real life, and we've been hearing it from our community members, it's still painful to see the ugly truth in print. So I want to challenge each and every one of you in this chamber tonight to read this report with an open mind and come talk to us, the Minneapolis folks, to find a solution for this problem. I plead with you to read the report and not to think that these are propaganda from Democrats, but to see the report for what it is. It's part of our government abusing our fellow citizens, and we're bound to do something about it. And if I am not mistaken, the other side of the aisle always talks about how government should not be abusing its citizens, how government is getting too big, how government should not surveillance its citizens. So I challenge you guys to read this report and come talk to us for a solution. This issue is not about Democrats versus Republicans. It's not this side of the aisle versus that side of the aisle. It's about protecting our communities no matter what their skin color is or no matter where they live. Every Minnesotan deserves to feel safe in their community, whether it's urban core, suburban, or greater Minnesota. All I ask is that you help us protect our community and we can all live safer communities. Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I hope you can stand with me and work with me and others from Minneapolis and from the Posse Caucus to find solution to this problem. Thank you.
The member from Meeker, Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. The governor put in his budget a provision reimbursing our county sheriffs for the cost of extraditing parole violators and others back to the county of jurisdiction. There's a cost for this that can wreak havoc with already tight county sheriff budgets. I had a bill in which the state would pay the cost of extradition of over 250 miles. Commissioner Schnell testified in favor of this. Governor Walz has it in his budget. The sheriffs of Minnesota are asking for it. It is not in this omnibus bill. I ask that it please be included as the process continues to conference committee. Thank you.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Moran.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and members of the Minnesota House of Representatives. First, I just want to thank Chair Mariani for his work on this bill in the Public Safety Committee. I want to thank Chair Becker-Finn for her work. And together, you guys have put together a really awesome package of policies and practice and investments. I just want to say thank you for that. And so, as I have been sitting here thinking and reflecting and listening to the many, many speeches that I have heard this evening, it beckons me to reflect on us as legislators and why it is really important that we are legislators and lawmakers who are informed and who are basing our decision-making on some of the history around policing. So I do stand in support of this bill, and I want to talk about two provisions within, and there's lots of good stuff in here, but I'm going to focus on two. And one of them comes from, that's in the public safety bill, that comes from House File 4609, which is really around probation and why we need to have a probationary system that allows those who come back into the community to enter the community and to be successful. Because if they are successful, that really is about public safety. And so one of the things that House File 4609 does is that the vast majority of people under correctional control in our state are on community supervision. Strengthening and investing in effective supervision practices are essential for addressing public safety. Variation in supervision practices and investments have resulted in inconsistencies and inequities in the state and in county investments and practices across this state. This means that recidivism rates, supervision outcomes, and access to treatment and support vary dramatically by county and agencies, including outcomes by race. We have people in Minnesota who deserve second chances, sometimes even third chances and fourth, but they deserve a second chance. And people in Minnesota also deserve to feel safe, and this bill balances both. House File 4609 is the result of a 6-month collaborative effort between state, local, and tribal national partners to address critical issues in community supervision practices and investments in Minnesota. I'm going to keep repeating this House File 4609 because if you don't know anything about this provision, I'm going to ask you to do a deep dive and look into the work that has happened over the last 6 months between 87 counties who have come together looking at best practices, who have taken the politics out of this and say, how do we allow those to re-enter the community in a safe manner that keeps us safe, but also allow them to be productive. So 4609 represents a compromise and an agreement on supervision priorities across party lines, branches of government, county, tribes, and the state supervision systems, treatment providers, and community leaders. It is the result of Minnesota coming together to identify a solution to these long-standing problems. 87 different counties are coming together and say, this is the way we need to go. It cannot be emphasized enough that this bill is the result of an interbranch, bipartisan effort that identified consensus-based solutions that work for counties in both greater and Metro Minnesota. With increased funding, they have the financial stability to not only strengthen supervision across the state, but also to implement innovative, forward-thinking solutions like eliminating supervision fees that will otherwise be off the table. It represents a commitment to keeping people safely in our communities while holding them accountable. And accountability is really important here, because we all have to be accountable to our actions, to the impact we have on society and others. So it holds them accountable in ensuring that they have access to the services and the evidence-based programming that they need to be successful. Too long, we've been working off of a deficit-based system. It is important to emphasize that this bill does not just increase funding for supervision, but couples this investment with a comprehensive implementation plan for research-based supervision practices and policies. And we have to do both. We have to look at the investment part of it, but we also got to look at the policies and practices. And together, they just create better outcomes. So these policies are supported by the MACCAC, the MACPO, the AMC, and the DOC. And these groups have dedicated a significant amount of time and energy to develop this legislation, to find compromise, and to build consensus. We have to move forward in the 21st century mind-thinking process. We cannot continue to live in fear and out of fear. And that is the system that we are under. So my hope is that we will look to that piece. The second piece that I want to talk about is, and I want to share with you a little bit of history, because I think history is important. So I'm going to share a little history with you as we look at public safety, as we look at police accountability. I had the privilege in 2020, after the murder of George Floyd, as we all watched George Floyd take his last breath as he was being kneed and choked to death. I had the privilege of being a part of that negotiation between the House and the Senate, along with the Minnesota Association of Police and Peace Officers, the Minnesota Association of Police Chiefs, and the Minnesota Association of Sheriffs. Because it was clear that in order for us to move legislation that holds police officers accountable, that it was important for them to be at the table. It's not an easy process, it's not a pretty process, and of course it can be very contentious, but it was work that we had to do. And out of that provision became, out of those meetings, we put up 18 provisions, and 11 of those provisions became law. And we did this work through the lens of the sanctity of life. The sanctity of life, because life is important. It is important that the police officer that encounters someone gets to go home to his family and his loved ones, but it's also important that the person that the police encounter gets to go home to their family. And so the work was done through the sanctity of life and the value of life. And some of those provisions that came out of that was a ban of chokehold bans. Looking at peer-to-peer counseling, I heard about that, right? Because police officers need to have an outlet to talk about the trauma that they're going through. They need that. And they need to be able to do that without being penalized. The officer duty to intercede. When you see bad officer doing bad things, it's the responsibility of that officer to intercede and stop it. And we also did some reform around the use of force, just to name a few. And so I would like to just share with you a little bit about some history around public safety in America. So in order for us to, the words that I'm going to read to you comes from the Select Committee on Racial Justice. This is some of the work that we did when we declared racism a public health crisis, which is another uncomfortable conversation to talk about, right? Very uncomfortable. But this piece I'm going to focus on is just about public safety. So in order to understand the current racial disparities in public safety, it is important to understand the evolution of our system of policing and public safety. The current state of our policing systems and the implications of mass incarceration are related to policy decisions that developed with the enactment of the 13th Amendment of the Constitution and the aftermath of the Emancipation Proclamation. Policies. We are those policymakers today. The 13th Amendment, while creating the framework for the abolishment of racial slavery or involuntary servitude, also built in an extraordinary constitutional exception for enslavement for citizens convicted of a criminal offense. That's how they framed it. This exception set the foundation for the development of an unsustainable system of mass incarceration that exists to this present day. The policy decisions to develop a new form of enslavement was to address fear. The policy helped to alleviate fears because enslavement continued through convict leasing. Convict leasing was a policy decision that established a system that targeted the recently emancipated and unemployed, freed Black men and women by charging them with crimes. The system of cash bail, fine, fees, and warrants developed shortly after the emancipation during Reconstruction to exploit the new labor force where people made municipalities to lease a convict. One of the early forms of policing was the system of slave patrols, where armed white men were organized to monitor and enforce discipline on enslaved Black people. This is our history, you guys. I make this not up. Slave patrols formally dissolved after the Civil War ended, but formerly enslaved people saw little relief from racist government policies as they promptly became subject to Black codes. You see this transition? Between 1865 and 1868, Black codes dictated much of the lives of African Americans. The codes determined where African Americans could work, right? We was like in servitude. We was like ancestors were slaves. The codes also restricted travel and placed limitations on where African Americans could live. Again, we was in servitude, we was slaves. While the ratification of the 14th Amendment in 1868 quickly made the Black codes illegal by giving formerly enslaved Black people equal protection of law through the Constitution, guess what happened? Other unequal policy followed. These policies were called Jim Crow laws. And I'm sure we all heard of Jim Crow laws. Jim Crow laws were introduced and aimed at subjugating African Americans and denying them their civil rights. Jim Crow laws were enacted across southern and some of northern states, replacing the Black codes. For about 80 years, Jim Crow laws mandated separate public spaces for Blacks and whites, such as our schools, our libraries, our water fountain, our restaurants, where we live, where we could not live. And enforcing them was enforcing the Jim Crow laws was the duty of, who do we think? It was the duty of the police to enforce the unjust laws. Blacks who broke laws or violated these social norms often endured police brutality. Meanwhile, the authorities often did not punish the perpetrators when African Americans were lynched, nor did the judicial system hold the police accountable for failing to intervene when Black people were being murdered by mobs. This form of mob violence was not isolated to the South. It also occurred in Minnesota. On June 15, 1920, an estimated mob of 10,000 people brutally beat and lynched 3 Black men, Elias Clayton, Elmer Jackson, and Isaiah McKee. After Clayton, Jackson, I probably pronounced it, and McKee, were killed, people gathered around their bodies and dozens of white men stood smiling for a photograph that was made into a postcard and sold as souvenirs. No one was convicted of murder of these 3 men. This is our history. So for the past 5 decades, the federal government has forbidden the use of racist regulations at the state and local level, yet people of color are still more likely to be killed by the police than whites. The Washington Post tracked data on the number of American killed by police encounters. The data is tracked by race, gender, and other characteristics. In 2018, the database indicated that there were 992 people who died during a police interaction. The data shows that 23% of those deaths were Black. The newspaper database indicated that 229 of the 992 of those were Blacks, even though only about an estimated 12% of the country is Black. To understand disparities, to understand the trauma that we see Blacks inherently having, because you may ask yourself when Blacks encounter a police officer, why are they running? Why don't they just comply? Let's talk about trauma. Let's talk a little bit about PTSD and what that really looks like. Because this history that I'm sharing with you has been handed down from generation to generation to generation within our community. And that fear and knowledge and encounter or lack of wanting to be encountered with those who are there to serve and to protect us is real. We're not making this up. And it has a long, long history. So there's a legacy of public policy decisions that serve to reinforce inequality, inequities in our justice system, and a legacy of brutality. And just because what I share with you has never been a part of your life or your journey or something that you have encountered does not mean that it's not real. It is real. And so we as lawmakers have a responsibility here. One, not to continue to allow what has happened over the last 200 plus years to continue today in the 21st century. One of the reasons that I know that this mother of 7, children, my 4 sons and my 3 daughters, as I was back in my community, moving here from Chicago, just trying to figure out how I can fit into a community that I knew nothing about. And my first order of business was to connect to my neighbors, connect to my community, because that's foundation. None of us wants to ever be the only one that is looking at how we're going to raise our kids. Sometimes it takes that village, and sometimes we have to create that village. But during that process of learning and being here in a new state, when I knew no one and had my children here, what I learned was the stories of the Rondo community. What I learned was the injustices that happened there. But what I learned even more importantly than anything else, that there had been laws and policies and practices that had continued to keep our community in a place. And one day I grew up and I said, as a grown woman with 7 kids, that one day I want to be a lawmaker because I want to be a part of creating laws and policies that are fair, that are just, that represent all of us and not just some of us. Because for me, this is not politics. This is the life of my sons. This is my life of my grandkids. This is the life of my great-grandkids and the many generations to come. But we have to be a part of creating that today for tomorrow. And so having a bill that holds police accountable, why not? We have a bill that invests in police officers. No one in this body has ever said that we do not want to invest in police officers. And this bill is a proof of that. This bill is a proof of that. But we all have to be and should be accountable to something. Because when bad cops do bad things, bad cops make good cops look bad. Bad cops make the institution of policing look bad. My son wanted to be a police officer at 10. And every Saturday I would get up and take him down to be a cadet on Olive Street. Every single Saturday for like years. And at about 14, he came to me and said, I don't want to be a police officer. And my thought was, oh, you're going to be a police officer. You had me getting up all these Saturdays and going down there to that's what you're going to do, right? Because it's a legit profession. But it also has a history. And of course, my son did not become a police officer neither. He went off to school and majored in business, which that's good too, right? And so I ask you, because we are in a moment in time today, and looking at our community partners that we're looking at, because public safety for us, for me, looks different than it does for you. It's not just about more police officers on the street policing and patrolling our community. It's not just about that. But I want to read just an article the other day, because I heard someone speaking about this on the floor, that talked about, what do we call it, community interrupters or violence interrupters. We need violence interrupters. We need to be a community that is strong and healthy. And we need to be a part of the solution. And that is what that is about, allowing us to take some control of what that looks like in our community, to hold up the trauma that our kids are dealing with, that our parents are dealing with, to be a part of that solution. And so there was an article just the other day from WCCO that says that in times when we see murder rates going up, we need people talking more. We need people talking more, what one police officer said. MPD hopes that if people are uncomfortable speaking with officers, they look for community leaders or boots on the ground organizations. We're asking for partners in the community, those who can reach out to individuals with a propensity to violence and speak with them. Police know that there is no way, and this is police talking, police know that there is no way to police yourself out of this surge in violence. The only way is to stand shoulder to shoulder with community and work together to make a difference. Because when we stay silent, we leave people in danger. They are asking for this. They know the value of this. It is needed. We want to. We do it. There are community organizations on the ground doing this work, dealing with the trauma, dealing with the unhealthy responses to life. And I'm telling you, there are young black boys and girls and mothers and fathers who are walking around with PTSD, undiagnosed, but it's there. It is there. And so, please, take some time. Take some time to read, the Department of Human Rights, the investigation they did into the city of Minneapolis and the Minneapolis Police Department. We got work to do in the 21st century. I mean, there's, MPD officer uses higher rates of more severe force against black individuals than white individuals in similar circumstances. MPD officer inappropriately used neck restraints and chemical irritants. MPD officer uses higher rate of more severe force against black. This is real. We have to hold bad actors accountable so the good cops can do the job and they can lead and they can be connected and they can be safe. So I hope that you can stand with me, even though if this is not happening in your community, to your children, to your neighbors, that you realize that what is happening today within the black community, what is happening today within Minneapolis, the Twin Cities, is a product so much bigger than what is before us. But we, as legislators, have an opportunity in the 21st century to be forward-thinking, to get out of ourselves, and look at how we can create a stronger, more healthier, invested state of Minnesota. Thank you so much.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Hollins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members. First of all, I'd love to say I really enjoyed being a part of this committee. I didn't anticipate enjoying it, but it was incredibly rewarding, and I really want to thank Chair Mariani and Vice Chair Frazier for making it such a warm place and a place where we could all come together and learn from each other. What I love most about this omnibus bill is that it's not an archaic, lock them up, tough on crime approach, which has been proven again and again not to work. We've all considered carefully the different data-driven ways to prevent and address crime, ways that are proven and that are backed by hard evidence, and that seek to heal our communities and bring them together rather than further split them apart. Part of this well-rounded version of the public safety bill is supporting crime victim survivors. Because we all know that public safety doesn't just end when we catch the bad guys, or even when those individuals get an opportunity at a fair trial. It doesn't end with just the police. My mother was a social worker and worked in domestic violence prior to the Violence Against Women Act that was passed in 1994. So I have read more statistics about domestic violence and sexual assault by the time I was 10 than probably most of the people in this room. As a teenager, I volunteered at a domestic violence shelter. And I can tell you, there is nothing like looking into the face of a woman who has been utterly betrayed by the person that she loved most. I think we all know what it's like to fear strangers out in the world, but to think that the person that you lay next to every night, the person that you've taken the name of or made a vow to, is somebody who can kill you, is a really, really terrifying concept. And it's something that many women, and obviously some men as well, have to face on a regular basis. And I haven't heard many people talking about the victim survivor grants, and I'm guessing that's because it's something that both sides of the aisle can really get behind. It's something that we can all agree is good policy and something that supports individuals in their time of need. These grants, it's $4 million, and these grants go to direct services for people who have been impacted by domestic violence and sexual assault. It provides hotel stays for women who cannot stay in their home for fear of being harmed. It provides culturally responsive trainings for individuals so that they can address the needs of the clients that they see on a daily basis. And it also provides preventative training for individuals so that hopefully, occasionally, those families can stay together and people can figure out how to get past their violence and anger issues. So I think this is an incredibly important part of this bill. It's something that I believe is bipartisan, that we can all get behind, and I really wanted to highlight that as we hopefully come to a close today. No promises. And then there's just one more thing that I really feel compelled that I need to talk about. I wasn't planning on talking about it, but I would be remiss if I didn't address it. I think, oh gosh, it was like 2 hours ago, one of our colleagues said, we need to hold the people we are scared of accountable. And I don't know if you know this about me, but I majored in psychology and research psychology, and I worked in equity, diversity, and inclusion. So this is right in my wheelhouse, because the reality is the people we are scared of are people of color. They are Black and brown people. And this isn't my opinion. This is something that empirical studies, many, many empirical studies have shown us. And it leads to unfair and disproportionate impacts in our criminal justice system. Amir Locke was a Black man who was sleeping on a couch. He was a lawful gun owner and he was shot and killed. Philando Castile, right near my district, was a lawful gun owner who announced that he had a gun to police and he was still shot and killed. And yet we see so many individuals who are white, people who are jumping out of buildings and shooting at police, people who, have literally bitten somebody's face off while they're high on bath salts, individuals who, mass shooters who are taken into custody safely. They are not killed. And I think we really all need to reflect on that, because just holding the people we're scared of accountable, that's not gonna do it, because our fears do not necessarily represent the danger that is in the real world. And honestly, that's why I'm excited and open to exploring data-driven policies for public safety. And these investments that will hopefully result in fewer disparities and better results for all Minnesotans. Far from defunding the police, I am excited to invest $300 million into public safety. I'm proud to. And that's hard for somebody from my particular district to say, but I really do think that this is something that we should all come together on, because we know that what we've been doing isn't working. If locking people up made us safer, we would be the safest country in the entire world. And we are not. So I encourage you all to vote green. I'm going to be voting green. Thank you so much.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I just want to say thank you to Chair Mariani. It has been an honor and it has been a pleasure. This institution is going to miss you, not just the members. The state is going to miss you. Your wise counsel, your patience, your ability to connect with each member on the committee. You can't teach that. It takes a while to learn that. We're all going to miss you, so thank you. Chair Moran, thank you for that history that you just provided and speaking truth, which I think is the most important part for all of us that have these election certificates. We should come here to speak the truth. And to all my members that were on the Public Safety Committee, thank you all for the work that you've done throughout the year. And last, but most certainly not least, the staff for the countless hours you put into this work to help us produce this bill and to produce the policies within it. that I'm looking forward to voting for. I just want to say, just to the point, look, this is a historic investment in public safety. No one can deny that. I know we get caught up in the political rhetoric. That's why I always say we shouldn't make this political. It is a historic investment that we are putting into public safety. We may not all agree on how we've designed the bill and how the money's going to get there, but the money will get there. And this money will make a difference. These resources will make a difference because I trust in local officials to decide, because they know their communities. When I was on the city council, I believe I know my community better than someone else that's outside of my community. I trust that they're going to do the work they need to do to build and design the systems that they need to build and design to keep their community safe and ensure that they stay safe. I'm going to be brief, and I promise I'm going to be brief. This year has been a long journey. Like I said, we started working on this bill almost right after session ended last year. And we wanted to draft a bill, was hoping that we could draft a bill that we could have bipartisan support on. Now, I'll say this. You all may not vote yes on this bill, but I've had conversations with many of you. I'm speaking about my GOP colleagues and friends. I've had conversations with many of you, and I know there are pieces of this bill that you like. And I know there are pieces of this bill that you know will work. And I know there are pieces of this bill that your constituents want to see go into law. That is good for me. That is good for me because that's good for Minnesota. So know that we all can continue to work together. I promise you that. If I'm back here after this year, I promise you I will continue to work for you and continue to reach out and continue to have these conversations. But this is a historic investment for the state of Minnesota, and we need to talk about that. You need to go back and talk to your constituents. Even if you vote no, you need to tell them what's in this bill so they know the facts. Tell them the truth about what's in this bill. Tell them about how this bill will help them, how this bill is going to help their communities. And I say that because the way we designed it to be data-driven, it will help the 80 communities that are seeing the rise and increase in crime. It's in places like Big Stone, in places like Itasca County. These are all of our constituents. We designed it that way for a reason, because we want to get the resources to help everyone in Minnesota, make Minnesota a better place for everybody, make all communities safe, regardless of what zip code you live in. That shouldn't matter. We just want to keep Minnesotans safe. That is a priority part of our job, and we want to do it. So please, if I change your mind, vote green. But if not, go back and share the message with your constituents that there are things in this bill that will absolutely help your communities. Thank you all. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Good night. I'm out.
The member from Cass, Representative Poston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I just want to make some brief comments. I think that school safety is a very important part of public safety, and this bill really doesn't do anything to address that. Having said that, I want to thank Chair Mariani and Chair Richardson for allowing one of my constituents time in their committee meetings to talk about his innovative Ripple program, which tries to build relationships between teachers and students, trust between teachers and students, and awareness, which hopefully will stop problems before they happen. And Chair Mariani, you and I will not be there next year, but I sure hope while we're out fishing that the new chair and the new committee will work on school safety issues and try to get some good things done. I did have a bill this year that I was disappointed that I couldn't get a hearing on. I think it was a good public safety bill with not a lot of cost attached to it. I think it would have fit into this omnibus bill quite well. So I'm disappointed that that didn't happen, but I hope school safety will be high on the priority list for the new chair and the new committee next year. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Otter Tail, Representative Rasmussen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Farmers are anxious to get out into the field and to start planting. And farm equipment dealers are a critical part of our farmers being able to get out and plant. And the so-called digital fair repair section of this bill would require those farm equipment and parts dealers and businesses to sell their parts at wholesale cost without a retail markup. That means that they would be disallowed from making a profit on their parts business. And Madam Speaker, farmers are concerned that if this passes, that they won't have access to the key parts that they need to keep their equipment running as we go into the planting season. And so, Madam Speaker and members, not only is this bill, have a lot of concerns around public safety, but it also has concerns for farmers and other constituencies, and that's why I'll be voting no today.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Feist.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I will also talk first about the judiciary portion of the bill. I just wanted to quickly thank Chair Becker-Finn for including the Student Data Privacy Act in the judiciary portion of this bill. It requires several levels of abstraction to understand why it's so important, but it is critically important. As more and more third-party companies have access to our kids' data, and as more and more kids work on school-issued devices and are surveilled constantly, even when they are not in school and doing schoolwork, we need to create regulations to address that. And I've been really gratified to work with Representative Scott on this bill, and I'm really excited to see it pass, knock on wood, today. I also wanted to talk about the juvenile justice investments that we're making in the public safety portion of this bill. These investments are data-backed. They focus heavily on intervention and prevention programming because we know that is the best way to keep kids on the right path or to get them back on the right path before they've gotten too far into the system. Next, these investments acknowledge the connection between juvenile justice and juvenile wellness. These investments acknowledge the relationship between involvement in the juvenile justice system and mental health, the child welfare system involvement, housing insecurity, food insecurity, learning and other disabilities, and myriad other factors in children's lives. And lastly, they take into account racial disparities. These investments into community-based interventions, restorative practices, and harm reduction for children and families who have experienced trauma are structured to target the communities of color most deeply impacted by the disparities in juvenile system involvement. I am grateful to have been given the opportunity to collaborate on these investments and urge members to support them with a green vote to date. Thank you.
The member from Washington, Representative Jurgens.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. No confusion this time. Thank you. One of the things that is not in the bill that I wish would have made it in, Representative Novotny mentioned it earlier, and that's the gunshot detection grant to Ramsey County. Let me talk a little bit about what that does, the shot spotter technology. That allows law enforcement to know exactly where shots are being fired. Right now, law enforcement gets many reports from citizens about, I think I heard a gunshot, there's maybe 15 shots. The next person calls in and says, I think it was 20 shots, and they give an approximate area of where they think it might have taken place, but they don't really know. And so law enforcement starts combing the area, and when they think they have it narrowed down, they start looking for shell casings. When they find the shell casings, they can send those to the BCA. They can run tests on those, and it's like having fingerprints for that gun. They can keep that data, and if they ever are able to confiscate that gun, they can go back, and it's like a complete history of where that gun's been and what shots have been fired, if anybody's been killed from that gun. It's very helpful information. But right now, they don't even know if it's a gunshot or firecrackers or other fireworks or
cars backfiring, it's very inefficient, and the ShotSpotter technology would help law enforcement do their job. I've never been in law enforcement, so I can't claim to have the experience that Representatives Grossel, Johnson, and Novotny have. But I do feel like I'm pretty knowledgeable on this. Over the last couple of years, I've spent dozens and dozens of hours doing ride-alongs with law enforcement. I started doing it just in my district, Hastings Police Department, Cottage Grove Police Department, Dakota and Washington County Sheriff's deputies. And then I started branching out. My most recent one, a week ago tonight, I did a ride-along with a Ramsey County deputy right here in St. Paul. In fact, I just got a text from him. He knows that we're doing the public safety bill. He wished me luck. I said, I wish you luck too. Stay safe tonight. He said, I'm trying to get a really bad guy off the street. I've been tracking him for a couple of days. He's wanted for carjacking, auto theft, and possession of a firearm by an ineligible person. That's what he's doing tonight. Last week, when I was with him, I was able to spend a little time in the meeting with the CAT team, the Ramsey County CAT team, that's carjacking and auto theft. And that night, they were tracking auto thefts. They had a list of at least 8 stolen vehicles from that day, a week ago today. And the CAT team they had the license plate numbers, they had the vehicle descriptions, and they were searching for those vehicles. The deputy I was with, we went through neighborhoods where there's a known car thief that liked to dump the cars close to home. So we were traveling through the neighborhood, and he was checking license plate numbers, trying to find those vehicles. What I see on these ride-alongs is I see police officers that have compassion. They're trying to help people. Sometimes in the face of, well, let's just put it this way. One officer told me, I know in an instant when I pull somebody over, within a second, if they are supportive of law enforcement or if they'd rather see me dead. That's their job, and they do it every day. I'm not going to say who because somebody might take him up on it. I had one law enforcement person tell me I could make more money somewhere else, but he said, to be honest, I would do this for free. They love the work. They love helping people in the community. And I stay in touch with many of these law enforcement officers after I do a ride-along. I did a ride-along in Roseville a couple of years ago with Roseville Police Department, and it was a few weeks ago. There was an officer-involved shooting where the suspect was killed. The officer was shot in the face. I sent a text to Lieutenant Joe Adams, or not lieutenant, he was lieutenant, now he's a chief deputy, or deputy chief, and just said, hey, I'm thinking about you and your team for what you went through last night. He said, I really appreciate that. He said, it was really tough. I don't even know how many shots were fired in the neighborhood that night. And it ended badly for everybody. And those police officers that were there, they deal with that. Talk about PTSD and trauma, they go through it. I've talked to law enforcement officers who tell me of an incident, an experience that they had where they honestly did not think they were going to come out of it alive. Where they knew in an instant that it was either going to be them taking the life of someone or losing their life. And in an instant, that can change. When I rode with a St. Paul police officer, Lou Ferraro, he took me around St. Paul, east side, the Eastern District, introduced me to quite a few people that what they try to do, what he wants to do, is community policing. He wants to go out in the community when there aren't crimes being committed and work with members of the community, work together, go into an apartment building and get to know the residents so the residents know them. But he told me that he hasn't been able to do that for a year or two because they're short of officers. Why are they short of officers? People are retiring early, they're leaving. Good officers. And fewer people want to go into the line of work. So they're putting out fires, figuratively. They're going from one call to the next. They don't have the time to be proactive like they would like to, like they were for a while. That night, I sat in on their roll call before they went out. And those officers thanked me for being there. But they said, where's everybody else? How come the other members aren't doing this too? And they wanted me to pass this on to all of you, so I am. Do ride-alongs with law enforcement, not just in your district. Contact St. Paul, Minneapolis, Hennepin County, Ramsey County. Get out there and sit in the seat next to them for a few hours. They would appreciate that. They want you to do that. They want you to see what it's like from their perspective to do the job. And I'll tell you, you'll have respect for them. If I'd have done a ride-along 30 years ago, I might have gone into law enforcement. I'm too old now. They wouldn't take me. So members, we can talk about supporting law enforcement, or we can actually show it. And so I would encourage all of you, take the time, contact your local law enforcement if you haven't done this, and spend some time riding with them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Sherburne, Representative Wolgamott.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise this evening to impress upon you the urgent importance of sending a public safety bill out of this chamber into conference committee. We need a public safety bill to get through the legislative process and to the governor's desk that provides for greater public safety in our communities and improves the law enforcement profession. We have to do that. That is our duty, to get a bill to the conference committee so that we can do that. And Madam Speaker, as we do that, it is so important that the bedrock of our efforts and our approach to public safety be rooted in building trust between law enforcement agencies and the communities they serve. And that's why I want to thank my colleague, Representative Ann New Brindley, for asking me about the St. Cloud Cop House. I apologize to you, Madam Speaker, and to you, Representative New Brindley, that I wasn't available to answer your question at that time, but I'm so glad that you asked it, and I'm so glad that Representative Tice was here, and I echo everything she said about the St. Cloud Cop House, and as Representative Tice said, the statistics speak for themselves. It makes our community safe. It fosters that partnership and that trust between our community, between law enforcement. And I am so proud of that. And I would echo Representative Tice's invitation to you, Representative New Brindley, and to every one of our colleagues to come to St. Cloud and visit the Cop House. It is just a truly incredible place that we need to duplicate throughout all of our state. It is so important. And I want to make sure that we can get a bill to the governor's desk that continues investments in those kind of law enforcement and community building relationships. Now, Madam Speaker, that being said, to be honest with you, I don't agree with 100% of the provisions that are in this bill. And Chair Mariani knows that. He and I have had a lot of good conversations. He knows that there are places in this bill that I think go too far, and that there are provisions in this bill that don't go far enough. Chair Mariani knows that, and I know that he is open to having those conversations with me. And to that point, Madam Speaker, I want to thank Chair Mariani for listening to the concerns that I brought to him from the conversations that I've had with the police officers in my district. Throughout this whole process, since the beginning of session, I've been in touch with my police chief. I've been in touch with police officers in my district. They've shared some concerns with me about things that have gone forward through his committee. And to his credit, Madam Speaker, Chair Mariani has listened to those concerns. And Chair Mariani and his team have made gut-wrenching sacrifices to make sure that this bill, this bill is reflective of those concerns that I've heard from my police chief and from the police officers that I represent. And I want to thank with all my heart Chair Mariani and his team for listening to those concerns, for taking them to heart, and for making sure that the bill before us reflects those concerns. And that's why I have faith, Madam Speaker, that as we send this bill to conference committee, that even though I don't agree with every position in this bill, and I have significant concerns, I know that Chair Mariani and his public safety team are going to keep listening to the voices of the police officers and the community members I represent. And that's why I think it is very important that we continue to advance this bill through the process. Now, there are some things in this bill that I'm really excited about, that I really agree with, and I want to thank Chair Mariani and his team for bringing forward. I have a list here in front of me. There's a lot. We've got the body-worn camera funding for local law enforcement departments. We've got the creation of a cloud storage program. There are local co-responder grants, which again are another thing that we have seen have such success in St. Cloud that I'm really proud of, as well as the creation of the task force on alternative courses to peace officer licenses. There are good things in this bill that we need to continue through the process. And so that's why, Madam Speaker, with faith that Chair Mariani is going to continue to listen to me and continue to listen to the police officers, and I'm very proud to represent, I'm going to be voting to send this bill to conference committee to continue to have it go through the lawmaking process, again, with that goal that we can get to the governor's desk a bill that improves the law enforcement profession, that provides for greater public safety, and makes sure that all of us, no matter where we live, no matter what we look like, no matter what job we have, make sure that all of us can feel safe doing our jobs and living in our communities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to cover just a few things before I get to the Judiciary and Public Safety Bill specifically, but the fair repair concerns for that bill in this, and I'll just list off a few of the concerns that I have. And you know, most new pieces of legislation start with definitions, and the definitions of trade secret here are loose at best. Secondly, the government seems to be inserting itself into private contracts. Thirdly, the risk of invalidating warranties to consumers is very concerning. And finally, this bill will likely result in legal action regarding takings clause cases. Moving on to the second thing, the Judiciary bill. There are some good provisions in the bill, such as has already been mentioned by Representative Feist and the Student Data Privacy bill, and I've been had a good time working with Representative Feist on trying to get the right language so that it's acceptable to all the parties. And she's done just a yeoman's work on that, really an impressive work for a freshman on that bill. Secondly, just the elimination of the court fees, when it's just ridiculous to charge that $8 fee. So I'm glad that we were able to accomplish that, and I think that's will become law. I think that's something the Senate will do as well. And at the end of the day, folks, though, it spends $140 million in 22-23 and $300 million in the tails in 24-25. And I understand Chair Becker-Finn's prioritization of the public defenders. I don't disagree that that is a priority. I just think that it could have waited until next year. As far as the public safety aspects of this bill, one of the things that has really concerned me this year, and I have to thank my staff, Callie Lehman, on this, but she did a deep dive into downward departures. And for those of you that may not know what that is, if you're not a public safety person, it's when a person is supposed to, according to the sentencing guidelines, they're supposed to receive prison or jail time, and they don't. They get probation. And from the deep dive that she did, we learned that on average across the state, in 40% of the cases, these are just felony cases, this isn't even all cases, but the average across the state was in 40% of those cases that judges were downwardly departing from the sentencing guidelines, and that's very troubling to me. That means that people that shouldn't be out are getting out, and they're back on the streets reoffending, and we know statistically that if they don't get caught, they just escalate in what they do. So that is very concerning to me. I did have a bill that that said that we need to know from prosecutors why they want a sentence to be downwardly departed or a charge to be downwardly departed, as the judiciary does. And I hope that we'll have some hearings on this next year, regardless of who is in charge, because I think we need to get to the bottom of it. We have sentencing guidelines for a reason. They need to be followed. So with that, I will end my comments and just encourage a red vote.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Becker Finn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I was not planning to talk about digital fair repair, but I do need to say for the record that actually digital fair repair is pro-farmer. It is supported by a lot of farmers. It makes it easier and cheaper for them to fix their equipment. So I do have to set the record straight on that one. I do want to thank Representative Scott and the other members of our committee. I think we were just such a good functioning committee, and I really do think that we are lucky in that, no offense guys, but we're a pretty women-led team on both sides of the aisle in judiciary and civil law, and that's worked really well for us, and I really appreciate Callie and all your staff as well. We've really been able to do good things and have good conversations and good discussions in our committee. I wasn't planning to talk about the shooting in Roseville, but because another member brought it up, I am going to talk about it. The shooting that occurred in Roseville happened in my neighborhood. It was blocks from my home. I heard the gunshots, and the current system didn't protect my community from what happened. And what happened is that somebody who was not safe to have access to a gun had access to a gun and a lot of ammunition and fired over 100 shots into my neighbors' homes and cars and at people in my neighborhood. And there's a couple things I wanted to say about that. And I think one is that we don't know, we can't go, we don't have a time machine, but I do think things like extreme risk protection orders, this is the kind of case where that would have really been something that would have been on the table. We knew that this person was not well and should not have access to weapons, and he did, and there were consequences, and unfortunately that man lost his life in the process, and we had an officer injured. He will be okay from all reports. And the couple things I wanted to touch on about that is that everybody wants their community to be safe. Nobody in this room wants their community or their neighborhood to be unsafe. And for everyone. And I think that we're all grateful to those who serve. I was grateful to our first responders in our community that they were ready. And they, like we talk about, they came running to a very dangerous situation. And they didn't have to do that. It's a choice that they make to serve our communities. And I think we're all grateful for those people. And to that, actually, there's a piece in the bill that I would not have paid attention to but for what happened to my community. And when this was going on, and the fire trucks and the ambulances and the squads and everything that was going on. I'm friends with a lot of first responders in my community, and I was texting them to make sure people were okay and trying to figure out what was going on. Actually, at first I thought it must have been some kind of car accident, just the number of vehicles. I was not expecting it to be a shooting. And one of the firefighters that I'm friends with shared how scary that night was, because they were trying to provide care to the injured officer while they were actively being fired upon. And Representative Hewitt actually has a provision in this bill that would make it easier for first responders, EMTs, firefighters to access protective equipment when they come to those kinds of calls, because our firefighters, for all the equipment they have, they don't have those vests and they don't have those kinds of equipment. And so I did want to highlight that. The other thing I want to highlight, there was some reference to the PTSD and trauma that goes along with policing, but also for the entire community. And if you have never had to tell your kids that you needed to get to the basement because of gunfire, you're lucky. I didn't think that I would ever have to do that in my neighborhood, and I did. And even in those moments of sort of shock that this was a thing that we were having to do, to take cover from gunshots in our home, I thought about how there are other parts of our state and other communities where that is kind of normal. And nobody wants that to be the case. Nobody wants their kids to have to take cover in their home from gunfire from someone who should not have access to a firearm. And so I just want to highlight how I think we have a lot more in common in what we're trying to achieve here than I think sometimes we give ourselves credit for. And I also want to highlight, you know, we want good things for everybody in our community, and that includes our first responders. And I too have good relationships with the police chief in my community and the other first responders, and was reaching out to them to see how I could help and if they were okay. And I would like to think that anyone would feel that way, whether you're in Minneapolis or Bemidji or anywhere in our state, that you would want that to be true for your constituents and your neighbors to be safe. Because I can now tell you, to hear the gunshots, I knew right away that those were gunshots, but a lot of my neighbors didn't know. And to live that experience of frantically going through your phone, of texting all your neighbors to tell them to get to their basements, because I knew most of my neighbors don't necessarily own firearms and didn't know what that was. It wasn't fireworks. And so it could happen in any community. And just to wrap up, you know, the current system didn't protect my community that night. And the current system didn't protect that officer. And so I think we all have to we can do better on multiple fronts. And I do think there are things in this bill that will help move us in that direction. And I'm appreciative for the discussion and all the work that went into this bill. And I think that it will make a difference and it will make things better. And I will be happy to vote for my provisions that hardly anybody talked about, but also the public safety elements of this bill are needed, and I hope that members can vote green tonight. Thank you.
The member from Isanti, Representative Johnson.
Madam Chair, members, I had a whole lot to talk about on this bill, but it's getting late. We've been here many hours, many things have been said. But first of all, I do want to thank Chair Mariani. This is his last year that he's going to be here. He's retiring. I wish him well. We've had our disagreements, but we've had our agreements as well. I'd also like to thank Jamal Lundy and John Hallquist for the great work that they have done. And there's many other staff members that have done a fantastic job over the last couple of years, especially with doing our committee over distant. I hope we never have to do that again, because we found out the last week how much better being together we can work together. There's a lot of things in this bill that I have problems with. A number of them have been talked about. Representative Novotny talking about the lack of fentanyl in this bill. Fentanyl is a very deadly, and it's a very serious issue that we need to deal with. We've talked about it quite a bit, but we've never done anything. We have the issue where there's nothing in this bill to open the sunlight onto what the prosecutors and judges do. We had bills for that, but they weren't heard. We have nothing in this bill for school safety. Nothing in this bill for the health of our peace officers, our firefighters, or our EMS personnel who have to go to these brutal, ugly scenes. There are so many things to talk about. Last night while I was going through the bill, trying to figure out where to start, I didn't even know where to go. But one thing I do want to mention is the new definition of public safety that's in this bill in multiple places, especially involving the Sentencing Guidelines Commission and the Department of Corrections. The new definition for public safety that's in this bill in multiple places says public safety means reducing or preventing crime while maintaining the basic rights, freedoms, and privileges that belong to every person. I don't have a problem with that. That's what law enforcement does already. Including the right to dignity, fairness, equality, respect, and freedom from discrimination. That's what we want to do. I don't have a problem with that. Where the problem comes in is a little bit later on, where it says imposing sanctions that are the least restrictive necessary to achieve accountability of the offense. That doesn't sound too bad. You dig a little deeper. And the next line goes, preferring to use community services to imprisonment or other confinement unless confinement is necessary to protect the public. Now, looking at the sentencing guidelines part of it, what the heck do we need sentencing guidelines for? Because the judge can do whatever he wants. We put sentencing guidelines in to make consistent across the state. This undoes that. We can get rid of sentencing guidelines. Then we have in the Department of Corrections. And how would that work in the Department of Corrections? The judge may have sentenced somebody to 10 years. The commissioner decides, probation's fine. I guess we won't have judges do any sentencing. The Commissioner of Public Safety will be doing all the sentencing across the state. Real problem with that definition. Now, this bill is 253 pages of misplaced priorities. BCA gets $5.664 million. The governor requested $16.339. What's missing? The governor asked for $9,762,000 for violent crime reduction and support. We heard just a little while ago that Minneapolis is already at 30 homicides for this year. Those are the people that are going to help solve them. Last June, Nicholas Inger came down to watch the drifting being done at one of the intersections where these cars are doing and blocking traffic. He was hit by a bullet and killed. They still don't know who did that. And if somebody that's listening to this happens to have the information, please give it, because the Inger family really wants closure. Why do I bring up Nicholas' name? Because Nicholas lived 1 mile from my house. The little girl on the trampoline, I went to school with her grandmother. What happens down here in Minneapolis and St. Paul affects everybody in this state. Now, there's nothing in here to help solve those crimes. Again, misplaced priorities. I could go on and on and on. A lot of the policies in this bill are not helping law enforcement. In fact, if you read into the details, just about every grant that's given out where law enforcement can get some funding, there's funding that can be used for those who commit crime, serious crime. And then you look at the other funding of the 100, I believe it's, where's my numbers here, 100 and close to $130 million in grants. And just 90% of those grants, of the dollars that are available, don't go to law enforcement. They're available to those who commit crime. That's not helping the people to be safe. I'm going to wrap it up here. We've been here long enough. Again, nothing but misplaced priorities. No funding to really help law enforcement. No funding, or any funding that is to help law enforcement, there's always strings attached, including the body camera. Maybe we should open up so not just law enforcement body camera can be observed without consent when a tragic incident happens. Maybe we should allow all body camera to be watched at any time, or allowed to be released without consent of the person. It's interesting what's in this bill. More money for those who commit crimes than those trying to solve crimes. And I'm going to end right here. Generally, I don't read verses out of the Bible, but this one I'm going to, this time. Isaiah 26:10. Since we're dealing with those who've been wicked, doing homicides, sexual assaults, child predators, that we want to release early, or let the commissioner of corrections decide who's in and who's out, instead of the judges, instead of the laws we make. But let them do what they want. Isaiah 26:10. But when grace is shown to the wicked, they do not learn righteousness. We need to hold those who commit crimes accountable and help the victims of crime. Work our best to give closure to those family members whose loved ones have been killed by homicide. Again, 30 already this year. I wish we gave as much respect to the law enforcement officers that are killed every year. For those of you who don't know, across this country, an officer has not died from a traffic accident or anything else, but an officer is murdered nearly once every 5 days. Yet violence against law enforcement doesn't get any or enough attention. That's a quote from FBI Director Christopher Wray on CBS 60 Minutes. I stand behind our officers 100%. I'm going to ask a no vote on this bill because of the misplaced priorities. Thank you.
The member from Isanti, Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Appreciate the debate on the bill and the thoughtful debate tonight. It's pretty obvious that we are probably just not going to agree, right? And unfortunately, this bill is far from earning the support of anyone on this side of the aisle, because it does not address the needs of this state when it comes to law enforcement. Very often when you're public speaking, they say, start with a joke. So I'm going to start with a joke. Minneapolis Crime Watch on Twitter, within the last couple of hours, a white truck pulling a dumpster down Minnehaha Avenue near 35th Street that is actively on fire. That happened while we were debating this bill. A little lighthearted, right? Can you imagine a white pickup truck pulling a dumpster while it is actively on fire down the streets of Minneapolis? That literally happened while we were debating this bill. I think we could laugh about that, imagining that image in our minds. But what we can't laugh about is what Representative Franson reported earlier when she started speaking at the beginning of the debate on this bill, when she reported that during the debate, the 30th homicide happened in the city of Minneapolis this year. And I'm very sad to report, and I actually talked about it within the last couple of hours when I spoke on my amendment, right before we went to third reading, the 30th homicide, the second in 24 hours. And what I really want you to think about is that since that time, Minneapolis has had its 31st homicide while we have debated this bill. And you are about to pass a public safety bill which is not going to keep anyone safe. We have heard debate on this floor about why we need to reduce sentences, and not just sentences for petty crimes, for violent criminals. That's the position of Democrats in this state, reducing sentences of violent criminals. We heard debate on the floor tonight defending organizations that pay for the bail of violent criminals who got out of prison, or out of jail and reoffended. We heard stories about people who were bailed out and literally killed people. And we heard Democrats on the floor of the Minnesota House defending that organization tonight. Do you know what I didn't hear from Democrats in this chamber? I didn't hear a Democrat defending a victim or the family member of a victim, or maybe trying to do anything to prevent the 31st homicide from happening in the city of Minneapolis while we debated this bill. Your cities are burning, and you are watching. But you have the ability to take action and actually make a difference. I'll talk about some of the stuff that's actually in this bill. You know, and I did mention this earlier, there's a lot of money in this bill, and I want to give credit to whoever drafted this language, because it's really creative. There's money that could end up with law enforcement, but every dime in this bill that could end up with law enforcement will have to compete with other programs. And I think it's very likely to say that this is a bill that has $200 million of additional spending in it, and not one penny of this bill will end up funding law enforcement. I think it's safe to say that based on the way this bill is written. Because every dime in here that could be spent on law enforcement could also be spent on something else. I'll draw your attention to I think it starts on page 81, local investigation grants. These grants are $15 million in the bill. Pretty good sum of money. And some of it could end up with law enforcement. But here's some other things that could be funded with that money. And I think we all know what will be funded. Hiring and training of personnel to analyze violent crime, specifically with regards to use of intelligence information for criminal networks and the potential for retention amongst gang groups. Bureaucracy, that's what we call that. That's bureaucracy. Ensuring that victim services and personnel are sufficiently funded, staffed, and trained. That's bureaucracy. Victim services personnel. Ensuring that victims and family members of homicides and non-fatal shootings have access to resources. Convenient mental health treatment and grief counseling. Worthy. Worthy. Assistance for funerals and burial expenses. Emergency assistance for relocation expenses. Emergency shelter. Emergency transportation. Lost wage assistance. Do you know what those victims' family members would rather have? Their family member, the one who was killed. That's what they would rather have. And I think they'd like some of the money in this bill to actually prevent that crime. But unfortunately, the money won't go for that. The biggest grant program in the bill, the local community innovation grants, $55 million. This is how egregious Democrats are to make sure that money doesn't end up with law enforcement. $55 million in this grant program. Page 77, line 21. Grant funds may not be used to fund the activities of law enforcement agencies. And we heard testimony how this was going to help prevent crime, and this was going to go to local units of government so that they could choose what the best and most impactful way of dealing with the crime in their communities was. And they could spend the money in that way. But they cannot spend it to fund law enforcement. It's in the bill. You're voting for a bill that will not let a local community spend those grants on law enforcement. But we're going to pay for the funerals of people who are victims, for the family members of victims of homicide. And while we debated the bill, the 31st homicide in the city of Minneapolis, 3 in the last 24 hours. The bigger story than what's in this bill is what is not in this bill. Number one, funding that is guaranteed to go to law enforcement. There is not $1 of money in this bill that is guaranteed to fund law enforcement. That's intentional, I assure you. A lot of tough talk early on in session, right? I think all communities in the state are feeling the pressures of increased crime. It's not just in Minneapolis. It's spilling out into the suburbs and across the state. And believe me, crime is a cancer. If you do not treat it at its source, it will spread. That is a fact. And the city of Minneapolis is down 330 police officers right now. And crime is rampant in the city of Minneapolis. And Democrats had a lot of community meetings, had a lot of press conferences, had a lot of bill introductions at the beginning of session. Representative Bonner, tough on crime at the beginning of session. Representative Berg, your community was concerned about some of these crimes increasing in your community. Representative Edelson, probably one of the most covered in the media, had a community meeting with over 400 people that showed up. Increased carjackings in Edina, Minnesota. People very angry at what's going on. Representative Edelson responded by introducing bills to increase the penalties for those criminals and the violent crimes of carjackings. But to the people in your community, What will you tell them? Because your bills did not even get hearings here in the Minnesota House. And if you want to find out if any of those bills that get tougher on crime, that Democrats held press conferences about and sent emails into their districts about their bill introductions and how tough they were going to be on crime, don't waste your time. You won't find any of them in this bill. Representative Hansen in Burnsville, Representative Hewitt in Rosemont, Representative Cleavorn in Plymouth, your community's concerned about the rising crime. Katiza-Watoon in Eden Prairie, Representative Stevenson in Champlin. Even outside the metro area, Representative Wolgamott in St. Cloud introduced bills to give grants to law enforcement. Those grants are not in this bill. And I did not see amendments tonight to offer those grants to speak in favor of what your community wants and needs. So what's more important than what's in this bill is what's not. What's not in this bill is money that will and is guaranteed to fund law enforcement. And what's not in this bill is any one of the dozens of bills that Democrats introduced pretending to get tough on crime. Because this bill will not get tough on crime. This bill will not fund law enforcement. And most definitely, this bill will not keep Minnesotans safe. And I assure you that this is the number one issue that Minnesotans care about right now. We sat in this chamber less than a week ago listening to the State of the State. And just like this bill, I thought it was most interesting what was missing from that speech. The governor made a big presentation out of thanking our National Guard and a big show about thanking our State Patrol. And believe me, I agree with him. Thank you to our National Guard and thank you to our State Patrol. But what wasn't mentioned was the toughest job they've had over the last 2 years was responding to the violent crimes and the riots that happened right here in our communities. National Guard called up away from their families for weeks, sleeping on the floors here at the Capitol. State Patrol in riot gear, getting bottles and blocks of wood and bricks thrown at them on the streets of Minneapolis, where tonight a white pickup truck towed a burning dumpster down the street. And worse, tonight, where the 31st murder in the city of Minneapolis happened, while we debate a bill that will not help the residents of Minnesota feel safe. And while I started with what sounded like a joke, it was actually the truth. And all I can think about is this bill is just like that burning dumpster getting towed down the street in Minneapolis tonight. But unfortunately, this is the bill that Democrats are putting forward as their best effort to keep Minnesotans safe. Not a penny for law enforcement, reducing sentences for criminals, and allowances to let violent criminals out of jail to reoffend. Those are the priorities of Democrats in the state of Minnesota. So I can't support this bill, and I don't know, Representative Edelson, how you will face your constituents and tell them that you just couldn't get any of those bills included or passed here in the Minnesota legislature. And Representative Wolgamott, I don't know how you're going to face your neighbors when you couldn't get your law enforcement grants included in this bill. You can't vote for this bill. and face those neighbors. And I wish you luck, because I wouldn't want to be in your shoes. You've got a lot of explaining to do. So members, please vote no on this bill. Let's actually defeat it. Let's together build a bill that will keep Minnesotans safe, that will fund law enforcement, that will strengthen sentences for violent criminals and hold people accountable. And most of all, a bill that will increase the penalties for fentanyl that's killing Minnesotans all across this state. This bill misses the mark. Please vote no. Thank you.
The member from Ramsey, the author of the bill, Representative Mariani.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Let me start off where I wanted to start off, which is to acknowledge that there have been good moments here on the floor of the House this evening where we had some really good conversations, some good debate. We wrestled with real issues, even as all of us had great uncertainty about some of those issues, where there was a fair amount of bipartisan agreement as we moved amendments forward, a number of them on voice votes. It's when we're at our best. And then there are moments when we're not at our best. And unfortunately, we've had those too. You know, members, several years ago, I was in committee presenting a bill, and there were some pretty strong interest groups who were opposed to the bill that I had. And their tactic in opposing the bill, because it was such a really good, smart bill. It was a bill, in fact, that a couple of years later, we passed in this body with almost unanimous support. But that evening, the tactic, and I suppose, you know, because I'm a generous person, I think, I suppose the angst that they had was because they just weren't ready. So the tactic they used was to describe a bill that didn't exist and called it my bill. They were talking about something, but they weren't talking about the bill that I had. And what I learned pretty quickly is it's pretty hard to defend a bill that isn't in front of us. It's really difficult to dispel something that isn't on the paper for everyone's consideration. And I worked awfully hard to try to keep both sides of the aisle focused on what was actually in the proposition, what was being proposed. But you know, we're human beings, and so a number of us, and it was true of both sides of the aisle, you know, just got pretty powerfully tempted to respond to the nonsense that those individuals, those special interests were throwing at, I guess, my bill, but doing it without talking about my bill. You know, we're not going to be able, let me submit that we're not going to be able to tackle the difficult issues that this state faces unless we have honest conversations, unless we give ourselves the permission to remove the partisan conversation so that we can have the real conversation. We're always going to have the partisan conversation. That's going to happen. You know, I engage in it too. But I don't confuse that with the real work that we've got to be about. This bill is about the real work that we have to be about. I know we're being tempted to think about it in some other way. We're being told that there's not a penny for law enforcement in this bill. Nonsense. Just nonsense. There's $55 million in this bill for community policing grants. And by the way, we're not earmarking this stuff. We're not being the all-wise, you shall get and you shall not. We put together a frame where our colleagues, our city council members, our mayors, our county commissioners, our tribal leaders, our township leaders, where they make the decision. We either believe in local control and local wisdom, or we don't. It's really that simple. So we have $55 million in community policing grants that they're going to decide in this bill. We have $12.5 million in 2 body camera programs, which are only directed for law enforcement, because that's who buys the body cameras, that's who uses the body cameras. We have $2.5 million in use of force training in a bipartisan bill, because we all agree that good quality training, professional training, in something as important as use of force is vitally important, only for law enforcement. It's the only group that has the legal permission to use the ultimate force in our society. $70 million, more than the other body is proposing, more than the governor is proposing when you add up all the other funds that we put for community investments. This body is leading, because that's what we do in the Minnesota House of Representatives. These are historic level investments with a transformative, historic level framework, because that's what we do in the Minnesota House of Representatives, the body that's the closest to the people. There's not been ever another bill that has invested this level in law enforcement and our local communities. Never. I challenge you. Go look for that appropriation anywhere. And for the last 4 years, this majority has consistently come forward with powerful investments in law enforcement at historic levels. We don't do that because we're in love with that sector. We do it because it's important, because it matters. Because the people of Minnesota expect that of us. They don't expect us to ignore the capacity needs of our local law enforcement, of our local youth programs, of our local crime victim support programs. They expect us to take our collected resources and invest them in all of these. And the beauty of the Fraser bill is that it does it in a way where we give broad guidance, we get out of the way, We let our locals, that you either trust or you don't trust, make those decisions. We evaluate them, we assess them, we create activities, actions at the local level where all sorts of diverse stakeholders, whether it's police or youth activists or community-based violence interrupters or county-based social workers, where they interact and engage with one another, because it's out of action, out of relationships, that we learn, that we become better, that we develop the effective practices that our people deserve. And members, I know there's talk about Minneapolis, and we all know about the recent reports that have come out around that jurisdiction. I'm not going to dump on Minneapolis, but I am going to acknowledge that those reports tell us that there's something wrong and something that the people of that city and that we don't deserve, the rest of us don't deserve. We have to get at the issue of good, strong, professional, respectful, effective behavior. But it isn't just Minneapolis. This bill identifies the 80 top jurisdictions across the state that have seen crime increase, have seen crime rates go in the wrong direction recently. And a good number of those are in greater Minnesota. This is a shared responsibility. And we've created the frame, we're proposing the frame in this bill to be able to get those resources out throughout the state. This is not just a Minneapolis issue, members. When you're voting here, you're voting about those resources coming into your specific communities in every corner of the state, or you're voting for that not to happen. This is a big bill. It's got corrections reform in it, historic probation reform, designed by, yes, our locals, by our counties, who have asked the state to much more powerfully partner with them and to do so that they can do new practices. Newness is what runs throughout this whole bill. I didn't come up with this. I know it's Chair Moran's bill, but Chair Moran didn't come up with this, although she sat on the task force, for an entire year, along with Representative Otney in this body, to work with counties to develop that. It's in this bill. That's all about public safety. It's all about healthy communities. It's all about strong communities. To pretend that this bill does nothing just takes me right back to that hearing 2 years ago in that committee. There's work in juvie justice. There's crime victim support work here. There's a $10 million, yes, opiate investment for opiate epidemic responses. There's hardly anything this bill doesn't respond to. It's not perfect. It doesn't respond to everything. We do not have unlimited resources in our state, but we do have good resources right now. And we're Minnesotans, so we have really good ideas, and they're captured in this bill. So members, this is what I said at the beginning. This is a bold and muscular and smart bill. It doesn't make the mistake of the past of just throwing money out to see how it sticks on the wall somewhere. It makes targeted, evidence-based appropriations to build up the capacity of local government where public safety happens. We're not a police state. We have hundreds of jurisdictions that have the awesome responsibility to maintain public safety. This bill has us in the state partner appropriately with those locals to make those decisions. And if they're going to fund the cop house in St. Cloud, then they're going to fund the cop house in St. Cloud. They're going to decide that. I'm not going to decide that. They are. We've created the framework with the resources so they can opt to do that. This bill does expect law enforcement to be accountable, to be professional, and it supports them because the two go together. You want to know the secret to being able to move a bill 4 years in a row through this body that does historic investments in law enforcement? You put together a balanced idea of accountability, transparency, respect, evidence-based practices. This isn't like really hard. That's what it takes. And you got to be able to do both. You got to be able to make that important investment and have that important policy direction work. This bill arms communities with different tools because it takes different tools to deliver public safety. So members, I'm not going to defend the bill that's been described here by some because that's not my job to defend a fallacy. It's my job to defend what we have worked on for months, what we have worked through public hearings, engaging with hundreds of Minnesotans, from law enforcement to community activists to social scientists. That's my job, is to defend that, to engage you in a respectful conversation that's a real one. This bill is real. This bill is powerful. This bill will make a difference. I ask for your support today, not because I'm a Democrat, not because I think I'm smarter than you, because I'm not, but because this is good work from this body that's based on reality. And I hope if we pass it, that when we bring it back from conference with the other body, that it will continue to be a strong bill. We'll see. But I have no doubt that it will be a good bill. So members, thank you. I know it's late. I promised Gene Pelowski I would only give 4 sentences, and Gene knows me better, so my apologies to my good friend. But I think it's important to have shared what I just shared with you. I've been involved in 10 omnibus bills over 32 years. I've been the chief author of 7. I thought it was 8, but 7 of them. This is my last one. This is arguably the best one because it contains all the wisdom that I have benefited from my engagement with each and every one of you. Not perfect, but really good. is this bill. It deserves your support. Minnesota deserves your support. Thank you, members.
The clerk will take the roll on the bill. Members, please vote.
Where is, do I have to write her name there?
Will the chief clerk please call the names of the members who've not yet voted?
Ackland.
Ackland, no.
Ackland, no. Baker.
Baker, no.
Baker, no. Bolden.
One more time.
Bolden.
Bolden votes aye.
Bolden votes aye. Frankie.
Thank you. Okay.
Frankie, no.
Frankie, no. Hamilton.
Hamilton, no.
Hamilton, no. Houseman.
Houseman, aye.
Houseman, aye. Keel. You got to get Bolden. Okay. Okay. Keel. Lucero.
Lucero, no.
Lucero, no. Mason.
Mason, aye.
Mason, aye. Mecklen.
Eklund, no.
Mecklen, no. Nelson N.
Nelson, N, no.
Nelson N, no. Noor.
Noor, aye.
Noor, aye. O'Driscoll. O'Driscoll. Poston.
Poston, no.
Poston, no. Ryer.
Ryer, aye.
Ryer, aye. Tice.
Tice votes no.
Tice, no. Thompson.
Yes.
Thompson, aye. Zhang Ti.
Zhang Ti, aye.
Zhang Ti, aye. Keel.
Keel, no.
Keel, no. O'Driscoll. O'Driscoll.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 68 ayes and 61 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. Without objection, we will revert to messages from the Senate.
Message from the Senate. Madam Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following Senate files herewith transmitted. Senate file numbers 3086 and 4476. The message is signed Cal R. Ludeman, Secretary of the Senate.
First reading of Senate files.
First reading Senate file number 3086, an act relating to transportation. The bill is being referred to the Committee on Transportation, Finance, and Policy. First reading Senate file number 4476, an act relating to redistricting. The bill is being referred to the Committee on Redistricting.
Motions and resolutions. There are copies of the non-controversial motions at the House desk and online. If there's no objection, we'll take action on these motions first. Hearing no objection, the motions prevail. Announcements. The member from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And today is the 150th anniversary of Arbor Day. And so we have trees for everyone again. This year we have a choice. You can take a red oak or a sugar maple or both, since I don't think we have 200 people in the room. So members, the first Arbor celebration was in 1594 in the Spanish city of Modena. J. Stuart Morton was the first one to come up with Arbor Day 150 years ago in Nebraska. He later became the Secretary of Agriculture for Grover Cleveland, something I didn't know until today. The trees come from Schumacher Nursery in Heron Lake, Minnesota. I want to thank the members who helped bag the trees this morning. If you have an R and an O on your bag, that is the red oak. If you do not have any Sharpie mark, that is the sugar maple. So thank you and happy Arbor Day. Happy 150th Arbor Day.
Any further announcements from the boisterous members of the Minnesota House? Representative Winkler.
Madam Speaker, I move that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 11 a.m. Tuesday, May 3rd, 2022.
Representative Winkler moves that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 11 a.m. Tuesday, May 3rd, 2022. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. Representative Winkler.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
Representative Winkler moves that the House do now adjourn. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The House stands adjourned until 11 a.m. Tuesday, May 3rd, 2022.